got the roots, hit the beats, Bill, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? Macadocious, Mac of the South, salute, my brother. What's going on with you, man? All right. We back to the business as usual. You understand? We back to bottom. Hold on, real quick, y'all. All right. Yeah, man. We live from the boxing section, man. We back again. Some more boxing. Well, not really some more boxing because we're gonna be kind of like struggling for shit for like the next 2 weeks as it pertains to fights. There's really nothing this weekend. And then I guess or next week we got kind of been Eubanks, so that's cool. Man, Vegas Vic, what's going on with you, man? Appreciate you, big dog. Salute to you. It was fun, man. I had a good time, man. I had a great fucking time. So we got Chris Eubanks, kind of Ben, and then we have Ocampo and Fandor. I mean, that's not like something to like go home and tell your kids about, but I guess so. You know what I mean? So for the next week, it's not gonna be nothing, you know what I'm saying? But we gotta kind of go through the internet and get like content to say like this fight is happening, that fight is happening. Like now, you know what I'm saying? Like when big fights are not taking place, bro, I feel like the internet has to like find shit to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like the internet gotta like search for some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing's organic when it's not like a fight happening, bro. I'm telling you, like we gotta like niggas gotta go like on the internet, look at tweets and all the shit. You know what I'm saying? What up, Tony Tone? Oh shit. What's going on out there, man? Oh, you in Florida. Fuck. How bad is it, Tom? Man, my allergies are kicking my ass right now. No lie. What we got? Since it's early in the show, you know, we can pull some shit off.
Going again?
Shit, we gonna run that train again.
All right, man, enough's enough. This is my girl now, all right? Ain't gonna be none of that fucking sucking, none of that. I love her. I just proposed to her. What? We all just did our thing, like nigga. That was then. Now it's now. That was 10 minutes. Whenever. She good now, man. I love you. You gonna marry me?
Viva la México!
Hey, that motherfucker don't even drink. That's 100% sober.
Mexico!
So my guy.
Viva la Mexico!
Hey man, hey, I just want to apologize for stressing you out on your birthday yesterday. You feel me?
You motherfucker. Hey, listen. What gonna tell me? We're gonna leave, nigga. I'm leaving, nigga. That's what I'm trying to do. You stand anyway, nigga.
It's all right. You took a 2-day break from the show. You know, you got your birthday shit in. You know what I'm saying? How you feeling? You look like it.
Well, I didn't take a break from the show, man. I did the show yesterday. We did a fucking 3-hour live stream yesterday.
Last night?
No. Yesterday.
Oh, during the day. Yeah, during the day.
Yeah.
I thought he was going. I was talking about nighttime though. But
Well,
yeah,
I was born, but it's like I was about to, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? All the homies was like, hey man, you know, come out. No, my little brothers came out last night. A couple of homies that missed the Monday festivities.
Oh, I mean, shit. You only get one birthday, bro. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh shit.
Okay. Still have power. We're not sure we might lose. I hope not, bro. I hope everything fucking works out, bro. Cause you know, them hurricanes. I lived in Charlotte for a few years, so I know them hurricanes is a motherfucker, man. What are they calling this hurricane? And I didn't really look at. I haven't really looked into it. I just know it's like a bad hurricane out there. What's the name of that? What are they naming the hurricane this time? If you know. Okay. At least. Yeah. But y'all had these hurricanes fucking every year though, bro. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's damn true, man. I'm hoping. I'm sending out love to you and your loved ones, man. Everybody in Florida, man, that we know. We wishing y'all the best, man. You know, Deacon 305 and things like that. We wishing y'all the best, man. We hoping, hopefully, it don't get too bad, man. Hopefully, the shit could pass fast and we can get through it. We ain't gotta worry about, you know, the extra shit. Let's hope that hopefully it's not like a crazy one. You know what I'm saying? Where it's talked about for the next 10 years. Let's hope. Hopefully it's not one of those. You know. Hold on. Okay. We back. Yeah. You know what, bro? I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know because I don't know if Fundora goes to the body enough. That's what I'm saying. Like, because I don't know if Fundora even goes to the body like that. Like, he's more of a headhunter, and in order to stop him, you gotta go to the body. So. In order to stop, you gotta go to the body. So I don't know, but I just don't think he can beat Fundora. They're not gonna put Fundora in harm's way right now when there's a title shot available for him. But if Ocampos, if he wins that fight, that looks really good on Errol Spence's resume, bro. Come here. You know, if he wins, that looks really good on Errol Spence's resume. Okay, baby. Okay, later. All right, hold on. Snagging nails. She ain't gonna walk. She going to grab it. Right, baby. We'll be back. We'll be right back.
Yo.
There you go.
My bad. Yeah, I had a fucking call, but man, fuck this phone, bro. I'm about to take this shit back because I'm spending way too much money on this phone. This shit is not working for your boy. So I don't know what's going on.
Just get an iPhone, bro, because you already got. Listen to what I'm telling you. See, you gotta listen now. Because you already have another Android phone that works great, and it still works, doesn't it? It ain't like a.
Oh, my older, the one I used to use.
Yeah.
I mean, it works alright. I mean, it works for what I need. It doesn't have because this phone does have a fire ass camera, a lot of like cool shit you could do with it, but calls and texts would be fucking up.
Oh. Okay.
And StreamYard, I can't use my earpiece anymore. It don't recognize it. It's not even an option for audio when I have them in.
Damn. King Israel, what's going on, big dog? Salute to you.
What's up with that? Hey, but I know you was doing your birthday thing last night, bro, but yo, that shit got wild.
Oh, after I left?
Oh, wild.
I knew that was. I knew. Listen, but headed that way. That's why I was like, bro. Y'all...
But the craziest part was this shit got so wild, and all these niggas that were pushing a hard line on shit, all of a sudden were very empathetic. I don't know what the fuck you want to call it, bro. It just made no sense. I had to point it out. I said, you notice that the ones tripping that I say the word nigga with an A to the homies, not in the derogatory world, the one that tripping off those are the same dudes. Chaotic Truth said that when he was a teacher, that when the kids were being unruly in class, not listening, not shutting up, all on the tables and shit, that he would call them hard R's, black kids. That he said, y'all being some hard R's right now. And he called the kids that, and he said, like, moms comes to COVID, and like nothing happened. And then I'm thinking, like, yo, I know he's black, right? Black. But it's like, and I told him straight up, I was like, bro, if you ever called my niece and nephew that in your classroom, you would have got packed the fuck out. You know? And he's like, oh, I was like, and I'll be willing to go to jail for it. Because I know you're gonna call the cops. I know it's, you know what I mean? It's gonna be on school campus. I know it's gonna be a felony probably. But it's not gonna happen on my watch. There's no way you're gonna call my black niece and nephew hard R, even if you are black. And ain't no way as a teacher you're ever gonna say anything derogatory to any of my fucking family members. Right? So
Nah, if they act like niggers, then they're niggers.
No.
What's
You
up,
still don't call them that. You still don't call them that though. Not kids. Not kids though. Not kids.
Con.
So
War Eagle.
Because he was talking about that they were like my daughter's age, right? My daughter's 13. She's middle school right now. He was saying they're about that age. I'm like, bro, even if they are being unruly, you can call them brats. You can call them, degenerates. You can call them so many other words you can use. You know what I'm saying? You might even be able to say you're acting like idiots right now. But
no lie. No lie though, bro. No lie. It's the same shit. Like, I used to tell. Listen to me.
Bro.
I didn't do the ER, which I wish I would have, because it's funnier. I used to tell them little niggas at my job, or I used to call them niggas all the time. When I went to Job Corps, I just call them niggas all the time.
Well, I mean that's still like is different, right? I mean, I guess that's where I think the biggest like battle with the whole language is.
Okay, so what
people,
happened when he said that though? What
okay,
happened?
so when he said that, right, I said what I had to say. Like, we all took our turns responding. I've pretty much said, hey, bro, like I agree with a lot of points that he makes. I do agree with probably 75% what the guy says.
Yeah.
But I'll never agree with that. Like, and then he specified that it was because they were black. So he called them ERs. So I'm like, yo, like, regardless of you being black and you saying to another black person, the ER is derogatory. The ER has never been a term of endearment. It has always been straight derogatory. There is no other way to get around that. So it's like, as a teacher, first and foremost, you shouldn't be talking to kids like that at all anyway. They're
Man,
not
fuck
listening.
Out of here, man. Fuck out of here.
Nah. You get paid. No, you get paid to handle that shit. You get paid to handle it.
Yeah,
It's different if
he
you.
handled it. Listen,
That's not how you handle it.
Hey,
that's not how you handle it.
No, it is how you handle it. You ain't never been on teacher before. Them niggas be niggas.
That's fine.
Them little niggas be niggas, bro. Listen, I was a nigga kid. Listen,
do that shit to my kid, you get packed out off top.
Listen,
that's it.
Listen. I was a nigga. I was a nigger kid. Like listen, he would have called. I'd have been called 10 niggers from him. I was an asshole, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie, nigga, kids be niggas, bro. Like, them black kids be niggas.
I get it for sure.
Get the smoke. What's going on with you, bro?
Like, I mean, when I came, I mean, I'm not, you know, we're gonna take the race out of it. We're gonna talk about behavior wise. Yeah, I was a little nigga too, out there running the street while wilding in class, getting fights in class, all kinds of shit. I understand it, but it wasn't an A. It was a hard R, and it was a hard R for a reason. And my thing is, you ain't gonna call, regardless, it's not your place. If you really having that much time, you call the parents. You do what you gotta do. You send ISS. You get some other. There's other interventions, but like, even if you get frustrated, like, you know, you guys are pissing me off. You don't do that shit, bro. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Kyle, this is the shit I was talking about though. It was live in their face last night. Me, the non-black person, had the most problem. Well, that D. Mitchell dude had a problem too. But Michael Fuller wasn't pushing him on that shit hella hard. He's like, okay, well, if you're gonna do it, you got to make sure you put a lesson right after it. Like, bro, you're not tripping off that shit. But you're tripping because I'm saying, yo, what up, my nigga, to Kyle?
But what did I say though? Mix. What did I say? Hold on. What did I say before I left the show yesterday, bro? What did I say? I said Mex is more of my nigga than 1,000 black people. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, bro. These motherfuckers they be doing that shit, bro. Where it's like, bro, that's why I had to leave, bro. Cause like,
and it's the same shit I had said before Chaotic even came on. I said, look, if I was chilling with my black friends and anyone else came up and called them a hard R, I'd probably be the first one to pop it off before them because I don't play that shit. And the same shit showed last night. Like, it was me and maybe one other person that was like, nah, fuck that. And Birdman was kind of, you know, too, like, nah, that's wrong. But I'm saying the energy and the vitriol wasn't the same for him saying that and me saying this to my friends. And I was like, how is it different because he's black? Oh, that's the only thing. But we all know that word is way worse. And we all know that was meant. And he explained and admitted it was meant in a derogatory way he's like, well, shock value gets their attention. I was like, I don't give a fuck.
No, but if the damn show did.
No, because in retrospect, if one of my daughter's teachers right now, she's in middle school and she was acting up, talking to class, not listening. And if any of the teachers say, you acting like a little bitch right now, you're going to get packed out too, bitch. Like, you're not, that's not your place. That's not your place. There's many, and you get paid to do this job, bro. You get paid to do it. Ain't nobody ask you to do it. Ain't nobody volunteer. Ain't nobody just drop their kids off on you. Like, you sign up for this, you get a paycheck for this.
So if any kid is acting out unruly, do they get called niggers? Or if a group of white people are acting unruly, do they get called niggers too? Like, is niggers just the default thing for unruliness?
Smoke. You need to realize.
No, Mex, don't.
No, Smoke. You need to realize. He did not call him. Hold on. He did not call him niggas.
I know. I got the
hard.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And Kyle said, I got it. And Kyle said, niggas be niggas, right? Like, they behave like that. So I don't know what nigger behavior is. So I'm trying to figure out. You said being unruly. So any unruly person, they get called nigger with the ER?
I mean, I would.
According to Chaotic Truth, they do. Now, for me, the way I'm interpreting it.
I'm asking boxing session. Now, I'm really talking to boxing session because he said he was a bad kid. He would have been 10 niggers every fucking day. So now I'm asking you, is it because you're black that you would have been 10 niggers? If you were a white dude behaving the same way, would you still been 10 niggers?
I'd have been 10 niggers. White, black, Mexican, Asian. If I was acting the way I used to act when I was a kid, that what I'm saying is he said that for shock value. I'm not saying
you got kids, Kyle. You cool with that shit?
No. I'm just talking shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay. All right. I know where you stand, bro.
I resent the implication that like this kind of behavior is sort of supposed to be personified by black people. Like if you're unruly, then that means that that is a stereotype for black. Like that's a default way that black people act. What you need to do when you're behaving this way is not be black. You need to figure out a way to not be like that. That's my issue with reinforcing a negative stereotype in children, and I think that's what Mex's issue is. And I think your issue is deal with the behavior, and you can get at the behavior using like inflammatory language. But I don't know. Like if they call them Sambos, would you be like, oh yeah, it's just I just want to use something like crazy to get their land. I just wanted to get their attention. You could have said anything. You could have called Teletubbies and got
the other point he made.
Teletubbies and got their intention.
The other point he made. He said that he did because they asked him about other kids in class being unruly that weren't black, and that does it apply to them too? And he straight said he don't give a fuck about them because they're not black. And I was like, wait, so you're teaching kids, but you only care about the black kids in your class? Because he said, I don't care about any other kids that are black.
He doesn't care about the black kids either. He's telling
like they're already doing good. They're already doing good. And I'm like, what the fuck?
He's telling
I'm like, if you were my daughter's teacher and you're a black man teaching my daughter English, and you're kind of like, I don't care if your daughter fucking learns this shit or not. I don't care if the black kids are picking it up. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, but what he's telling you is just the same way that you talked about women and hoes, right? They're less than. He's saying that if black children behave in some unruly manner, that means that they're niggers.
Yeah. In a nutshell.
But here's my thing. Even if he feels that way, and if there's some type, I don't want to say truth behind it, but there's some type of implication of the word type thing, you don't say it though. You're a middle school teacher. Now, if you're an old man at the park, you know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers is kicking your dog and shit. I mean, you want to throw it out there like anger, maybe you throw it. It's still a borderline. You probably still get packed out by me. If you,
and the dog is getting packed out.
The way I look at it, bro, is if anybody on earth, don't care your color, calls my niece and nephew a hard R, period, you are getting packed out. I don't care what your reasoning is. I don't care what they did to you. I don't care if they put a flaming pile of shit on your doorstep. Don't do it.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen. Can I tell y'all something, bro? I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, bro. My grandpa used to call us little nigga kids all the time, bro. That's probably why I think it's hilarious. Like my grandpa used to call us little nigga. He didn't do the ER. He didn't do the ER. He didn't say nigger.
Bro, there's a difference.
Yeah. No, but he meant the same shit. Listen, my grandpa. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie to y'all niggas. Can I be honest with y'all, bro? The reason why I be talking hella shit and calling people like crazy ass names and shit like that, my grandpa used to call us imbeciles, bro. He used to call us idiots, imbeciles, dingo bats, bro. Man, that nigga was hilarious. My grandpa was one of the funniest niggas in the world. But the chaotic truth shit though, think about chaotic truth though. I think you gotta have a balance, right? Like you got to be able to balance out, like, okay, I know I love black kids. I know I want to see them succeed. I want to see them win. But you also have to have a sense of, like, humanity. You dig what I'm saying? Like, because when I worked at Job Corps, my main focus was making sure these black kids succeeded, right? Because they look like me. You feel what I'm saying? But I also cared about the other kids as well. You get what I'm saying? I didn't just like let them do whatever the fuck they wanted to do or treat them any other kind of way. You dig what I'm saying? Like I still showed them a level of respect and love. You get what I'm saying? But I did pour a little more into the kids that look like me. I did. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what it's like to be a black man. I don't know what it's like to be a Mexican. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm saying I feel what you're saying because you're not wrong for that. See, me personally, I take it just a little bit like sidestep it, where like I've always helped kids or was put a little more extra toward kids that I related to, regardless of
Right,
skin color. Like if
right,
it was
right.
a position in life, like damn, bro, your parents did that. I remember that. So it was more like what I relate to. But never like for me, I don't know. Skin color is just so. But like I said, I grew up in a mixed family. It's never been a thing in my life,
Well,
right? It
because
wasn't until I got
nigga, but
out
like
in the real
you,
world that I was
hey,
like, wait,
like,
motherfuckers
but
tripping out here.
Max, listen to what I'm saying, Max. That's what I'm telling you. Like you know how you always say this. This is something that your ass always says. You say this shit all the time. You say the exception is not the rule. That's something you say. You're the exception. That's what we've been trying to tell you this whole time. Now you finally got it. Like you're the exception to all these rules. Like how you feel, how you interact with black folks, or how you think about it, because you live with them, you live with all of them, and you got to see what it's like. That's why people get on you like that, because they feel like you should know better. You should feel a different thought as it pertains to that. Because you've been treated like a nigga too, you kind of think like, since I've been with my brothers like this, and I've been treated like a nigga, but we all had to do this to get to a certain place. You get what I'm saying? That's what it is. I understand it, but that's what I'm saying to you though. It's like when you understand that dynamic, you begin to understand like why people are the way they are. Now, like I said, the Michael Fuller and the Deacon 305, the way they do the shit, I think they overdo it. I think it's overdone, especially last night. That's why I got the fuck out of there. Like, it's my birthday. I'm trying to have a good time. We was just laughing. And it's like they go to this race shit, and they don't know how to balance. They don't know how to balance out that conversation, because it's always like, oh, Max. But it's like, okay, hold on. We all have blame in this. Everybody has blame. Like, we all got blame in this. You know what I'm saying? We are not without fault. You dig what I'm saying? Because sometimes the nigga Max has done nothing, and then they come at him like last night. Max did absolutely nothing last night, and he still got he still got fucking ostracized. He still got fucking cussed out. He still got like, oh, you don't know shit. Oh, you're ignorant. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, I try to tell people, bro, like, I judge people off of two things. This is a fact, right? I give everybody a benefit of the doubt. My boy John, Coop, down here, that nigga hates that I give people the benefit of the doubt. He gets so upset with me because I give everybody benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? That's just something I do. I don't know why I do it. Sometimes I hate that I do it, but I give
Because you
everybody
still have
benefit
faith
of
in
the doubt.
humanity.
Black, white, huh?
You still have faith in humanity.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how else are you gonna give somebody an opportunity to do right if all you think is like they're gonna do wrong, right?
But yeah, man, every time I give people the benefit of the doubt, it always backfires. But anyway,
Hey, Cal, you see how everything worked together last night? Because at the beginning, it was all against how people say the N-word and who can and can't say it. But when Dude came in there and said that stuff, everybody, even the attention turned towards him, and it was like, even I saw the face. When I saw your face, Max, when he said it last night. We all looked. They forgot all about you. So why is it that we can't accept people for how they treat us and how we treat them? And then at the end of the day, that dude, he was just throwing all his education out the way, but he ended up screwing his own self over, doing all that talking. Said ain't nothing holding us back, but you said that there's something holding those other kids back, so that's why you called him that. Dude just made himself look really bad. I don't care how much education you got, stupidity go. It's rampant.
The crazy part is, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I agree with like 75 to 80% of what he says. Like as far as like the issues he talks about, right? I just don't agree with how he goes about presenting them or his solutions to them. And that's my thing. Is like, look, if you do feel like, okay, yes, it's true that African American kids are, fucking testing and reporting lower educationally on average. So yeah, as a teacher, you should be conscious of that and maybe put a little more attention toward that. But you don't call a class full of black kids a hard R, bro. Like, under no circumstance. I don't care if that kid socked you in your fucking face. You don't get up and say, what the fuck you fucking... You don't say it. Because then I'm gonna have to come stalk you in your face. You feel me? And that's why I told him, like, I would have packed you out if that was my niece and nephew.
Hey Max, but you see what the problem was in the black community. You got a chance to see what the problem was in the black community. It's people like that, and that's the most dangerous thing in the black community. It's not like a guy of a different race that's cool with black folks saying the N-word. It's people like that that's leading people astray. He was just spewing straight.
So Birdman, I'm gonna ask you. You were the only other person on the panel last night with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was I tripping, or maybe because I do have a personal attachment emotionally to the situation, so I'm trying to ask someone else that doesn't. Am I tripping, or was Michael Fuller not going as hard on Chaotic as he was on me?
You know what? When Chaotic came in there, I was like, man, now finally it's a chance for Michael to put him in his place. I thought Michael was gonna put him in his place, but dude is just doing so much talking. He just shut. I don't know if he.
No, but even Mike addressed it. He's like, well, if you are gonna call him a hard R, you need to make sure that there's a lesson following it. It's like, what? So it's okay? What do you mean if you are? No, the thing is, you're never gonna call anyone in my family, kid or otherwise, no hard R in front of my face ever. And that's
then try to dress it up in a lesson. Hell no! What the hell?
Can I get the smoke?
Hey, give me 1 sec. Hey, I'm from the South, and where I'm from, I don't care who you are. Ain't no parent gonna sit there and get pulled to the side and tolerate that, man. Because down here we love our kids. So ain't no way some guy's gonna do that and not get backlash for it.
Hey, Birdman, let me get in real quick.
Yes, sir.
I woke up this morning, I turned that shit on. I was like, what the fuck? Hey, when I listened to that shit, I was shocked, but I wasn't. And this is the thing that black people got to learn. So, salute to everybody on the panel. Is some black people have internalized white supremacy, and they don't even know it. So when Chaotic Truth comes on, he makes Mex look like a damn priest.
Hey, but we needed that though. We needed that.
No, yeah, Birdman, we needed it because, and this is why, because Michael Fuller and Deacon 305 always try to play super victim. I understand racism, white supremacy exists. I read the book, Neely Fuller made all that. I live in this shit. We all live it. But they turn into super victim and they never try to hold people accountable. And I'm going to go back to a show that Fred did, and I hope y'all remember this, Birdman and Mex and Cal. Fred did a show about the black girl flipping on the black cop, right?
Yeah.
Remember he did that show? They came out and said it was something wrong with the black cop, what he did, right? So what they basically did is abdicated her from having any responsibility for what happened to her afterwards because she refused to sign the citation. See, they have a way of always making the victim, because on one hand, they'll say, we need more representation. Well, Chaotic Truth gave you representation because he was a teacher. Well, the black cop gave you representation because he was the black cop, right? The black cop did his job right, and then he still wasn't right. So it's almost like always a moving standard when you deal with people that only see race in all the time. Racism.
I'm not signing citations. I'm not signing that shit.
No, hold on, get the smoke. This is the problem though, because the man signed the ticket. Get this smoke. So let's say if you sign the citation and your wife is with you, and they tell you and your wife to sign it in order for y'all to leave. If you do the signing, I'm pretty sure your wife is going to follow you because you signed it. Am I correct or not?
Possibly. I don't think that she cares as much as I would. I wouldn't sign it. She would probably sign it, and I wouldn't.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this though. When he asked the dude to sign it, the dude signed it, and then she refused. And then once he put the cuffs on her, she turned into motherfucking Black Lives Matter. See, and then what they did get this smoke is they was like, oh no, it's his fault. He handled her too rough. Hey, when the law says if you don't sign the citation, you go to jail. So she gave up her opportunity to not go to jail that night. Because I'm pretty sure my man was in the park. He was expecting to get some head or something.
Yeah, but go to jail doesn't mean get roughed up. Go to jail doesn't mean get roughed up on the way to jail.
That wasn't roughed up.
It can.
That ain't roughed up.
But it doesn't mean that way. Like you have to do something. You have to resist. You have to resist. You can't just like.
She did resist.
She did resist though.
Well, okay, there we go. So that's what I'm missing. I don't know what thing you're referring to. If you resist, then you get roughed up.
She did a whole bunch of resistance.
Let me say this.
Because she even walked back to the car when he told her.
My man's neck for the night.
Oh yeah. Now it's roughed up time. I got you. Right.
Yeah.
She invited police action, and then she also invited some police, some rough action from the police.
See, but that was also on
the
the man. The man need to check his bitch. The man need to tell his girl straight up, hey, no,
We're not
stop.
doing that. Right. That's
And
what
she
I'm
needs to
saying.
listen.
That's
Stop,
what
just sign the shit so we can go. Just sign the
Let me
shit.
tell you though.
Unless you're trying to get rid of her, yeah. I mean, you might
They
be
all
trying to get
tell
rid of
you
her.
signing is not admission of guilt. It's just promising you'll go to court.
It just means you're coming to court. That's all.
Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah, something like that. Okay, cool.
It was a park citation. Get the smoke. They was at a
Yeah,
park.
they were in the park after dark. It wasn't nothing
just
serious.
signing to say you're going to show up to court. Yeah, I'd sign that. I'd sign that. I would have signed that.
Okay,
yeah,
but
I'm glad I gave you the context.
Listen to this. They make everything about race, bro.
Dude.
Shakur Stevenson missing weight. We had a 4-hour conversation about fucking race, and I'm like, how the fuck did we get on race with Shakur Stevenson missing weight?
I told
I was there for that
night.
stream. I was there for that stream. I remember. I got it. Yeah, I was there for the deep.
That was because Bob Earl, Jew ass, served him a pork chop, and he don't eat pork chops.
No, well, he was talking about like missing weight in general with fighters. Like he don't care when it's other people, but black people. It seemed like they should get a pass because of like systemic inequalities. I didn't get what his point was when it came to Shakur. I didn't get it. Like
I told Mike last night to
shut the whole conversation down. He's like, I don't want to hear this shit. It's about Shakur and whatever. He went kind of left, but
listen,
this is like Mike's not invited to the barbecue. If I have a barbecue, Mike ain't coming. Not because I know at some point during that barbecue he gonna get in an all-out race war conversation with someone at my barbecue. That's why he wouldn't be allowed to come.
Listen,
why y'all got all these?
People like, oh yeah, hey, you like them ruffles? You know them ruffles recipe was actually stolen from a black man in 1873. He was the first person to make wavy potato chips. Like, man, I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Hey, and the thing about it is, we all know that racism is bad and rampant in America. But the thing about it, if you dwell on that shit, man, that shit will make you bitter.
That shit will make you insane.
It will, man. Hey, when I was out looking for my, trying to find myself, looking in religions and shit, man, I started following the Black Israelites and just looking up their stuff. But man, that wasn't for me. There's just a lot of hate spewing. I ain't made like that. I can't hate just people just because they got different views from me.
Yeah. I mean, different views. I don't even know if it's about different views. This is like, there's no monolithic group. Like this idea about like black people all having the same like kind of mentality or coming from the same framework is just, it's a myth. Like black.
And you know what? Everybody's journey ain't gonna be the same, man. Everybody's journey ain't gonna be the same. So we gotta stop all that hate.
Hey, hold on, let me ask y'all a question right now. Get it out the way. We ain't gotta talk about it no more. But so are we in agreement, or does anyone disagree that a school teacher, black, white, or otherwise, but we'll put black in context, that a black school teacher should never be allowed to call black students hard R's in class for any reason?
No, I ain't never heard it.
All right, thank you. Because I'm gonna let you know, I'm judging motherfuckers by their answer. If motherfuckers is cool with that, I'm not cool with you. And that's why the shit that Mike pulled last night with the whole, well, if you're gonna give you make sure you give a lesson, right? No, ain't no right after. That
yeah, exactly.
What you mean?
He trying to that's damage control. He trying to do damage control.
But you want to tell me I can't call my nigga my nigga? Like you gonna try to tell me that?
Nah.
Wait, let's get the smoke in. Let's get the smoke in.
No, I was just saying. I'm agreeing with him. That's some damage control stuff. That is totally weak tea. But that dude needs to do. He needs to get
and chaotic acting surprised by my response.
You asked the question. Let the nigga answer.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying that it seems like teachers need to. We need to figure out these teachers' own personal baggage before they even step into a classroom. Because it's really easy to get a teaching job. All you have to do is pass like a really simple aptitude test, and in Oakland, like a drug test, and they'll let you teach the kids. Like that's it. They don't care about like what your political views are, what like how developed you are. How sensitive you are to other people's like their personal circumstances. It's none of that. So like what you were saying right now, like a Klansman can come and teach your kids, just like an NOI person could teach your kids, just like an alt-right person could, and then they'll teach they'll give you lessons like unruly black people deserve an ER, but what do unruly white people deserve? Should they be called ERs too? Like is that gonna be the move? Like little Mexican kid go come, oh yeah, I'm a little nigga. Like what's that gonna do for the
I do believe he said it stood for the whole class, but the black kids in particular. But he said there was kids of other races and they were also included in being called that.
Yeah, but he was targeting it to the black people, right?
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. He has this idea about the way that black people should act, and he doesn't care about like, whether or not the other black parents actually go along with that view.
No, he was asked specifically, did you call them that because of the way they were acting or because of the color of their skin? He specified because of the color of their skin.
And he also,
and then the way they acted because of the skin color.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He was saying black people should behave a certain way. And he didn't actually is that part of the curriculum that he gets to tell black people how to fucking act? And if you don't act a particular way, then you get called a name?
Yeah, and he also that's when I lost. I mean, I already knew he was full of it, but he also contradicted himself. He said he called them that because he loves his people. He don't care about nobody else, right? He loves his people. But then he said, ain't nothing holding us back to be whatever. I was like, man, that's BS.
See, but my thing was, he acted surprised when I told him if that would have been my niece and nephew in that class, and they came home and said this happened, you would have got packed out, bro. And he's like, oh, you just go to violence. And I was like, yeah. And I'm willing to do the jail time because I know you're going to call the cops. It's just going to be a little assault and battery, maybe, a little something till the court date. Yeah, I got bail money.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that reinforcing race. One last thing more, and then we're going to mute. I'll be one real fast. He doesn't realize that he is reinforcing negative stereotypes, right? Like other people other than black are tardy, but black people, it's colored people time. Right? Other children in general are fucking unruly. But they don't get called niggers just because they're unruly. Go ahead, Mo.
Well, see, I've been listening to y'all cook, man, but y'all don't understand, my brother, that the black man should be allowed to miss weight because of the systemic racism that has gone on for decades. These niggas kill me with that bullshit.
You ain't shit,
brother,
man.
we talking about a boxing match. We're not talking about the revolution, man. This is not the end all be all. This is not a war. Remember that bullshit about there's a war? What fucking war are you talking about? There's no war.
Hey,
my brother, do you need a bean pie and a toast starter since you a brother and a Mexican?
Hey, D Money, what you think about the teacher calling the kids niggers? Hey, saying that shit is hilarious though. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, dude.
That shit
is made for TV. Listen,
that shit made me uncomfortable as fuck, bro.
Hey, that shit is made for TV though, bro.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hold on, let me turn this work computer down. My bad.
Hey, last night was the time for everybody who had smoke to get on there and let it out on dude and speak there. But hey, it was really quiet, man.
It's too quiet for me. Because everybody has a whole bunch of shit to say about me, about non-racist shit, and motherfuckers don't speak up when shit like this happens. They act like it's okay or start copping pleas and making excuses. And that's why I don't respect them motherfuckers, man.
Hey, we got you. But let him answer the question, bro.
All right, money, for sure.
So what it was, a white teacher that was calling a black?
No, black.
A black teacher was calling a black student a nigger.
Bunch of them.
Bunch of them.
What's
whole pack of them? A whole pack of black kids.
Because they weren't listening, talking in class.
Not a pack of gang. What did he say? Black people, a gang of black people.
I need to know the context. Like, how did he say it? What did he say? How he said it?
Nigger.
He told him they were acting like a bunch of hard R's, and he says that it's shock value. He gets their attention. They shut up, and then they read books and they do what they're supposed to do after he calls them that.
And he called everybody on the panel stupid niggas. You're stupid, or hey, you're the reason why this is this.
Oh, this guy was on the panel last night?
Yeah.
Last night, not on this one, on Fred's, a barbershop.
I'm gonna pull that shit up in a minute.
Man. And you a teacher? You need to figure out some kind of other way to communicate, especially to young black men. You feel what I'm saying? That are gonna be influenced by what you're doing. You feel what I'm saying? Hell,
young people, period, bro. Like, when are we gonna put this shit in our rearview mirror, man? For real. This is just every generation has to deal with this fucking kind of bullshit. Like, why can't we filter this kind of stuff out of the classroom?
I'm not against him being hard on students. I'm not against him checking students. I'm not none of that shit. My thing is just you don't use that word. Period. Like black, white, or otherwise, you don't use the word. Like, and this is like the whole kind of brings it back full circle. Is like I use the A. I know to never, not even joking, because I said it last night. Me, myself, my two black brothers say the hard R more than everyone else in my life combined that I've ever met. Like they say it on a regular basis amongst us. They be like, "Oh, here's something." They'll walk by each other, "You fucking," you know, and they laugh about it, right? And because they're just savages like that, right? But like, and I don't say the shit even amongst the privacy of just me, my two brothers, no one else in the house, no one else around us. I don't even use it with them because I'm like, I can't even joke with that shit, bro. It's not. Like,
let me tell you what motherfuckers got to do, man. Motherfuckers got to stop trying to relitigate the 60s in 2022. Stop trying to relitigate the 60s, bro. That shit is over with. It's a different time, different period, man. You know, you trying to say you went through you going through the same shit now that Ali went through back then. That's bullshit. Ain't nobody never told you to go to the back of the go in the back door of the restaurant. Ain't nobody told you, nigga, you can't eat here.
And you know what?
Ain't nobody called you a nigga to your face.
Yeah. So, all that happened to me, man. I'm gonna talk about in the 21st century. Well, actually, not. It was 98 when you can't eat here shit. It wasn't quite the 21st century.
But you got to think now. It's more unity.
Where was you at? Where was you at when that happened?
I was in this fucking south of France, man.
Oh
man, the motherfucker.
That's a different country. We're talking about America. That's a different country.
Listen, we're black all over the fucking world. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I know that.
Country like that? I mean, like all of a sudden, like racism. Hold up a second.
No, because we're talking
racism
about
in America.
No. We talking about. No. Smoke. We talking about the niggas that live here that they never left their neighborhoods.
Okay, yeah.
Talking about they going through racism.
Right. So
we're not talking about somebody who traveled and experienced racism and seeing it off. I'm with you. So I've seen shit that they haven't seen. You've seen shit that they haven't seen. Yeah. A motherfucker 24 years old ain't really got it that bad, bro.
No.
You ain't got it that bad.
You're right.
So it's a different. So what you're talking about is a different issue. You're not whether or not it's as worse. Like just because you can eat where you want doesn't mean that the racism isn't as bad. You just have to deal with it.
It's covert now. It's a different type of racism. But you trying to act like you went through the blatant, overt racism. You didn't do that. You haven't been through that. You haven't experienced it. If you under 50 years old, you have not experienced that because it hasn't been like that.
But do you feel like it's more unique?
I'm not telling you something I read in a book. I'm telling you something that I know.
It's not like that. And here's the thing: to me, the way that hits my ears, right? It sounds like you're saying because you don't have to experience that means your racism isn't as bad. And really,
no.
There's nothing that a person. Like here's the thing:
but don't act like you're being oppressed.
Right. So
don't act like you're being oppressed. Look. Don't act like you're being oppressed. Because a motherfucker will come to your face and tell you, I've been to prison, I can't get a job. That's fucking bullshit. I've been to prison 3 times and I done retired from a career. So don't tell me what you can't do. You can do it if you want to. But the problem is, a lot of motherfuckers in this new generation, they want what they want, but they don't want to do what's required to get it. They want you to hand it to them.
Mr. Moore, if you were hold up a second. If you're experiencing racism and oppression, and somebody tells you the racism and oppression that you're experiencing ain't as bad as it used to be, how is that supposed to help you with the racism and oppression that you're experiencing?
I don't see it. I don't really see it. I mean, I haven't experienced it in a long time.
Right, because it's the way that you talk about it. All right, so when you look at like the voting laws being passed in the South, shit like that, right?
That's like bullshit. That's bullshit.
Do you think that's like not experiencing racism? Like, what are you supposed to say to those people when you say like, hey, you know what? At least you're not getting hanged anymore. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do with that?
What you mean? Hold on. How is that?
At least you're not getting hanged anymore.
If you had to choose one or the other, they're the same?
Man, move forward, move on with your life, man. Racism.
But just don't vote, right? You still ain't gonna get able to vote, right? Like you said,
but listen, bro. This is the bottom line.
So you rather be hung.
This is what I'm trying to say with all the pontificating you're doing. This is what I'm trying to say. Racism is here. It's been here, and it's always gonna be here.
Thank you.
Exactly.
You got to find a way to navigate it because it's not going to change.
Hold on. Hey, newsflash. That includes black people.
Got the system set up
that
the way they
black
want
people.
it because they like it.
Okay,
that's the way they want it.
Bro, for you to include black people, you would have to redefine what fucking racism is.
No, you don't.
Listen, if all it was saying some mean shit to a group that you don't belong to, that's not fucking racism. That's just fucking humanity. We all do that shit.
Discrimination based on race is racism. Don't start with that. Oh, it's a power structure. It depends who's in power. No, it doesn't.
That's not what the issue is.
Real quick, there's
never been the issue.
Hey, there's a message from Rob G. Film. Real quick, I need y'all to read.
It's Mr. Morris.
Oh yeah, he still got Mr. Ramirez, man. Why you like
Kyle did that bullshit. Kyle did that shit.
At least help him out with the zero stuff. And why are you doing that to the OG? You know he can't. He's like not tech savvy, man. Like stop with the stereotyping. See, this is what I'm saying. We can call this dude a boomer, right? Is that like ageism? It probably is, right? But what harm does that do him, right? It's the
nothing. Nothing.
So that's the issue, right? To call that shit, like to say that just the slurs that we say to one another and say that's racism, that's not fucking racism.
No. I'm not talking. No. I'm not talking about black on black. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about anybody. Like
I'm talking about perfect example. Deacon and Michael Moore with that whole black supremacy shit. That whole "you're not my color, you can't function with me, you can't sit at my table" shit is the same shit.
Right. So
there's gonna be racism forever from every race, and
you can only be racist.
Hold up a second. Okay, first off, you don't even have to look at human beings in terms of racial classifications. You can get rid of this shit. There's a time when we didn't look at each other like that. So there's a time that we can also not. So this idea that it's always going to be here, it's always going to. We don't. It's only that way if we make it that way. If we don't actually start screening for this shit, like especially for our fucking teachers, right? If you don't give a damn that your teachers are racist, then yeah. But if you start screening for that shit, you may not have as many teachers. You may have better teachers, at least for the race, at least better equipped to deal with the racial issues, right?
Hey, well, I ain't the smartest motherfucker in the world, right? But this is what I do know. This is what I think. This is my opinion. I say, if you tired of shit the way it is, if you don't like the shit going the way it is, then you got to get off your ass and go vote. Because if you don't vote, then you can't complain about anything that goes on because you didn't try to do anything to change it.
I mean, but
don't sit up here and talk about you don't like the system and you don't like the way it's going and I don't like this and I don't like that. Well, let's go vote. Oh no, fuck the vote. The vote don't count. No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
All the candidates is really just on the same team, but you know what I mean, wearing different colors. What you voting for? You voting for the same?
Exactly. They all the same. They all rich, entitled white folks that's usually running for office. But you got to pick the one that's running on the platform.
Why do you think? Okay, if your vote didn't matter, if your vote didn't matter, if black people's vote didn't matter, why do you think they're targeting the way that black people vote and trying to separate them from their vote?
Facts, Smoke. Facts. That's true.
This is what I'm saying. If the options you have to choose from are all tainted, what is the point of voting? That's what I was saying.
The point of voting is to vote for the motherfucker who's trying to do things and put in play actions and laws that benefit you and your family.
And what do you mean by tainted?
What I'm saying is that if neither one of the sides really have our best interests at heart, then what am I voting for? You feel what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna get
the best of the worst.
Here's the thing: you're not voting for for either side. That's not the issue, right? The issue is right. The issue is you have these two options. If there's one who is going to be more in line with what your outcome than the other. If you don't think that there is anyone that's going to be more in line with you than the other, then yeah, you right. Right, but the issue is if you have two, one is going to be more in line with you than the other. Hopefully,
that's what I'm saying.
Right, but that's a different thing. But that's a different
for us. Hey, listen.
All right, it's not a zero-sum game, right?
And then again,
at the end of the day,
here's the biggest thing.
Your voting is more important. You're voting for a party. You're voting generally for a person or an issue. That's generally how it votes.
Right.
We don't go like our thing isn't like vote Republican and vote Democrat. They are parts of parties, but you're voting for an individual. So you're like even if the party wins, like even if the Republicans all win, right? But you voted for a Democrat and there's this one Democrat, you're voting for that person. Now, when it comes to and maybe that person has resonated with an issue that you care about, and that's the way our whole system goes. It's not like whether or not like the Democrats or the Republicans, perfectly align with everything we say or how we feel, or even have our best interest at heart. That's not really what the game is.
Well, for me, it's this, bro. I think it's disrespectful for a black person not to vote when people done fought and died and lost their lives. So you have the right to vote.
Us and what did Obama?
But that's what they died for, though. They died for our right, not to vote. They wrote.
Well, also, but it's
we can barely hear you, Money. We can barely hear you.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, there you go. It's better. It's better.
Hey, so tell me this: what did Obama do for us? What did Kamala Harris do for us? That's all I want to know. Like,
all right, so
they vote to the blue side, and they not doing shit for us. Trump wasn't perfect. Trump wasn't cool. But that nigga did give HBCUs a bunch of money.
Okay, so here's the thing. So here and so what that right there, when you just talked about Obama, hold up a second.
But Trump ain't perfect either, though. You feel what I'm saying?
Bro, here's the thing. So what you're talking about now is messaging. And it's a different conversation than whether or not the Republicans or Democrats have black people's best interests at heart. What you're like Obama specifically gave more money to HBCUs. What Trump did was set. Well, hold up a second. The way that Obama did it, they had to keep coming back year after year to renew their funding. What Trump did was cap their funding at a particular rate and made that shit good for 10 years, so they didn't have to keep coming back. Okay. But he also capped their fucking funding. Neither one of those things are like ideal for HBCUs, but that's what you have. If you're an HBCU and you need government funding, you got to get it from a government. Just because Trump did it in his way, then Obama. What does it have to do with Democrats as a whole? That don't have shit to do with Democrats as a whole, or Republicans as a whole.
I was more using.
First, you got to remember when Obama was in office, it was a Republican House and a Republican Senate. So everything he tried to do, they blocked it.
Correct. It's completely obstructionist. I mean,
first term, right? I thought the second term it was Democrats that had it on lock.
And voting is like the bare minimum. Like the being able to vote is the bare minimum. It's like the reason why they wanted to vote was because they wanted to fix the issues in their communities. It wasn't just like
having the right to vote is also having the right not to vote.
In the second term, the Democrats had the House; they didn't have the Senate.
Yeah, and also, like, if you were like, let's say you're a historically oppressed group, right, and you're being and disenfranchised group, right, fighting for your own self-determination and political influence, then how are you going to get that if you're not going to vote, right? If you're going to drop out of the system, that means you're going to have to militarize, right, and then create your own like little zone and shit, so that people ain't going upside your head every fucking 3 days. Like, what's the alternative to not voting?
Running.
I was just gonna say we need a good person in office.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that. But how are they gonna get in office if you don't vote?
I mean, it's a dirty game, right? If we do word association games and someone brings up the word politician, it's never a positive connotation with it. But then every year people pick one or two people they like, which I understand. But most of the time, the motherfuckers get in, don't do what they say they're gonna do anyway. So like, voting local is more important. Voting locally in your own county, in your own city, your own state is more important. And then voting on your props and not a person, but a proposition that will change laws or in statutes.
Not everybody has that. Not every state has that. Like in California, we have the direct democracy, but for like most states, they got the representative shit where you got to vote for a person. Like we get to vote for the actual issue here.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it wasn't. I thought it was state to state. Okay. Well, that's something new. Gave me up. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Only I think it's like the more progressive places where the citizens can actually change the fucking laws direct. They don't have to go through some sort of like representative.
Okay. Shit. Gave me up. Thank you. I didn't even know nothing about that. I thought it was every state was just had their own shit. Like as far as like had the right to vote and props and shit. But
no, but what you're saying about locally being more important than the federal shit, that totally. Local is way more fucking important than the regular.
Yeah, that's where we were taught.
Yeah. I wasn't taught, and it's crazy. My dad, my real dad, my birth dad being in the military and shit, Like, I wasn't really taught any of that shit about voting. I was just taught that, hey, you're not a rich white man, you vote blue. That's it. It wasn't no other. You're a Democrat. Like, it was just like you are. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm not. Yeah, you're right. I'm not rich. I'm not rich and white. But then I thought to myself, I feel like I've been raised wrong to hate rich people. When in the end, I want to be rich. So how the fuck I'm gonna sit here my whole life and hate someone I want to become one day? That don't make no damn sense to me. That's when I opened up my eyes and said, wait a second, I want to be rich. I don't want people to hate me just because I got a lot of money.
For what? The question is, you want to be rich for what?
What I want to be rich for what?
Yeah, for what? Why do you want to be rich?
So I can do what the fuck I want to do when I want to do it.
Yeah, that's
money
not
is power.
Yeah, that's there's no way that you're going to ever be able to get enough money to do that. Like Bill Gates doesn't get to do whatever he wants whenever he wants to. Well,
I'm saying, what if I don't want to do that much?
I mean, then why are you trying to be rich then?
I want to take over the world. I want to be rich. I want to be no ruler.
Then why are you trying to be rich?
Now, I want to do what I want to do. I want to be able to go on vacation when I want. I want to be able to not worry about a work schedule. I want to be able to, have a car that I can rely on, like shit like that.
Like you want to spend shit and have like more free time.
Freedom.
Free time is what equals rich to you, and some material and the ability to travel and also have some material things.
But the ability to be able to be around my kid as much as I possibly can with nothing in the way of that is what I would strive for. And that's it. And then that's why I'm in the business I am. Bartending and shit is real flexible. It's not long, hard overtime hours unless I choose. And if I do, I make a lot of money. It's some tax-free money included. And I'm able to wiggle my schedule. Like, I'm able to show up to all my daughter's shit she needs for school, for open houses, for her cheerleading, anything she needs. I've only missed like maybe 3 or 4 events in 13 years. So that's
it doesn't take very much. So it doesn't take very much money. But
it won't take much. And if I can learn the stock market,
but it does take.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to be Bill Gates.
Like what you were describing, I wouldn't describe that as rich, right? I would describe it as like
it's rich to me because I'm poor. Now, once I get to that point, maybe my mind might change. I'll be like, hold on, man, I think I want to get another 10 million.
Listen, you don't even need 1 million to do that.
Yeah,
you're describing. You only need like a couple $100,000.
No, I don't. I think 100, like a couple $100K, maybe like 200,000. I'll probably be cool with that. I'll probably live a cool life like that.
100K,
But then when I get 200, I might want 3. Then when I want 3, I might want 4.
So
and then I'm pinky in the brain. I want to take over the world. I don't fucking know.
So here's the thing that I didn't like about what Obama was saying. He wanted to raise the tax on the rich, right? And I don't mind taxing the rich. It's just that he described the rich as being someone who made more than $250,000. Okay, hold up. If you break your fucking leg, you might lose your job. Like that is not like rich people. Like, dude, there are people out here who make $25 million a year. How the fuck are you gonna call the guy who makes $250,000 rich and the guy who makes $25 million rich? How are they the same category?
Because of statistics. Because statistically, if you're over 100K,
it's an arbitrary line. It's an arbitrary line. It's a total fucking arbitrary line. I can basically get there at like $500,000 maybe, and then you can start increasing taxes there. But like at 250, you're damn near.
I don't believe in none of that shit, bro. I believe it should be a flat tax. If you're a citizen here, you pay your way. It don't matter.
But that's not a flat. But that becomes a punitive tax for the poor.
Why? Because they don't want to get off their ass and make more money.
It's the same thing. Like let's put it in boxing terms. The IBF says you can't rehydrate more than 10 pounds, right? That works fine if you're like a middleweight. But if you're a goddamn, bantamweight, how does that fucking matter? As long as you rehydrate 8 pounds, you're cool. But a rehydration from a 115 to 123 is goddamn way bigger than, a middleweight. Like it's not
okay. So then it should be a percentage.
Correct.
You can only rehydrate a certain.
That's what it is right now. That's what we have right now.
No. It's not a flat percentage for everybody.
It is a flat percentage for everybody.
No, the rich pay majority of our taxes every fucking year as a country.
No, they don't.
No,
as a country,
okay,
they do.
It's because the poor can't afford to pay tax.
And they can't. No, I'm saying whether you make $1 billion, $1 million, $100, $1, it should be X percent of your income. Period.
Right.
If you're rich, you're already going to pay more.
Here's the thing. The people who can't afford to pay tax get a bunch of government services to live, right? So how are you gonna? You're basically gonna be taxing the government if you tax those people.
What do you mean? It would already be taken out of your shit.
No, okay.
If you're working,
if you're okay, so people who like make 10, like less than, I think it's like 14,000 or something. I don't know what the like 22 shit is, right? But there's a level where, you know, how many people in your house, if you don't make X amount of money, you're exempt from paying taxes. And the reason why is because you don't actually have enough money to live into this fucking society, this current system. So it would be counterproductive to tax that group of people. What the problem is also is counterproductive is most of the wealthiest corporations, right? The multinational billions, they also pay functionally zero, although they add to the economy in different ways. So it's those two groups that you need to figure out how to make the tax.
So what I'm saying is, if a motherfucker
only from the poor people because they don't have fucking money.
No, that's bullshit. Because if a motherfucker only has $100 on his paycheck, and let's say it's a 10% tax for everyone, then his cut is $10. You can't tell me that he can't live off his 90.
Okay,
no, yes he can.
Okay,
and if a motherfucker make $1 million, his 10% is $100K. You're still gonna get more out of people that make more.
Right. So if you're gonna, but you're still gonna have to do loopholes, right? Because just because you make, let's say you and I both make the same wage, but I am single and you have a family of 5.
That's my choice.
That same flat rate, it doesn't matter because you still have to feed a fucking family of 5.
That's my choice. I'm chosen to have a family.
If you don't feed a family of 5, that means the government has to fucking feed those people.
Why would they?
Because they'll starve otherwise.
Who's
or they'll start stealing
that?
for money. Or they'll start stealing food. Or kill the other citizens to get money.
But whose fault is it that motherfuckers don't want to go up and get money?
The motherfuckers that are taxing the poor. That's whose fault it is.
No, it ain't.
Okay,
no, it ain't nothing. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. Ain't no government ever stopped me from making $1 in my motherfucking life, bro. That's some
okay. You're not talking about
bullshit.
You're not talking about stopping
shit, bro.
No, you're not talking about stopping them from making it. Once they made the money, the government is then taking it back.
For sure.
Right. So that's not about you making money.
I actually went from the time when I got taxes back to having to pay taxes now.
What do you think the taxes are used for?
So what happens when broke people start making more money and they have to pay every year instead of getting a refund? Then they start purposely making less money because they think they're losing out on money.
Correct, right? Because that becomes a business thing. That becomes a financial decision that you have to make because of shit like what you're talking about. So the reason why people collect taxes is so that we don't have a revolution in the street of poor people slitting the throats of rich people, right? You want to make sure that your citizen group has basic needs: food, clothing, and shelter. If you're a rich fucking country, that's what the citizen. Okay, so if your citizens don't have that, let's look at the countries who don't have that and look what their society looks like. It's fucked up.
You know what's crazy? I'm glad you brought that up because let's go ahead and look at that. And what happens? They move to America with nothing and make something while the motherfuckers that lived there the whole life are still broke and crying about it. So how you gonna tell me motherfuckers come here from the other country with nothing?
Again, you just skipped over the point.
But that is
a government. If you're going to have a functioning government, hold up a second. If you're going to have a functioning government, you're always going to people's mentality, but you're not looking at your own. The function of the government is to protect its citizens, right? So if the citizens and what the citizens want is basic, food, clothing, your basic essentials, right? The ability, maybe some social mobility. If for us, you can throw that shit, throw on top of it whatever you want. But a functioning government is going to provide the citizens food, clothing, and shelter. If you don't have that shit, and some sense of peace and security, I guess, right? If you don't provide that shit, that government is likely to get overthrown by the people. Right. So what they were trying to do when you say, hey, you know what? I'm a single guy. I make $100. You're a guy with 5 kids and you make $100. We should be taxed the same rate. What you're doing is creating a household where a whole bunch of fucking people are going to go without and then look to you to get it. Either the government or the other citizens.
Okay. Then how about we go ahead and make a compromise? All right. If you have kids, you do get, your bonuses. If you're married, you get your bonuses as they already do. But to say like, hey, you make too much money because
that's what I said. That's what I said. You're gonna start talking about loopholes. That's what. Then this is where the whole thing starts falling apart.
I'm saying, okay, so that's because that's a decent argument, right? If you're gonna look at that situation, it's a decent argument. All right, you get the bonuses back, cool, right? But to say like, hey, your whole entire life, because we have documented history, you ain't even worked for 5 years. You do barely work part-time. You only make a little bit of money. You're good. But this motherfucker that people that, and I'm talking like in successful, I know some people get handed over money, but someone that actually worked to get their shit and they get their business running, they making millions, and now they're getting taxed almost 30-40% of what they make. I understand they still make more, but they're getting taxed too much for what? Because of other people not pulling their weight.
No, that's not it at all. Like, so first off, like, all right. So,
and then they get taxed, and then you expect them to get taxed again on their business. So they get taxed twice.
I think you have a misunderstanding of the history of economics in the United States, especially since like the New Deal and when banks and the fucking Wall Street collapsed our entire economy and how we came out of that thing and the economy that we have right now as a result of it. It used to be the case that that taxes, like you were taxed 100% over a certain amount. Like if you made more than $400,000, you were taxed at a 100% tax rate, right? That they capped what you could earn. And they whittled all of that shit down to now it's like a 30% tax rate. But at the same time, wage stagnation has happened, right? So guys, there's this huge wealth gap because the people who generate the income, the capital, right, and the entrepreneurs versus the labor force, they now have this huge inequality happening, right, because of the tax code, not because of a mentality. So at this point, you as a laborer, it doesn't matter what kind of mentality you have, unless you are going to be a capitalist, you're going to be fucked in the system. The problem is the system can't support itself off of most of the citizenry being capitalist. They need a huge fucking workforce. The system needs a huge labor force. So how are you supposed to interact with that labor force as a capitalist? That's what the issue is. Not like, hey, you know what? Like, let's bootstrap a guy and like change his mentality so the Indian can become a chief. The system can't run if everybody's a chief and there's not Indians. That's it.
Yeah, which most likely would be younger people, younger demographic. I would believe.
Money. Oh, that's a good name for me.
Hey, I want to pull up the. I'm gonna put the.
To the penalty, y'all.
Yo, what's good?
What's up with it?
Are you gonna pull that bullshit from last night?
Yeah. Somebody doing that, but pull up the bullshit from last night.
Hey, before y'all even see it, shout out to everybody that felt some type of way about that shit. I fuck with each and everybody in Birdman. These last recent conversations, bro, I really fuck with you, bro, and your mentality. So I just want to throw that out there.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Very fair.
Yeah, them niggas, that shit funny though. How they can like go crazy on Mex for calling them like my nigga or shit like that, but he can call kids niggers with the ER. This shit's fucking crazy. They mindset, because see, me personally, I don't give a fuck, right?
Oh, I know.
It's like, to me, y'all just doing that shit because y'all don't like the nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all pick and choose what y'all gonna do. But he also told Cat the truth that he was a butt lover. So
yeah, he asked him. He's homosexual.
All right, here we go.
What you said, I rock with you. I've heard you before. But let's stop this magical Negro syndrome that we try to pretend that blacks were. We weren't like that, sir. Now, to the topic. Can other races use the N-word? I have said this before. I'm saying it today, and I will say it tomorrow. You gotta call niggas what they are. Whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Asian. Black people have...
Hold on, dog.
Here we go.
Hold on. Yo.
Hey, I don't disagree with that necessarily. It's the hard R shit. You gotta call people what they are.
Listen, I agree with that 100%. That's why
That's what the old folks say, you know.
I 100% agree.
Nigga,
Yeah.
Asian
They say
nigga.
that. Anybody could be a nigger. White, black, don't matter. If you acting like a fucking fool, you're a nigger. That's how this OG white dude explained it to me.
Damn.
Yeah, it didn't matter if you was black or white. If you acting like a fucking jerk, you are a jerk, you're a nigger. I think he was stopping that from getting his ass whooped though too, but you know, I don't know.
No, he's a white guy. He's a white guy. He was a white guy,
old white guy.
No, he's black. This dude that said that is black, cuz.
No, the guy who was telling me though, he was an older white guy.
Oh, okay.
Like, you just let that shit slip out your mouth like that. He was like, "Oh, everybody can be a nigger. You don't have. It's not about color." I was like, "That's the first time I heard that shit."
Yeah, he got set from an ass whooping, boy. He got you.
Yeah, I know. He was OG at work. Get it? Whatever.
Mike, can you let him get off, man? Please, man.
Okay. You gotta call a nigga what he is. A nigga. A nigga is a degenerate black. A nigga thrives on destroying the black community. A nigga thrives on creating havoc and chaos wherever he or she goes. A nigga doesn't care about the black community. They will litter. They will act a fool. They will fight. They will shoot. They will kill. They will do anything possible to undermine the black community. So you have to constantly remind them of what they are. You see, the reason why I say this, and I'm going to give you an example. I was a teacher many years ago, and you already know that, sir. I literally used to get command of a classroom when they were out of control by using the most beautiful word in the English language. I used to call a class full of black kids niggers. For some reason, that word was a reset word for them.
Hey, dog.
I'm sorry.
Dog, I don't know if it's because of how he's saying this shit, but that shit's hilarious, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That shit's not funny, bro.
Right. So here's the thing. So here's what I think that people don't understand is the way that you become like white. The way that you become white in America is by making money, joining a political group, and shitting on black people. And this is the same way with black people who become white. The same way everybody fucking becomes white. That is literally correct. Yeah, you can because we're a nation of immigrants, right? So how do we become Americans?
Because we're Americans. We're in
America.
Right,
correct.
In America.
Because America has a society. It has a way that we organize our society. Right. Yeah. Correct. And you know what that organization is? It's a white supremacist one.
It used to be.
It still is.
I just don't.
That's how you want to live your life, dog.
No, it's not how I want to live my life. It's the way the Americans say. It's the way that
because right now it feels like a gay supremacy one.
I got it. It can be gay. You can call it gay, but if you think that there's a gay president that can say, "Hey, you know what? I'm gay," and do all this stuff, then you're misunderstanding what the hell kind of society.
I don't think we can have a black president in a white supremacist country. I think that would be.
Yes, you can. Of course. That's why you don't understand. That's why I'm telling you. The way that you become white. The way you become white in a white supremacist organization, because no one was white before there was a such thing called America, right? People used to be English and Scottish and all that other shit.
Why? Because they were from England and Scotland. That's why we're American.
Right. So the issue is how do you become white, not how you become correct. How do you become white?
Yeah, white's not a race.
American, right?
You want to watch it?
Like, how do you change from being an Englishman to a white person?
Oh yeah. Go ahead and
how do you change?
Put it back 10 seconds, Kyle.
How did you change from being a Jewish person?
We don't want to hear you right now, man. We don't want to hear right now. So we're trying to hear this bullshit over here. Let's all laugh at this guy.
All right, y'all can argue after this nigga. All right.
Yeah, for sure. Pick it up. We'll pick it up where we left off.
Want me to go on mute so I can listen? I'm sorry. I must have interrupted you.
Hey, go back on 10 seconds again, Kyle.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
I'm gonna say what the fuck. That's all right.
I rarely call people on mute. This nigga.
Where you're at, I don't understand you.
But I'm
you don't
built for all
that.
that.
You don't understand
Max,
me.
I'm built for all that. But I
gotta call niggas what they are. Whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Asian. Black people have. I'm sorry. You know what? I'll go on.
Here we go.
Can you let him get off, man? Please, man.
Okay. You gotta call a nigga what he is. A nigga. A nigga is a degenerate black. A nigga thrives on destroying the black community. A nigga thrives on creating havoc and chaos wherever he or she goes. A nigga doesn't care about the black community. They will litter. They will act a fool. They will fight. They will shoot. They will kill. They will do anything possible to undermine the black community. So you have to constantly remind them of what they are. You see, the reason why I say this, and I'm going to give you an example. I was a teacher many years ago, and you already know that, sir.
I got something to say about this.
I literally used to get command of a classroom when they were out of control by using the most beautiful word in the English language. I used to call a class full of black kids niggers. For some reason, that word was a reset word for them. No, I'm sorry. Do you want me to go on mute so I can listen? I'm sorry. I must have interrupted you while I was
This
talking.
nigga is you.
Okay,
Now,
I'm gonna go on mute.
I can say what the fuck. That's
I
outrageous.
rarely call people coons. This nigga is.
Oh, you gotta let him talk, Mitchell. We gotta let him talk. Let him talk.
Classic coon.
Here, go ahead. Go ahead. I got it. I'll take you out.
Thank you.
Then I'll
Thank
bring
you,
back
sir.
in.
Thank you.
I just
Because
want to be fair to everybody.
Thank you.
I'll
Now,
bring you back in, Mitchell.
and I'm almost done. You see, blacks, in my opinion, are very emotional and are very word driven. And I think a lot of people know that, even superior blacks such as myself. You see, when the kids were acting a fool, it could be 30 of them, jumping on desks, doing backflips, acting a fool. It was nothing like saying that beautiful, sweet word that rolled off of my tongue so effervescently.
Hold on. Did that nigga call himself a superior black?
Yes, bro. This type of shit on top, like, and listen, like,
Hey, bro.
everyone's letting it slide, bro.
A lot to say about, bro. I got a lot to say.
Let me finish this shit. I had to
You
say
saw I
that.
was the first one to say, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like,
oh my god.
Hey, no, but Michael Ford called him a coon right off though. Right
no, that was Deacon.
D.
Deacon called
Mitchell.
him a coon when he started talking.
And D. Mitchell called him one.
That shit was
He's definitely a coon.
crazy.
He's
That
definitely.
motherfucker said superior. Okay, I'm gonna finish this shit, dog.
Stop acting a fool, you dumb black niggers. And I used to use the hard ER word. Now, a lot of the kids would get upset with me. Some of the kids called their parents. And occasionally their moms, because they were most single parent raised kids, their moms would come to the school and complain.
You said some real shit though. Next thing
And I would tell them, yes, I called your son or daughter a nigger. I'm black. I can say that. They're a nigger in that moment. They're acting a fool. They're creating havoc and chaos. The Jews down the street at that school, they're not acting a fool. They're not causing chaos. They're not committing crimes after school. They're not going to grow up to fill up the prisons and the penitentiaries and have my black ass pay taxes to feed these little niggas every damn day. Yes, I called them what they are. Because for some reason, when I called them the N-word, magically they wanted to do their work. Magically, they wanted to sit in their desk and be quiet. You see, you gotta say the N-word because it's a shock value to it. Just like right now. Hear me out for a minute before you guys say a word. It's a shock value to it. Most blacks are emotional. Just how the one Negro couldn't help not but to cut me off. He couldn't help it because he probably thinks that I'm talking about him. You see, he hasn't evolved mentally to differentiate a black, a decent black, from a nigger. There are niggers and there are blacks. Which one do you want to be? So yes, I say that whites should use the word, Asians should use it, other groups of people should use it, even with their own people. When you're acting like a fool, listen, if I was a judge, I would say you are a nigger. You're creating havoc and chaos and you're destroying the community. I'm about to sentence you to such and such many years. You're a nigger, blah, blah, blah. I would openly say that shit. You have to. It's beauty behind that word. What say you guys on the panel? Go ahead, guys.
Hey, can I go, Fred? Now we got D Mitchell. D Mitchell want to respond.
One question at a time, sir.
And then we'll go Birdman and loop around. I don't have to say much. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Hey, he's the nigga. I'm just amazed. He must be troll. Are you serious? That's my first question.
Trolling. No, he doesn't troll.
He is. He's got to be. Let him speak for himself, Fred. I'm just asking: is he serious? Is calling a group full of black kids niggers? Is that the best you can do? You're an educated man, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
That's the best you could come up with?
It's not about the best that I could come up with, sir. It's my divine duty to save our race. God has given me a mission, sir. And that mission is to,
you gotta be a troll.
sir, it's not about, I'm not about to debate with you about which God, sir, but the universe, whatever you believe, sir. Okay. I have a divine duty to protect and save our race, sir. And my duty and my divination is telling me there's power in words. It's a shock value to it. And those little nigglets behaved every time I called them niggers with the hard ER. Go ahead.
This is the guy that I called the homosexual. This is him, right? That's him, right?
Are you done, D Mitchell?
Yeah, I can't debate with somebody who's not debating in good faith. This is a character.
Okay.
All right. All right, hey, I'm gonna say what I gotta say. This is for Max, and this is for the guy who just spoke. The guy who just spoke. First of all, I don't know how you reached any of those kids calling them. I don't even know if they even got an education by you calling them that. And second of all, this is for Max. Hey Max, you kind of got a blessing in disguise because you grew up around every kind of race. Like I grew up in a white household after the age of 11, so I got to see both sides, and you got to navigate through those sides. You can't please everybody, but the thing about it is they forget that you can learn from each individual person that you deal with on a daily basis, and life is all about navigations. And sometimes it's okay to listen to people, but at the end of the day, you got to be true to yourself. But at the same time, be respectful. Now, at the end of the day, I accept you more than I accept this guy right here because he's downing his people. You're not downing anybody. You just maybe disrespecting certain people. He's downing his people. He thinks that education can get him so far, but he's hurting his people. His people is the black people and anybody else he teaches. I don't know what any kid can listen to that and think niggers this, niggers that. You are who you are. I mean, you don't go by the word nigga, and none of us do. So that's not what we are. We're people. And that dude right there is just like, I don't know. Like, if we had a race trade, he'd be the first to go.
That's right.
He's not serious. He's
no. He's serious.
May I give a rebuttal?
Is it my turn?
Yeah,
all right, like Cal True, I've been on different panels with him. There's some things I wholeheartedly agree with you about, and there's other things like this, bruh. Never. And this is the type of shit I'm talking about specifically. If my niece or nephew was in that classroom, you would have got packed out, guaranteed. It's not a question. We all would have been in jail. It's cool. We fought cases before. We do a little time. Sit down. It's good. I know you're gonna sue. I know you're gonna call. It's good. But that's what's gonna happen. And that's the type of shit I'm talking about. So when people try to put me in that category over there, that's where they have a big problem. You see the fucking difference. I would never use it. I don't even see that as being like a description for someone that's fucking around, someone that's not listening, and that means this. Like, nah. And that's why I said there's a difference in the ER and the A, which obviously you know because you may distinguish and use the hard R on the kids. But it's like this is where it kind of gets split. So if people feel the way that I'm feeling right now personally from hearing that shit, when I just say, yo, what's good, my nigga? Regular to people, then I can get where your emotions come from. But you gotta see there's a clear difference in this shit. Hey, now, if that worked for you and those parents didn't do shit to you, bro, that's your school.
Let me ask you something, Max.
I would like to give a rebuttal.
Can I say something to you real fast? You see how God works? Look how 360 that went.
Yeah.
You see how
Now,
God? That's man.
yeah,
I'm
finna ask Max a question. Now,
he wants to rebuttal them.
I would like to give a rebuttal.
No, hold on.
No, I would like to give a rebuttal. To any sane individual that is in the chat, anybody who can use logic and reasoning. This is why I'm a staunch
Hey, he can get packed
in
out
the
though, for real. He
separation
get
of
packed out for that
superior
shit.
blacks from inferior blacks. Now, listen to the rhetoric here. Now, the one gentleman said if there was a race trade, they would trade me. Now, notice how quick he's willing to give me up. Now, I speak proper English. I'm educated.
Yeah, but it's called sarcasm. You as a teacher should have got that.
Give me a second, sir. Now, you're not. Now, mind you, I've never heard you speak before, but I'm willing to bet, sir, you've been on this panel many times. I bet, sir, you've never said if there was a race trade, you would give up the dope dealer. I bet you've never said that you would give up the criminal gangbanger. I bet you've never said you'll give up the man who has 50 kids out of wedlock, who's just breeding randomly in the community. I bet you never said that you would give up the fucking wino on the street corner, sir. You see, this is the degenerate nature of many blacks. Birdman, you are a part of this. You're willing to give me up because I'm giving you my experiences actually having had worked with blacks in the community, sir. Blacks who don't give a damn about the community, nor give a damn about the order.
He done went on a little too long, man.
Give
Real
me
talk.
You're the last person to say that.
Give me a second. Thank you, sir. Now, to It's Max. Now, I've spoken to It's Max before. It's Max is Mexican, if I'm not mistaken, sir. Me and you've spoken.
No, I'm American. I'm American.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, sir, think about what you just said. Now, you said that you would physically attack a teacher if they called your family member the N-word.
Yes.
The question is, sir, why is your family member acting a motherfucking fool in the classroom? See, you're not willing to chastise and discipline your own family member who is disrupting the order of a classroom, sir. You're willing to attack a teacher who was getting paid dirt shit money to be around little nigglets all day who don't give a shit about education. Their family doesn't. And you're willing to, now hold on for a second, It's Max. No, it wasn't you that said that, It's Max. Now, you said that you're willing to go to the penitentiary to attack a teacher, sir. See, this is why I am a staunch proponent of blacks getting away and divesting from inner city blacks, Hispanics, and other groups of people who do not care about law and order. This is a perfect example. And you guys are my exhibit A.
Can I speak, Fred?
Go ahead, Deacon 305. Go ahead, sir. You keep cutting me off. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, come on, man. You've been rambling for a minute here, man.
When you talk about law and order, that's hate speech. That's illegal.
You can Can I address It's Max, sir? Somebody can say It's Max. Somebody can yell at the top of their lungs, nigger, 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 nigger. You are not allowed under this legal jurisprudence to put your hands on them, sir. There is no legal right for you to do that. And
no, but that's when like the law don't matter at times, you know. And as a parent, you should know that.
Okay,
hold on. So if it came time to stand up for your kid, you'd be like, "I'm sorry, baby, but the law says I can't do this shit."
My kid wouldn't be. Sir, I don't have any children, but my kid.
Oh, well, then you don't understand it. That makes sense. All right,
sir. If my kid was acting like a fool in class,
then it's your duty.
And a teacher told, if a teacher said, "Stop acting like a fool, you little nigger," I would say he should have called you a nigger, or she should have called you a nigger 50 fucking times. Because
so fools not suffice.
You know why? Because you are in competition with the Jews and the Asians who are whooping your ass on the SATs and ACTs They don't act a fool in school. It's you blacks and you Hispanics.
I mean, that point is correct.
Nigga 50 fucking times.
But that point is correct, but it still don't give
it's
you
whether it's correct or not, sir. I'm a little bit I'm assuming I'm a little bit older than you, as Max. I think you're probably in your late 20s. Sir, when I was in school,
I'm 36.
Okay, you're the same age as me. When I was in school in the 90s, sir, I'm not even bullshitting with you. I had white teachers say this verbatim. His name was Mr. Oswick. He said, "You guys right now are a disgrace to your race, your heritage, and your culture. You're acting like a bunch of N-words." This is what he said blatantly, and the black parents didn't bat an eye.
That made him right?
We got packed out.
We just got packed out here. So the class was
He thinks because he's black, he can pull his stuff. That's what it is.
Brown.
Yo, so that's what we dealt with last night, bro. And
I got
we're not done yet, but go ahead. I wanted y'all to be able to respond a little
get a halftime. How y'all feeling?
I got so much.
Listening to this dude talk is goddamn annoying.
Yes, it is. I got so much shit to say, but I wish we could. Hey, I wish we could have stopped it, at certain parts and then commented on and let it keep going. You know what I mean? Because with so many different things he said, I forgot about all the shit he said.
It would have been nice if somebody just interrupted and make points, because he's just at this point making one terrible point after the next terrible point after the next terrible point after the next terrible point, and nobody is saying shit about all the terrible points. So it's kind of like
Hey, he
has a lot of valid points, right? But just like I told you, Max, when we talked on the phone the other day, right? I said you got a lot of valid points, but it may be the delivery, right? And once you got the wrong delivery, motherfuckers really ain't trying to hear nothing you got to say. But he got some valid points, but at the same time, his delivery is totally wrong. Now, when he explained how,
what is the valid point? Sorry, go ahead.
All right, so when he said that he's calling them nigglets and because they're acting like whatever, and then he explained how the older guy that did it to him did it. And that's what I'm saying. I agree with explaining to them that they're acting like ignorant individuals in the way that they're displaying themselves is displaying themselves like a nigger. But just to call them a nigger and just to get their attention for shock value and not really explain to them and give them context and information and try to really make a connection, you really are disconnecting yourself, and you're not really connected, and you're not influencing the youth, and you're, I feel like, negatively influencing them. You feel
right? So here's the thing. But here's my issue with what he is saying and your agreement with what he's saying. I don't think that behaving unruly is behaving like a nigger.
I agree.
I don't understand how nigger is supposed to have a group of characteristics that you can imply to black people.
No, see, and when I say nigger, I didn't like that we're applying the word nigger for a black person. See, I wanted to clarify that as well. See, if we're just making it, if you're acting like a nigger when you're acting like whatever, ignorant, you're just belligerent, you're just you have no moral standards, values, whatever. Okay. Yeah, you acting like a fool. That's what I'm saying.
But that also
that's
also incorrect. That is
he did say that there is a difference.
Right now, because what you're doing right now is try to use where you're trying to camouflage the use of the word nigger, because everybody understands that is you're talking about black people. You're not talking about unruly people.
Well, he did say in the beginning that a white person could be a nigger, a Mexican person, whoever.
Okay.
He did.
Yeah, I got it. I got that. I understand what you're saying. But that's not true. But you don't call. I got it. But you don't call an unruly Mexican a nigger. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
This is a justification, and it's a flimsy one at that.
But and every time he made a point, he contradicted his point.
But it's all going to be directed back.
Hey, hold on. Get the smoke. Having Mexican family members, the only time you do call them that, and they do, is when they're dark skinned, when they're the darkest member of the family.
They're correct. There you go. There it is. That's the entire fucking point.
But he is talking to okay, so then I'm really kind of conflicted because he is talking to a bunch of black kids. And
no,
like I said,
he's
talking about black people. Listen, he's negatively stereotyping unruly people as being black. It's black people who are unruly. They get a different label than every other unruly person.
Put it this way, it's a very slick insult because it's one that makes you think later. But he's pretty much saying you are acting like blacks, aka you are acting like
I don't like. Which I don't like. So I agree.
Yeah.
But you just said that's what you do like.
And that's why I'm correcting myself and telling you that you're right, sir. So
okay, we good. We all on the same page. No, that's what I'm saying. It's that slick shit. Like the worst. Like, hey, the other day I was in our chat and DJ said some shit. Oh, he called a white person a toenail, and I said, how the fuck is that derogatory? Because I've never heard of that. And he explained, like, in the South, it means like you less than dirt, like you in the toenail, you in the toenail. Yeah. I said, damn, that's hella insulting. I said, the best insults are the ones that make you think later and realize that motherfucker was insulting me right now. So if he's saying, like, if he tries to disguise this shit, like, this is what I'm talking about, this redefinition shit. This is what y'all try to pull with certain words. Well, there's another meaning behind that now. Well, then he can say the same shit. Well, I didn't mean it in a negative way. I meant him saying that someone that acts this way. But we know what the word is. Fuck what it is. Just like we know what prostitute means. It never meant, oh, services for services. No, they meant sex. So this is what I'm saying. People want to redefine words. And then now when it, no, it's either it is or it ain't. We know what the fuck that word means. Ain't nobody saying that shit to know my niece and nephew. That's all I gotta say, bro. Motherfuckers get packed out. I don't give a fuck.
Right. And I agree. I definitely would have been trying to go put hands on him because his delivery was wrong.
But I see his point of view though.
Yeah.
Hold on.
With a cupcake in his mouth,
bro. He practiced how to say blacks in a fucking annoying way. Like that shit was completely performative.
I don't even say nigga around my kids, bro. Like,
like the way that dude was saying it, like his whole shit was a performance. It was annoying. It was designed. His whole shit was designed to trigger people. And he's talking about how he's going to use triggering behavior and triggering language in order to be a teachable moment, but also to create a situation where he was superior to whomever it was he was talking to.
Yeah, he's one of those.
He starts. Oh my bad. He starts making some really great points later on, though. Like if y'all listen.
Yeah, I want to hear these great points. I want to hear just what you think a great point he made was.
I said later on. Later on.
Everything he says might have a little truth to it, but if you listen to him long enough, he gonna backtrack and contradict everything he says.
Okay, what is the grain of truth so far? I'm trying to. People keep saying all this great shit. What is the grain of truth?
He haven't said nothing or whatever like that I agree with yet, but I will let you know.
Emotional. Okay, cool. That's fucking a single parent home.
Hold on a second. Okay, hold up a second. All human beings are emotional. There's no human being that's not emotional.
Bro. We are.
Nah, black culture is more emotional.
Know about everybody.
Okay,
especially when it comes to race shit.
There's not a grain of truth to that.
Black people, man.
Yes, black people are not more emotional than non-black people.
When it comes to racial stuff, yes, we are.
Bro, we having points. Bro, he got points, bro. I'm telling you, man. You got to take your
He does got points.
Okay, hold on a second. If you're saying that black people have more of a connection to racism than non-black people, then sure, but that's not more emotional.
I think that we just hold on to it a little bit too much.
You see how the temperature changed?
You be focusing on like the little shit when really
it's not little shit because it's not little shit to me. The truth is the truth. I don't like the fact that people are talking about how black people are more emotional.
Hey, you sound emotional right now.
So here's the thing. Yes, because I'm an emotional person. I'm not more emotional than somebody else, right?
Okay.
I'm not more or less emotional. Everybody has emotions. Like black people, like human beings are not robots.
Look, everybody on that panel is black.
As a man in general, emotion will not serve you any justice. As black men,
okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Being a robot will not serve a human being. Okay. You don't understand. You don't understand what I'm saying. They're using emotion as a pejorative to try to separate you from your humanity. Men are just as emotional as everybody fucking else.
Bro, but at the end of the day, as a man, you need to be able to separate your emotion from your rational, logical thought or your.
Correct. You shouldn't be being ruled by your emotions is the issue, not being an emotional person.
Bro, if you're an emotional person, you're gonna be lashing out, and then somebody's gonna take offense to that and might pull your fucking card and
I got it. But the thing is, what you're now making the separation is, how do you go through life? Do you go through life mostly as a rational person or mostly as an emotional person? But the thing is, it's actually the answer is both. But for some reason, people put a premium on one thing and vilify the other.
It's not vilifying.
Yeah,
it is. The way that you're saying they're more emotional, that wasn't a compliment. You're saying that your emotions are the reason that you're saying that the emotions are what's the problem. The emotions are not what the problem. Just like the emotions aren't the problem, and his issue is his rationale was the issue, not his emotions. You can get emotional about somebody presenting you a false, a poor rationale. That's fine. As long as while you're emotional, you give them a better rationale. The issue isn't like the emotional content. The issue is if you have a fucking terrible idea.
That's not what I'm even trying to say, bro. I'm saying emotion. If you use your emotion and it's leading you to make the wrong decisions, then we have to get rid of emotion, or at least learn how to control it. As Black people,
I agree.
Control our emotions to the point we're making the best decisions for our future, bro.
I understand the issue about making it. Okay, the issue about making decisions, right? I understand that you can make a poor decision based on your emotions, but you can also make a poor decision based on poor thinking. So the idea that you're just going to, the idea that you, for some reason, you highlight one thing, the other thing, to me is the issue. What you should be talking about is making good decisions. How do you do that?
But you're missing the point.
Not vilifying your emotions.
If we are emotional, if we're always in a coast of emotion, an emotional state constantly, we have to make these decisions constantly. That means more than likely we're going to make the wrong decisions. Anytime you have made a decision based off how you felt, it's always been wrong. All right.
All right, so hold on a second. Let's genderize this thing for a second. And this is hypothetical. And the way that we look at, like, the way that we organize our society, right? We say that men are rational beings more than women, and women are more emotional, right? Does that mean that women so what you're saying is you're extrapolating, if you're to take that as the foundation, you're saying that men more often make the right decision than women. Because we are more rational and they're more emotional.
Yes, that's why we're better leaders.
Right. Yeah, correct. And it is because of this thing that you are now vilifying the one thing and praising the other.
How am I vilifying it, though?
Because you're saying they make better decisions.
No, not vilifying it. We're just putting it as the secondary.
You are vilifying
logic
as
the primary.
You're saying that men make better decisions than women.
They do.
And the reason why we make better decisions than women is because...
The reason why we do, because we use our logic.
Right. Exactamundo. Right.
Primary. It's not like emotion don't exist. It's just not important in the decision making, unless it is like with children and loved ones, most likely. But on average,
right. I got you. I got
There's some women that make great decisions. There's some women that are.
I got you. I understand.
And there's some men that act like bitches. Right. So yeah, for sure.
I get you. But even the systems that we're talking about were designed by men.
Let's take it back. Let's take it back home, though. He said by people as a whole.
Let's just go through this. Do you think that when they came up with racial classifications for human beings, it was done by women, or it was an emotional decision? Do you think it was based on emotion, or was it done by women?
What?
Neither one, right? It was both a rational, and it also wasn't done by women. But it's a really fucking bad decision, correct?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
But
racial classifications, when they came up with race, like, we're going to stop deciding like ethnic groups, right? We're not going to call them Englishmen or Scotsmen or Irishmen. We're going to call them white. We're not going to call this person like, we're not going to call them a Mandinka or a Fula or whatever the fuck, a Igbo. We're going to call them all black.
When that was a long time ago, bro. Like I think even that type of thinking wouldn't even sound right today.
Correct. The thinking is the problem. Correct. When you have a bad fucking thing, like that's what all I'm.
You don't think that had nothing to do with emotion?
That was not
okay. What was the emotion? No, it wasn't an emotional thing. It actually had to do with their money. Because there was a fucking uprising. They got tired of fucking uprisings and all the people gathering together along these groups, right? So they decided to separate the fucking labor force so they didn't have to deal with all the goddamn, the poor people talking about inequality, right? They didn't want a better shit. All I'm saying to you is this idea of like the way that we talk about both our rational mind and our emotional universe is fucking off to me. It has us.
Bro, you're fucking off to us most of the time.
I got it, and you're definitely off to me. Like, and I'm trying to bridge the gap.
And you still
trying to
bridge the gap. Still the homie.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, it's not like I've never interacted with people like you before. Like I get it. I'm just saying that I think that people. I think like everybody.
You're from town.
Where are you from?
I'm from Oakland.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean I'm talking about I'm NOI and Panthers fucking bread. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm an old man. I'm other side of 50. I'm just telling you, like this idea that the way that we talk about ourselves is, I think, self-destructive. I think that people are afraid of their goddamn mind. I think that people are afraid of their mind and their feelings, and they don't.
People are afraid to admit their faults and where they need to do better. They want to act like it doesn't exist.
I think we moved into a period where everything is feeling over facts now. We're just in that era. For some reason, it's like making common sense or logical sense. It's just.
Or maybe it was generations of fatherless children.
So when do you think? I'm trying to. So when do you think? When do you think this more rational society existed? And what do you think that society looked like?
When fathers were in the homes?
Yeah.
Okay. So when was that? What period of time? What are you looking at?
Like 70s.
In the 70s. You think that people were more rational in the 70s, and that was a better society?
Before the war.
I grew up in the 70s. I can speak on this particular. I can speak on this decade, at least from a child's standpoint, but also like from an adult, so I can look back on it and all that other stuff. But you think that the society was better in the 70s than it is right now?
Not society. I think that humanity.
Humanity
through family. Yeah.
Family, community, all that stuff was a lot better.
But we don't.
Obviously, we're still racist and shit. If that's what the argument is going to be, but I think like day to day, most people's families were more loving and put together, and well off.
It was definitely more family.
All right. So this all of this is just about the nuclear family then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this is how do you say this is no longer about like calling children niggas, right? This is some other shit altogether.
Yeah, I know. It's a conversation somewhere else.
No problem, but this is the root of it. This is why this motherfucker can even go and say nigger in class, because it starts where? At the family.
Bro, do you think that they were saying nigger in class in the 70s? Of course they were. More so than today.
White teachers, maybe, yes.
Black teachers too, bro. Like, listen, let me tell you something. I'll tell you. Like,
hold on. But the word nigga was not really a thing in the 70s.
Exactly. All it was fucking like nobody was doing this fucking weirdo rap shit where like you had NIGGA for the homies and everybody got called nigga. Like that didn't happen back then.
Never ignorant didn't go accomplished
in the 70s, and they said it all the fucking time in a derogatory way, and that's because that's the only way it was meant.
For sure. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
So the point is what?
No, I'm saying like this.
I feel like you just like when people say stuff.
I'm just saying. I'm just making a comment about the nuclear family. When the nuclear family was stronger, right? Our community impact. The community was under a different kind of pressure, and people were talking about how it's way more. They felt they're way more pressed back then. Right, so now we have more freedom, but apparently that freedom has come at we oppressed in a different way, and that oppression, that change, has come at the cost of the nuclear family. That's what you're saying.
What I think it is? I think it's mental oppression now, which is even worse. I'd rather be told I can't go somewhere than to have my brain fucked with to believe some shit my whole life and then realize when it's too late. I'd rather have someone just straight up say, hey, bro, you can't eat here, than having people think it's all good. And then we run into people like this that are older and they're still fucked up. They're oppressed mentally and they can't get out of that shit. They can't break their own fucking chains, bro.
Do you understand that every generation says that? Every next generation says the older generation.
Yeah, and every generation has gotten less and less racist.
Yeah, right, but now at the same time, you're saying we should go back to those old generations for our answers.
No, we should just go back to having family. Because we have what we have now with the
family, for sure.
That'd be great.
But the mentality that you're talking about, you don't like, is a product of that situation that you're trying to recreate.
What?
You're just saying, all right, here you go. You said the old people have this fucked up mentality. That fucked up mentality came from the place that you're trying to go back to.
Yeah, because that's the era they lived in.
It came from the nuclear family.
No, it didn't. It came from the generation they lived in.
Yeah.
It didn't come from the family.
And the generation
it came from the times that they had to live in.
They lived in was the nuclear family, correct?
And the generation before them teaching them all of this.
There was nuclear families among all generations.
Okay, awesome. If the nuclear family is not a product, is not how you get to that mentality, right? Then how do you get to the mentality?
It is though.
Okay, hold up a second. He just said it's not. He said they're not related.
All right, go ahead. Listen, we listening, bro.
All right, if they are related, then why are you trying to go back to that fucking construction that created the mentality?
This is
If they're not related, then why the fuck we talk about the nuclear family at all?
I'm telling you, it is a recipe. They are two ingredients. They're not related. They're two ingredients. So I think with the nuclear family setting that we have had in previous years, where the family is tight knit, mixed with the freedoms we have now, that we will be just fine. The only thing is, we're the opposite. We have a lot.
So here's the thing. I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that we threw the baby out with the bathwater, right? We had all of this. We had these situations that created a mentality, and in order to get at that mentality, we got rid of the nuclear family. The only thing that I'm saying to you is your mentality has not grown, even with the destruction of the nuclear family. You don't have a better mentality than this old person when it comes to race. You just have your own, and you think that yours is better than somebody else's. That's all I'm saying. That you don't get to the mentality that you're trying to address by addressing the nuclear family or how it used to be back in the day. That's not how you fix it. That was really all my only point is. Go ahead.
I think everybody froze out.
Like, to me, calling like grown men emotional and shit and saying like that's how you're going to fix racism, that's just a reductive thing that sounds like you're at odds with your own self. Like, you don't understand how to fucking like deal with emotions. Like that's it.
Yo,
that's all
my bad.
Like, saying, hey, the reason why racism exists is because people are emotional. Like, are you for real right now?
So this is what I was trying to tell you, Smoke. This is what I was trying to tell you. I was saying there are two ingredients. I believe that back then we had great nuclear family. We had no freedom. Now we have a whole bunch of freedom, no family. So I'm saying if we could get family now with the freedom, we will be just fine. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and people are saying that they're not fine, and people have been saying that they're not fine. And that's your argument, right? Other people are saying that they're not fine with the freedom, and they're not fine with the nuclear family. There's never been fine.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid.
It's never been fucking fine. That's what people are saying. It's never been fine.
Minority. That's a minority of people who are thinking like that. The majority of people
no, it's not. That's why why do you think black? Okay, what do you think the popularity of Black Lives Matter was?
What?
Man, everybody.
What do you think the popularity of Black Lives Matter is predicated on? If it's only a minority of people who think it's all fucked up.
I didn't fall for it.
Black Lives Matter is. I knew that shit.
That shit was trash.
Okay, I got it. That's not what I'm asking you. I didn't ask you your personal thing. You're marginalizing yourself and saying you are in the majority. I'm asking you if it's a minority opinion, then why was it so popular?
So popular with who?
Okay.
There was a
with
whole
the
lot of
entire
black
world.
folks riding with that bullshit.
Black Lives Matter was popular, bro. Like the phrase.
Yeah, it was the biggest movement.
What?
The Black Lives Matter movement. Why was it so popular? Is what he's saying. But it was just.
What does that have to do with family? What does that have to do with family?
Nothing. You're saying like you're trying to marginalize. You're trying to marginalize their view as to saying that it's not a popular one. It totally is a popular one. Everybody fucking.
No, it was a popular view. Well, I'm asking how's that related to what we're talking about?
What view was Black Lives Matter?
The only reason why Black Lives Matter had got so popular.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Max, I know you got lost. Let me catch Max up. You were saying that the nuclear family, people were oppressed. They didn't have freedoms, and now people are not oppressed, and they don't have the nuclear family, and they do have freedoms. And I'm saying to you that even without the fucking nuclear family, people were oppressed. With the nuclear family, people were oppressed. That is the issue. The oppression is the issue,
back then.
not the nuclear family. Today, people are oppressed. Black Lives Matter shows you that today people feel oppressed. Without the nuclear family, people feel oppressed. With the nuclear family,
that movement was not about people feeling oppressed. It was about them doing killed on fucking camera tragically, and no one did shit about it. That's what it was about.
No, that's what George Floyd was about.
That's when they got the money, bro. That's when they got the money.
Was something else.
Let me say this. There's no reason as a black man you should not be able to make it in America today. Anything else is a
facts.
Excuse,
okay. All right. So here's the thing. So,
all right. So if you can escape the lie of the streets and you can see past it, you understand that shit is a scam. You have been fucking tricked into believing that is it.
Facts. That's true.
Wait a minute.
I got you that.
Get this smoke.
I want to say this. Great panel. Get this smoke. You dropping beautiful points. These dudes are young and they haven't lived life. And I'm sitting there
here you go with this victim shit. Watch.
One dude is sitting here getting high. Both of these dudes sitting there getting high
Medicated.
on camera in the middle of the day. And I can guarantee you now one of these
medication, Brandon.
And I guarantee you now one of these dudes make $100,000 a day, but they got
you want to bet? You want to bet? You want to bet? You have no idea what the fuck you talking about.
Now these the same dudes that was just talking about emotion.
You have no idea what the fuck you talking about.
I just did this to show you. I did this to show you that people just get on YouTube and talk.
It's not against the law.
They just finished talking about emotions and how black people need to keep their emotions in check, and I just drew them out. You see this man? This is the problem. People just be talking. Salute to the panel, man. I'm out of here. I just
this nigga, he come in here and drop.
Hey, they always run off, bro.
He come in here and drop off that motherfucking bullshit and run away. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Okay, so
dropping off that bullshit and then leave.
Yeah, what's up?
What the hell just happened? Why Brandon Washington dip off?
That nigga was nervous. That nigga had got scared.
They still haven't calmed down yet. The same guys talking about emotions still haven't got the emotional. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. People are emotional. I don't understand this whole thing. Like, oh yeah, well, you're emotional, but this other person not emotional. Man, stop with the war on emotions and like feeling like you have to like,
doing that
you have to live up to somebody's idea of man.
Listen,
like you don't have to live up to somebody else's idea of manhood. You don't. You're a fucking man.
Now you do.
You don't. You can't.
You do. Who you gonna learn it from? Who you gonna learn it from?
No, I'm saying, listen. I'm telling you, men.
Smoke, who did you learn what a man is from? Who did you learn it from?
I learned it from a whole bunch of people, including myself. And ultimately, that's what
people that you're living up to.
No, actually, I do it myself. I deconstructed all that shit.
I
because,
get
like you said,
but
all
you
that
took
stuff,
apart, you took pieces from everyone. You're living up to a standard that you made yourself. But
it's not, bro, hold up a second. It's not just men. Women talk about what men are supposed to be doing.
Women don't know
unless you do this other shit.
Women don't know, and that's the problem.
Listen, hold up a second. You don't understand. Like some of the things are not defined by you, right? Manhood is not defined by you. The only way you can define manhood for yourself is for yourself.
We can't talk.
The only way you can define manhood for yourself is actually for yourself, right? This is how I am a man. You can't tell somebody else how to be you.
You can't.
You say I'm a man and this is what I do. You can't say that this is what all men fucking do.
No, you can say I'm a male, but a man.
You can say you're
different.
a man. But anyway, you can say all that shit. But listen, you can say you're not a racist, right? But you don't get to define that. Other people
I do. Actually, I do.
I do. Right, but other people can call you a fucking racist all day long, and if enough people call you racist, it doesn't matter that you yourself don't consider yourself a racist. Like
I'm not.
Trump can call himself not a racist.
Day, right? See, no, y'all motherfuckers always do this shit when y'all tiptoe these little subtle jabs, bro. No.
You can self-identify, and then there's the identity.
Ain't no self-identify, but it's pretty black and white. I mean, pardon the pun.
Okay,
it's pretty black and white, bro. Like it is, you are or you're not. There's no gray area with racism, bro. Like,
but who says? Okay, but who determines whether you are or you're not?
There's a definition for this shit.
I got it, but definitions are just like the way that you
or just what? Or just what? I noticed with you that you don't like definitions.
Bro,
you like your
do you
own
not understand that words change over time? Do you not
Bro.
understand that words change over time?
No.
Okay, literally, people used to mean literally, now it means figuratively.
They change them.
People use them differently. The definition does not change.
That's all the definition is the way that a term is ordinarily understood.
Look at the old dictionary, bro. They change them all the time.
No, I've noticed they've been changing them a lot.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I asked you. When you said well, you are what you are, it depends on the moment in time that you're fucking referencing and who it is you're talking about.
Okay,
if you ask you if you're a racist, if I ask you if you're a racist, right? If I ask you if you're a racist, I'm gonna say right now, you might have a different answer than if I asked 100 other people.
There's not an NFL kicker in this world that can hit the goalpost and you be moving. I'm gonna tell you right the fuck now because you be moving the fuck out of everything. We talking about racism, the definition of racism. We talking words. There's words out there.
We're not talking about. Okay, hold up a second.
Let's stay on topic. Come on.
Okay, All right.
Come on, sit down. Sit down. Stop running around class. Sit down.
Again.
All right.
No,
I'm gonna give you a granola bar and let's just go and study this shit.
Listen, you just don't like my answer. I answered your question. You
keep
just don't like
moving.
it.
Look, Smoke, if you haven't noticed, we came from watching a clip of another panel to where we are now, and you've been the one leading the conversation. So obviously it's you that's jumping here, there.
No, it's because
having random arguments about everything.
Max, that's not what the issue. The issue is that you and Money and the guy on Money's thing seem to be on the same page, but you guys keep contradicting yourself. So I have to toggle between both of you guys so we can get to an understanding. But you have a position. He has. There's three people as part of this thing.
We got different mindsets. That's all, brother.
That's all. We're just trying to come to an understanding about this whole thing. There's three different perspectives being discussed. Some of the things that you guys agree on, some things you don't agree on, and that's where this thing is going. Like, but when it comes down to if you want a definition on racism, that also is going to change depending on the society that you're looking at. So if you want to ask what racism is in America, that's a completely different thing than like what racism will be like in Australia, right? So anyway, like that's all I'm saying to you. All I'm saying when it comes down for me, when it comes down to racism and racism for black people, right, is prejudice and power. What it is for you is discrimination, is like ethnic discrimination. That's what racism is for you.
That's the definition of the word.
No, it's actually prejudice and power.
Yeah.
No, it's not. That's a new definition. It's probably like what the second or third one they put on it.
So we can have a semantic argument about the meaning of the word racism, right? And that's cool. We can do that.
Really not.
That's what the disconnection is. I got you. I got it.
There's no opinions on definitions. You go to a place that has definitions.
So it comes down. It comes right down. Okay. So when they invented racial classifications for people, it was a socio-economic classifications, and it was about power. It had absolutely nothing to do with just prejudice.
That's true.
It had nothing to do with ethnic discrimination at all.
Okay, but racism does.
Right, racism.
The word racism is what? The act of discriminating against someone else because of race. And then a new one they have added within the past, 10 years after all this SJW shit is the whole power structure shit that people will just add.
It was always
so
that wasn't
beginning of the word.
You
one thing.
got your timeline mixed up. The thing that you are talking about is the new addition. What you are talking about now is interpersonal fucking racism. That is the new addition. Racism has always been the prejudice in power.
Where's it at?
Yes, always has.
Where's it at?
It always has. The prejudice and power was inflicted upon the black people. So
that was from its inception, from its inception, and then they made it ethnic later on when there was enough people colonized, and they said that the Christians felt like they needed to also convert the people that they were colonizing.
Hold on.
Then they made it ethnic. That's when racism.
Based on your thought process, and I'm just going to ask this because I think I'm trying to understand what y'all talking about, and I get it. But based on that, so you don't think there was such thing as racism before America was invented? Before Europe was invented?
So America hadn't been invented. It was an English colony back then.
Yeah,
whatever the fuck. Before America came to be, since you want to be fucking technical about words, but you don't want to follow definition. You don't want to follow definition, but you want to get technical. Okay,
I'll tell you the precipitating events that invented racism.
So you think there was no such thing as racism before America, or before England, before Europe?
Correct. England. Right. So the concept of race, right, the way that racism is practiced today, the way that inception of it was the way that the English treated the Irish. They thought they were a different group. Like it was about being superior to a different group.
Yeah,
and then they made these different classifications based on that over the
it was about being superior to a different group.
Yeah, right. It was to separate the labor force.
Or
it's a way to organize the labor
people
force
differently based off them not being part of your group.
Right. No, hold up a second.
Right?
But what group? Okay, but what group?
So even if you didn't feel superior, you just don't fuck with them because they're not you.
No, you fucked with them, but just the way that you fucked with them. It's not about you fucking with them or not fucking with them. It's the way that
you treat them differently. You treat them differently.
You treat them differently, and you treat them as
treating people differently based on race is racism.
That concept was within the same racial group. right? It was the
Okay,
English
so
treating the
what
Irish
you want to
that way.
call it? Tribalism. You want
All
to
right,
call it
hey,
what?
listen.
Colorism.
This is
What?
the Google. Hey, this is the Google. Somebody read that. Somebody read Google.
Go ahead. How these guys read it?
Definition has changed over time.
Of course it has, but what Google say?
Prejudice, discrimination.
You want to read it out loud? Am I doing too much talking? Somebody else can read it out.
Somebody can read it.
Loud. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Similar, racism, xenophobia, the belief that different races possess distinctive characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so, I can't see that part over there, to distinguish them as inferior or superior to one another. Theories of racism.
Yep. All right. That's the definition. Sounds like
that is the way that they're using. That's the way that ordinary people are using racism today. That's
how
what we just read.
Used, bro. Like,
no, I'm saying, listen. If you don't think,
we always know racism been just black and white, bro.
No. First off, it was the first racial groups were white and non-white. And that's still the way it works. It's just that black people are at the fucking bottom. That's all.
That's the same thing I just said. There's rich white people and then there's trailer park white people. And white people talk about that shit between themselves. Just like there's Latin.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Different hierarchies.
Yeah, definitely.
That's all that was. They don't give a fuck about you being Scottish or Irish or German. We're all white.
Okay, right. So the issue that you're talking about is the people who had power and telling you how they're going to share power. And what they said was because at that point the Irish and some Scottish were also indentured servitude, right? They're also enslaved, right? But the slaves kept revolting. They had Native Americans who were slaves, black people who were slaves, and white people who were slaves. But they also had Native Americans, white people, and black people who were slave owners. So what they did was to stop the labor uprisings. They created these racial categories, right? And then the people who were indentured already, they said once you get out, once you're done with we're gonna put a limit on how long you're a slave, and once you get out, you're gonna have some material wealth, and you're also gonna have some social wealth. And what you're talking about is that white trash shit, where you get to be. You get to have some cultural wealth by being in this fucking group called white, and you get some material wealth relative to the other people who aren't white. But that's not all of a sudden now you're part of the ruling class, right? This is just a controlling mechanism for the ruling class to keep so they keep getting it and keep everybody else fucking working. That's what the system is predicated on. It needs the goddamn people to work and to not uprise.
Okay. Back to the nuclear family, though. That's what's most important. That's what this is all about.
I mean, listen, people were oppressed with the nuclear family, like we already pointed out. People are oppressed without the nuclear family. And if you want some empirical evidence, about how people are still being oppressed today, then all you have to look. There's an economist report on the cost of racism in America, and it's I think over the last 20 years or somewhere, it's costing America about $13 trillion. And they break down all the places that the oppression happened. It happens at the ballot box.
That's not stopping us from having nuclear families, though, brother.
I got you. The nuclear family was oppressed. Also, we're talking about oppression, not nuclear family.
We're going to be oppressed. We don't own America. It's just
okay. Again.
Okay. I mean, you gotta understand.
All right. So what you're saying is, all you're saying is fuck oppression. Let me just keep a nuclear family.
Bro, stop. If this was the flip and this was a black-run society, as white people are not going to be oppressed, or they're not going to feel oppressed if I hooked up my brother with a job before I hooked up a white boy?
Okay. Okay. Again, all you're doing. The issue. You're talking in circles. You don't understand the conversation. The problem is it's organizing your citizenry around race, bro.
We don't care about none of that.
You don't understand, bro. You're just rambling. Like the issue. The issue is not whether or not black. The issue. It is, and you won't stop talking. The issue is this. The issue is the fact that you organize humanity as black and white, not whether or not a bunch of black people are going to oppress a bunch of white people. But you could be short and tall. If you organize your fucking society around short and tall, the tall people could oppress the short or vice versa. That is the issue. The issue is not that. The issue is giving power to a particular group.
What? Who cares?
The people, the citizenry, the people who live in the system. Everybody.
It's just inherent. Whatever. Your job as a man, whoever the fuck you are, if you're the one to be impressed, is to find out a way to make a way, bro. It's easy for your ass to make a way now. So fuck all that oppression shit. Yeah, you're going to be oppressed.
In that context, yes.
Be successful. There's still ways that we can set up ourselves to be the most successful with ourselves and our kids.
Yes.
And that's the new.
Yes. We can. Yes. We can. Yes. What does that have to do with the fact that it's still a system of oppression?
Who gives a fuck?
The people who care. The people who care. Just because you don't care doesn't mean that it's not something to care about. Okay, you don't understand. You don't understand what I'm saying. Like, listen. If you okay, so
start your own shit. You go break yourself off and go somewhere else and get away from white people and have your own shit. Black people,
where would you go? Where do you think that you can go? Okay, where do you think you can go that you can get away from white supremacy? Where do you think you can go? Where do you think you can go?
That's just real.
Where do you think you can go? I'm asking you a real question. You said you can. Hold up a second. Africa is a continent. I'm asking you for a country. Where do you think you can go? Where? Where?
Motherfucker gotta be a particular place, my nigga.
Then where do you go? Okay, if it's not a place, then what are you talking about?
Nigeria, whoever.
Do you think you can go to Nigeria? Okay, hold up a second. Okay, that's my point to you. That's my point to you. My point to you is in Nigeria, you'll still have to worry about white supremacy. In China, you'll still have to worry about white supremacy. You know why? I'm trying to tell you. Okay. All right. Listen, I'm just talking about. Listen, all you're talking about is.
What is oppression to you? Following some fucking rules?
Fucking hell, bro. You're just talking about a different level of oppression. You're talking about what poor people can do. God damn.
I'm about to go to a place where everybody look at me and I have a more chance.
Where is that place? Where's that place?
There's plenty of places where black people at.
Name it.
Africa, the whole Africa.
The whole of Africa is not like that. Okay, all right. Do you not understand? Okay, but you tell me which country in Africa right now is not at war?
I just told you.
Where?
Ghana.
Ghana's not at war. You think Ghana's not at war right now?
Africa, bro. Go to South Africa. Anywhere where there's a civilization, they got fucking a downtown at, bro.
Okay, do you not? Okay, so if you look at, all right, so let's take South Africa. Let's take South Africa right now. Hold up. I'm trying to illustrate. Listen, I'm trying to illustrate a point, but you just keep interrupting and keep yelling over things.
Go out there, get employment, save some money up, start a business. These are all things you can do as a black man, a black woman. Stay together.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Push them further.
Of course it is.
If you don't like it, you can go buy land somewhere else, bro. You don't have
to. Bro, again, for the last time, yes, under a white supremacist oppression culture, you can have a nuclear family and you can also build a business. That does not address the actual fucking white supremacist system. You cannot just move away. Move, bro, does not actually fix it. If you go to South Africa, what you'll find is the white supremacist system in South Africa that you're going to have to confront. At a certain point, you're going to have to confront the system, not just how you navigate it.
He going to be back, man. The maid's cleaning right outside my door. I might have to go on mute, but he going to be back in 2 seconds. He ready to grab some backwoods. Did y'all hear me?
Yeah. KP, where you go, man? You done dropped off again?
A lot of nations in Africa aren't at war, and a lot of nations in Africa are at war. So to just say that you're going to go to the whole continent of Africa to get rid of whites, so you don't have to interact with white supremacy, to me shows a lack of understanding about what the fuck is going on in Africa and what the fuck white supremacy is about.
Hey, Smoke, I've been sharing this link, man. He ain't on here. I guess he ain't on. I don't know. I guess he can't comment, but he said niggas gotta stop blaming and get some money. But the other guy is right too. White supremacy is everywhere.
Yeah, I've got. It's not a question about getting money. Like, I don't understand why I deflect to that shit. Cool. Yeah, you need to figure that shit out. And then once you figure that shit out, once you're not feeling like oppressed, like financially oppressed, and you have some freedom, what you'll notice is the world now is structured the same kind of fucking way to oppress you everywhere the fuck you go. That's what I was saying. Like when I was in the south of fucking France, how did I get to the south of France? I was going to a goddamn castle. I was living in a chateau at the fucking time, right? But I couldn't eat in a goddamn restaurant in that town. Like what? I don't know. Like this, I think this is just a really like fundamental lack of understanding about socio-economic classes, about like overall like systems and how the world fucking is organized. Like it's just, and it's the same thing about like, the rational mind versus the emotional mind. Like all this shit. That is a bigger attack on the nuclear family, I think, than white supremacy. Is that whole idea is like men make better decisions because they're more rational than women. Like that is fucking. I think that shit is fucking. What's one of the issues with the nuclear family?
I'm gonna let him argue down with all of that, man. Y'all got my head hurting and shit. Right up.
I think I'm about to. I was gonna play the rest of that chaotic truth, man. But I guess not, huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So my guy's saying uprisings are not a war. Okay. Listen. We could be having a war of people. There's a war of words, right? You can have. I don't know why you're trying to parse out a war like this, but I'm just talking about conflicts, like socio-economic conflicts that are involving people getting shot, like en masse, right? And what are the root causes of those socio-economic conflicts?
You gotta unmute.
The issue that you're talking about is the people who had power and
what I had to say.
Smoke. You still here, Smoke?
Yes, sir.
Look, he ready to argue. Yeah, I'm here, ready to argue.
So let me play a little bit more of this chaotic truth shit, so y'all can stop me when y'all want to interject into what the nigga was saying and shit. Cause I didn't get to watch the show last night, but this motherfucker be saying some shit.
Hey, you gotta be mute. You gotta be pausing it when he say this crazy shit so we can get on his head.
Y'all gotta tell me when y'all want me to pause it though.
All right, that's what I'm saying. We got you.
All right, I'm gonna play right now.
Yeah, dude telling me white supremacy in my head. Was it in my head when he told me I couldn't eat there? That was just in my head, right? I could eat there. I just imagined the whole fucking thing.
Who said that was in your head?
I don't know. It's that fucking ghost. I guess it's ghost.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody on the pen. I was like,
you should have been in Africa.
and these people didn't have to be there, sir. And he was a good teacher. You're acting like N-words. He didn't say the actual word, but he said you're acting like a bunch of N-words.
Wow. And I'm gonna say this. I don't care if he's a serial killer that should die. You still don't call him the shit. It don't matter. I don't matter the reasoning behind it. And then if you do, then you know what's coming with it. Though. So you can't really be surprised.
Let me ask you a question. It's Max. Do you have the same visceral ideology for the black man who's 50 walking down an inner city street drinking an ice house and he litters in front of kids?
What are you asking me if I have about him?
Okay.
If he's doing drugs in front of kids, if he drops a fucking I don't give a fuck.
Let's say he's doing drugs in front of kids.
Let's say we don't play that shit.
Okay,
we over here. We don't play that shit.
You would go over to him and say, you got to step off.
Yeah, or get knocked the fuck out and dragged off. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I need to hear. Thank you. So if you're willing to do that to that type of person, then I rock with you. Go ahead, sir.
All right, well, let me get the super chat, then you can respond, Deacon. Roland Curtis, chaotic truth trade options from his iPhone for a living, and he's low quality YouTuber with 5.27 subs. You're a superior black. He's delusional.
Well, Roland Curtis, why aren't you a superior black, sir? Why do I need to validate you? You're a man, sir. If you, why aren't you a superior black Roland Curtis? I never
He
said
probably,
you
hey,
weren't.
you know what though? He probably is because he's a child of God. With that shit you're talking about, don't get you
Absolutely.
anywhere.
Absolutely. So believe what you believe. I believe what I believe about myself. I didn't say anything about you.
But you see the end of his sentence? He said delusional. So that's what you are.
Birdman, let Deacon get off. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, this guy came on. He didn't say hello to me. He came on and called me a liar. He just went in, right? And said that me and my generation was murderers and all of this, right? And then he said that he called little black kids niggers and niggerlets and all of this. And when their mothers, nope. Come on, man. I didn't cut you off.
He said the hard R.
Every
Deacon.
time I try, right. And every time and what I was going to ask you, Max, is this, what I'm referring to him now. Now, when he said, when the parents came in, did you notice that he said the mothers came in? He didn't say anything about the fathers. You're going to get real rah-rah with the mothers. That show you what kind of man he is. And when you spoke up as a father and said that what you would have done to him in response to that, what most cowards do, since he's going to call me a liar, I can call him a coward. What most cowards do is dial 911. But you want all the smoke in the world with a kid. You can call a kid all outside of his name. You gonna tell a man on this panel that you just called him a mother effer and all this here, and then say you a child of God, right? And then hold on, you talk about.
I had paused. I gotta go pick my baby up, so I will play the rest when I get back. But I'm gonna still be live. But I'm just saying, like, I can't play the video and pick my daughter at the same time. So y'all can chop it up or whatever.
Need some administrators.
I agree with the idea that the nuclear family is under attack, right? And I think that we could probably get better outcomes for our kids if they're in 2-parent households, with assuming that those parents are about the job of making improving the quality of life for themselves and their family. But what I don't hear from any of that, I don't hear him saying any of that shit. So I don't get where we're giving this guy the charitable consideration of saying he's making a lot of great points, or there's like kernels of truth to what he's saying. Like, I don't get where's that coming from.
That's on here now said that. Somebody said that earlier.
No, somebody on here now did say that.
Yes, he did say that. I mean, those are points that are valid. He is saying the reason why, he's just like the guy said, when a parent comes down there to talk to him, it's usually a mother. That's wrong. The reason is because a lot of households are single mother ran. There is no father in the home. So there you go. He's saying it right there.
Bro, when there was a nuclear family, the people who showed up to parent fucking meetings were also women.
It's usually
but they know there's a man in the fucking house, bro.
Okay, great. But he just right. Just because he's saying there's not a man in the house, what does that mean?
Because that means he's gonna talk to her with some motherfucking sense, nigga. Because he.
But that's on him. That's his prejudice. That's not the problem of the nuclear family. That's his problem.
That's his problem. Yeah, that's his problem. That's not a problem of the family.
That's not a problem of the nuclear family.
Hold on, because that's not a problem of the family. That's a
so
problem.
the problem is that the kids are acting a fucking fool, right?
Kids act a fool.
The kids are
always acting like a fool.
The kids are acting a fool, right?
Yes, that's always happened.
Causing the parent to be called down there.
Bro, when there's a nuclear family, kids act a fool.
Yeah,
I grew up with a father. Say what?
What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you? What makes you think that having a nuclear family means that the kids don't act a fool?
Hold on. So how these kids are acting right now, or how they were acting 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago?
In terms of being unruly in class, yes.
Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Money. Let me say this. The thing that's not factored into this conversation usually is the environment, and the environment has changed. And what people try to do is, all of us want to see a nuclear family in today's day and age, right? But the laws have changed, the freedoms have changed, and you cannot do things that you used to could do in the 70s and 80s to people for breaking certain for breaking the silent agreements that you would have amongst family members. You can't do that anymore. So the environment has been changed. So we can want all we want. I have a nuclear family in my house, but it's very rare in my family that is seen anymore. And just like any of y'all probably know it. When y'all go to these family reunions or family gatherings, y'all know what the fuck going on. I'm saying the environment has changed so much and has sped up that it's changed people. And the people are going with the change now on the fly every day.
Yeah.
So as they continue to change and evolve, it's going to continue to decline at a faster and faster rate until everything comes to a head.
Yeah, women have more access to resources than they had in, like, you know, in the 70s, definitely, and way before that. They started getting them in the 70s,
and
like late 60s, but it got, you know, it went to an astronomical level. So now you have to interact with the other adult in your household in a different manner today than you did, you know, 50 years ago.
Yeah, and you know what, Smoke? It also changes too, because more likely than not, nobody, even every man that's on this panel, would never expect their daughter to take care of a man, but they fully expect their son to take care of any woman that he courts or marries or whatever. So the paradigm has changed because of the environment, and then the people are changing at the same time. And while the people change and adjust to it, I don't think there's ever going to be a comfortable time where we see the people that's already adults, where we see and say, damn, I wouldn't mind that woman taking care of my son. You're just not going to be comfortable with that, because as men, we're never going to be comfortable with that, because biologically we're trained to do this. We're born to do this. We're born to do certain things, and there's certain roles. And now that they've changed the roles and basically put it in your face and said, hey, women can be kings, right? They changed the roles right in your face. So, and some people embrace those roles, and by the people embracing those roles, they don't understand what they really accepted.
Right, and even the concept of the nuclear family, I think, is a little bit misnomer if you were to go back in the day, because it was really what it was that women were at home raising the kids. Now both parents are at work, and the fucking institutions are raising the kids. So yeah, you can have a 2-parent household, but you're at work and your kid is fucking at school or at extracurricular shit or some other fucking place. So even in today's society, the nuclear family isn't going to fucking exist.
Yeah, because of what they're doing to the kids as they go to, and even if you go to colleges, right? That's a level of indoctrination that's different than you get from K through 12.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, for the people who are just in a place where they're just trying to navigate the system so they can make ends meet and get to the next level of, like, socio-economically, this next level of the game, to become, like, not just part of the labor force, but maybe like entrepreneurs and all that stuff. The whole idea about, like, you know, systemic racism may just be like, you know, that's a and maybe a conversation or a mentality or perspective that they just can't afford to delve into at that point, because they have bigger fish to fry at that point. But there will come a point when, when, let's say, you're successful in your business, and then you want to have like a better quality of life for your children, right? You don't want to raise your children in a place where if you're black and you behave unruly, then you get called nigger, right? Meanwhile, every fucking kid behaves unfucking ruly.
That's why we need to own everything that we associate ourselves with. Our own communities, our own teachers, everything. Like when I go to Atlanta, I went to Atlanta for the first time. Everything was black. It was nothing but black people out there. Everywhere you went, the hostess, the owner of the restaurant, the waitresses, the waiters, everybody was black. The police officers was black. That's
but the guy telling your kid is the way that you, like, if you don't behave correctly, you're nigger. Like, that guy's black too.
Yeah, he's a fucking moron though. You know what I mean?
No, hold on, money. Hold on. Let me give y'all this because this is where Get This Smoke is trying to give you. It's funny because I seen this, and I don't know if y'all seen this headline.
I'm messing up.
Can you hear me good now?
It's staticky.
Staticky. What we hear.
Let me change it up.
Well, buddy's saying B2OB I wouldn't marry no woman who admitted she piped every man that walked into her house, and she laughed about it.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, hear me now?
Still static.
Yeah, but it's better. It's louder, but it's still like a little bit like distorted. But we
It's
can
still
hear you though.
distorted. Let me change.
Yeah, it's clipping. It's some clicking. Yeah, now listen, I like to me, like creating ethno states and shit. That's also not the answer. Like you have to get with the mentality. Like you have to actually when you're talking about people's decision making processes, you have to get with the things that are the biases that are causing them to have a suboptimal fucking results in their decision making process. Not just go like, oh, you need to be more rational and less emotional. Like a rational person can make as poor a decision as an emotional person.
Yeah, it's very basic. I would say this.
What would you rather lean on?
I would rather lean on a process that makes good decisions, not try to point fingers at two really bad two processes that will give me a bad result.
Yeah, I would say this.
You just need somebody else making decisions for you.
No, actually, you could, or you can just not be such a bigot, right? Because the thing, like, I know it's a nervous laugh because you don't understand where I'm coming from, but like literally, like just straight the fuck up. You make emotional, like what you just did, like what you just said, what you just did, right, was an emotional decision.
How was that?
Because you heard something, you laughed, right? It wasn't a rational laugh. That's an emotional, like laughing is an emotional response.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. And then you made a joke about the whole thing, right? So that was all an emotional response. Was it a bad decision?
No.
To do it? No, it wasn't. Like, and you could have not done that, right? Like, the fact that it's irrelevant. It's immaterial.
We're talking about everyday real life decisions.
Correct. This happens every day. It's happened like 15 times in this conversation.
Not nothing. We're talking about real life decisions, right? Real life decisions, right? Say if my bills need to get paid, but I feel like I deserve a vacation.
Right. Do you think
I'm gonna let my emotions tell me to go on this vacation and not pay my bills and be broke when I come back and maybe be evicted?
Right. So how about this? If your rational mind told you that you shouldn't take a vacation and then you explode at somebody at fucking work because you need a break.
Bro, you are tripping.
At a certain point, you have to recognize that you also an emotional being. Okay, what do you think going postal is? What do you think going postal was?
Hold on, get the smoke.
What do you think that meant?
Get the smoke. Hold on one second. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Good.
We can barely hear you.
Yeah, there you go. No, yeah, we can barely hear you, like underwater.
Just talk to this nigga.
No, he's triggered. He can't, bro. He's literally talking about. He's displaying what he's saying is wrong, right? He is too emotional to actually sit down and have a conversation.
Because you're not making no sense. You're trying to.
I'm trying to, bro. You're too triggered. You're too triggered.
For you, and it gave you a good example, and you're still talking about some other shit that don't got nothing to do.
Hold on, get this. Can y'all hear me? Yeah,
we can hear you. Go ahead, KP.
All right,
give it a shot. Give it a shot.
Hold on, money. Give me a shot.
Yeah, give him a shot. Go ahead.
Let me say this. I remember you just said a minute ago, you went to Atlanta, it was all beautiful, Well, you have to understand, man, no matter what state you go to in America, there's still a system set up. So let's just say this before you reply. If you were to vote for quote unquote Stacey Abrams, which they're asking you to vote for in Georgia, what do you think you would get out of voting for her, even though she's working within the system that you so like to push off as if it doesn't exist or something like that?
I'm not saying the system doesn't exist. I'm saying that you have to learn the system and learn how to navigate through it. I am a testament of this, bro. It's gonna be all of this stuff that we're talking about. It's up to you to learn the game and navigate through it, man. That's it. At a young age, I saw dudes going to jails. I saw women pushing strollers down the fucking street. And as a kid, I knew that was not right. So why would I repeat those things when there were so many examples of it already? And nobody had to tell me this.
Hold on. Get this. I mean, money. This is the problem. I'm not playing victim because I don't play the victim shit, but I understand what you're saying. I had a brother that died in the streets, father was in the joint, So I done lived it too. But what I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, there's a system in place, and that the class of this system has set up us to be at the bottom of that system. And by us being at the bottom of the system, we're always going to be shipped in and out of that same system, whether it be the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. That's continued on to this day, right? You've seen it no matter what movie you've seen. So what we're saying is that in this system, there's a certain person that has to play a part and be at the base bottom of that to keep the system going. And it will always be that way. So whether you go to Atlanta, Georgia, and you experience quote unquote Wakanda, what you might have thought you would have had in Wakanda or whatnot, Georgia's no different than nowhere else. Didn't they just kill Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, brother. I get what you're saying. That's why it's up to us to branch off and do our own thing, bro. That's all I'm saying. If we hate it so much and we complain about it so much, let's get our money together. What these immigrants do, they come in here, buy one house, they in one apartment, be 8, 9, 10 of them motherfuckers. They all chip in, they build, and they build, and they build, and they sending money back to their country, their homeland, and they get the fuck on, bro. We have to do the same thing. We see examples of this shit as success every day in our life.
This is our homeland.
What we gonna do? We gonna go on a fucking war and kill everybody and take it back?
No, we have to change the system that you won't address.
We won't do that.
There we go. That's where the conversation begins. Because I don't disagree with the fact that you need to boot. Bro, you're not listening. You keep interrupting, bro. You're not listening.
Let him finish, bro. I'll let you rant.
I'm trying to, but we won't stop talking. Like just straight up. I'm trying to agree with you when you're interrupting me.
I gotta say something though. I gotta say this now. And y'all was talking about how men shouldn't be overly emotional. Y'all gotta relax, man. We gotta let each other talk. We gotta let each other get our points out. All right.
I mean, when passion get involved, man, everybody gonna get a little excited, but that's what makes it.
I got it, but it's the same as the people were talking about, like, hey, emotional decision making. That's apparently can't make rational decisions when we have a conversation. Like, hey, just put yourself on mute because you're gonna be triggered, and then it shouldn't be interrupting every 3 sentences. But like I'm saying, I agree with what you were saying when it comes to bootstrapping and working within the system and navigating and doing what you can where you can, right? But there's a certain point when you reach a certain level, you're going to have to look at the system itself and start to figure out how to have better outcomes for not just your people but for everybody.
Who's everybody?
In your homeland.
Well, that's the problem we solve when we get there. But right now, we got to worry about even getting there.
Right. That's what you have to worry about. I'm not in your same situation as you are. I have to worry about different things. This is why I think about things a little bit differently than you, because we're not in the same socio-economic fucking position.
What is that?
That's why while you're trying to hustle, I'm trying to change the system.
Oh, so you got millions. Okay. You must have millions. Millions. Because you talking like that. You got to have M's. For real. You can't be no living in an apartment type guy with no money.
I mean, I'm not going to get into the entire thing about classes and all this stuff, but yeah, we're not in the same thing. Like, I'm not trying to knock your struggle or the hustle. I'm just telling you there's more to it.
Teaching us how to get the money to get the fuck out of here and build our own little Wakanda then, brother. Since you got all that money and been there already and all the experience.
I do to the extent that I can, and I do, but I'm also a product of generational wealth. There's only so much I can tell you. I can't tell you to be born to parents with money. I can't teach you how to do that shit.
But you can
because I didn't learn how to do that shit. That's just what happened.
You can teach us how to be the ones to give our child the money so they can.
That's what I'm. That's like literally what I'm trying to do is not only tell you, like I can tell you that to my best ability what I did. I don't know if you can replicate what I did because but I had the tools to navigate the landscape that I navigated. I don't know that everybody does.
And how to keep the money, not just get the money, inherit the money, but how to keep them.
The money. Exactly. All that. But also, I'm telling you how to actually not just navigate the system. That's what you care about. I'm also talking about what I care about, changing the fucking system so people don't have to just continually navigate that shit generation after generation.
Then it takes money to do that if you want to buy the boats and put
the awesome. I'm not saying that it doesn't.
So
You keep changing it. You keep diverting to some of the shit that I'm not saying. I wish you would just engage with what I'm saying versus what I'm not saying.
That's all I'm saying. You just said what you said, and I said that's the answer to it. We need to, since you got the money, we need to start paying these people to get in the positions of power. We need mayors.
No, that doesn't change the system. That does not change the system.
Money changes the system.
No, it does not.
Bro, Asians do not vote. They pay motherfuckers and put them in power.
And they have not changed the system. The Asians have not changed the system one iota.
It changes for them?
No, all they do is navigate the system as it exists. The same thing that you're saying to do.
Okay. So change the system. What do you mean by that, bro? So we're what? What does that mean?
Hold up 1 second. Yeah, go ahead. Let's get into it. Somebody else go for it.
I think hey, what's up, everybody?
Yeah.
I just think that what the brother is misinterpreting, I'm talking about money, is that, the system really doesn't include and never has included Asians. So when they come in and they're successful at the system, within the system, that just means that they have complied to the standards that have already been set by the system. Doesn't mean that they've changed it. In fact, they've enhanced it. They've enhanced the system as it is because they continue. Because at the end of the day, they come in and do the same thing that has been done for years. They mistreat black folks when you come in their businesses, right?
Hey, Brandon, in the
when
comments,
you come in there,
I ain't mean
by and large,
I
don't know if you guys can hear me, but by and large, a lot of black people complain about going into Asian businesses and being mistreated. Or basically they come in, open up businesses in the hood, exploit the black dollar, and don't ever add anything to the community. So they haven't overcome the system. They just come in and become a part of it, a vehicle of the system, of carrying that system out. And as a result of that, they're successful. But they're not really they're not really a part of this system. They just come in as a buffer to carry out
they are part of it. The system of America is immigrants coming here and then climbing the social ladder. The point of this whole exercise is not whether or not individuals.
Me, brother. Let me finish.
I'm sorry, Michael. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Let him finish.
Okay. So I agree with what you just said. That's the system with immigrants, but the immigrants coming here and climbing the social ladder. The problem is that we're not immigrants. We weren't brought here. We didn't just voluntarily come here. But we're very much a part and have a designated spot within this system. So I agree. The system itself has to change. And when we see these buffer races or ethnic groups come in, quote unquote, immigrants, and climb the social ladder, they've done nothing to change the system. They're just serving as a buffer race or a buffer group of people that comply with the system in order to enhance its ability to perpetuate itself. And unfortunately, that means folks that were brought here not as immigrants, but forcefully brought here, maintain their position in the social ladder as well, which is the very bottom. But they work within the system to continue that reality. That makes sense, what I'm trying to say.
Makes perfect sense, Mike.
Hey, man, why y'all ain't saying nothing real quick? Let me slide something in.
Go ahead.
Hey, Brandon Washington, join the live, man, so we can talk to you. I see you in the comments and stuff, the link on there. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't in no hotel, brother. The maids left. This is not a hotel. They don't have those in the hotels. You know how hotels look. I just wanted to say that. I ain't going to address no more goofy shit in the comments. But, yeah, join the live so we can all talking shit. You know what I'm saying? I see my homeboy in the comments and shit rolling. What's up? You see him. They laughing at you because they know who I am. But, yeah, y'all, that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, real quick, man. Mike, man, what happened last night, man, with the chaotic truth dude, man? You didn't rip him a new one like I thought you would have.
I'm sorry, bro. What'd you say?
You didn't
rip a hole in chaotic truth like I thought you would last night, man.
I think
Well,
I felt like you was more hard on Mex than you was on him, man. He was way more volatile than Mex has ever been. With the shit he was saying, we was listening, we playing it back right now. I mean, some of the shit that he was saying was just out of fucking
oh yeah,
control.
no question, no question. And you know, here's the thing: whether you don't like that brother or not, he's got a lot to offer, man. I won't lie to you. He's got a lot to offer. I mean, when he was, you gotta admit, 90% of the stuff he was saying was actual facts. But that's not a problem, you know. For me, my thing is, we know the facts, right? That's just part of living, right? When you live in America, you actually come across certain phenomenon, you come across certain things that you see that interact with your person, right? You see Rodney King being beat, for 30 minutes and no one even, you know, and no one even walks up to help him. The cars just drive by. We see these things. We see that young brother Elijah McClain. I think it's Elijah McClain, the brother that got little young brother that was walking home. Huh?
They injected him with the.
Yeah, they injected him and killed him, murdered him right there in the street. This is a young brother. This is young brother. He was a scholar. He wasn't doing nothing but going to school. He's coming home from the store, grabbing something, and the police stop and question him, and they murdered this young brother right in the street. And it's still been years since that happened. He still ain't got no justice. So we see this. You understand? We see these things going on, but it's not enough just to see the facts. It's not enough. We have to take the next step and do that deeper level of thinking and say, why is this happening? Why is it happening? And I don't think that we won't be able to do that until we actually learn the history of this country. We have to learn the history of this country. We have to learn the environment that we're in. Until you can actually explain what this environment is about, explain this problem space that we're in, you'll never be able to navigate it correctly. You got to understand your enemy, bro. You have to. Any man that tells you he don't need to know his history is a fool. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is that is knowledge that you need in order to incorporate yourself into a mindset that allows you to deal with this system correctly. Now, what this brother was talking about, back to your question, what he was talking about yesterday, man, I didn't like what he was saying, in regards to referring to black kids in that way when there was no real desire to continue on their development and their transformation through education.
I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, Mike, Mex has never said the word in that manner at all. But
I'm not talking about Mex right now, man, because
I know. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying the way that dude said, the way he said niggers to a bunch of black kids, I thought that y'all would be on his ass way harder than that.
Oh yeah,
I thought you would have told him up. You didn't really.
That was shock value, Kyle. Kyle, you got to understand what he's doing. What he was doing in hyperbole.
Y'all stopping, please, for the boy. God damn.
It was shock value. It was shock value, and this is the thing right here. When he came with that shock value, I didn't have a problem with that in and of itself. The problem that I had that he didn't back that shock value up with knowledge and truth to actually make some permanent changes to the mentality and the spiritual makeup of those kids that he was involved in. And that's what I got offended by, because sometimes you gotta shock people to get their attention. But once you get their attention, then you begin to put something in them that allows the changing and the transformation of their minds and their thinking and their behavior.
But see, that's what
he was.
Exactly my point is that he was just basically giving a shock value and then kind of putting them down, but he wasn't giving them no game.
No, but listen.
Exactly.
This is my point. The point I'm making is this. The point I'm making. Though. This is the point I'm making. If that was a white guy or a Mexican guy, it wouldn't have went like that. That's what I'm saying.
It does go like that, but it does, Kyle. Think about the context and what he was saying and what he was meaning by it. Now, when we talk about,
I feel like they gave him more of a pass because he was black.
Right.
That's exactly why. We all know I'm dancing around it.
Here's the thing, Kyle. When somebody that looks like you is talking about issues that affect you and him, not just you. Now he might be using hyperbole, and he might be using shock speech like Howard Stern does to certain things to get his point across. But at the end of the day, he does have a right to be in the conversation, and he does have a voice. Now, when you talk about people who are just having disingenuous conversations, man, because they can't say a word, or they have a problem that they can't say it because they look a certain way, or they don't understand the history of the word and what it really means, and they just want to say it just to be cool, that's not the conversation that we're trying to participate in. And it seems like that's what other people want to go with it.
No, what I'm saying is, I don't give a damn what you look like, bro. You can be black as
They're
fucking
two different
black.
words.
Hold on,
Stop mixing them.
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Though. You can be black as fucking. I don't give a fuck what you look like. You understand what I'm talking about? Because just because you look like me, don't mean you got the best interest in my people. I don't give a fuck what you look like. Mex probably got better interest in on our people than that nigga did. So I'm saying just because a nigga look like us don't mean he got the best interest at heart for us. That's the point I'm making, bro. That's my
I agree.
point.
I can agree with that, Kyle. Kyle, you didn't frame it like that. You were just talking about a certain word in the hyperbole and what he was trying to get out of the word. But when you explain it like that, I do understand that.
This is the point I'm making. Michael Fuller normally. Hold on.
Hey, y'all need to mute up.
Listen, the thing that I'm saying is Michael Fuller. I got some background noise, man. Normally,
in the corner, hey, that's the new cat. Hey, Ronald, mute up.
Yeah. So normally,
mute up.
I'm always looking forward to Michael Fuller tearing off into somebody. Like the guy Jerry, Michael Fuller always tears off into him. So I thought that I was gonna get that same energy when it came to a motherfucker that really didn't have the best interest of black people, in my opinion. I just think
he do, but he does though. He just come at it from a different angle. From he's upset with black people and the way that we act in the way. So the way he projects it is different. But
what do you mean by the way we act, nigga? We all don't act like that.
I agree, Kyle. I'm just showing you his position. I'm not telling you whether I agree or disagree with him. I'm just showing you his position. He do care about black people because he's on black panels, and every time you hear him, he's talking about black this and black that. So he does. It's not like it's just the way that he conveys it that you might not like, because I don't like it either. And I've called him out for being a coon and participating in coon behavior. So I'm with you on that. But he does make good and valid points when he speaks. And not only that, I do believe that he does have a certain measure in love of black people.
I've been waiting. People keep saying this. People keep talking about his good and valid points, but I haven't heard one yet.
All right, let's keep listening. Let's keep listening to this bullshit.
Hey, what I would say,
stop it and make comments this time.
The only thing I'm saying is listen. This is what I'm used to. I'm used to anytime somebody say some bullshit, I'm used to Michael Fuller ripping their fucking head off. That's what I'm used to. That's what I was asking.
Oh, Mike, this about you, Mike. You didn't perform, Mike.
That's what I'm saying. I'm used to Michael Fuller tearing the motherfucking head off, and I was kind of shocked that he didn't rip that nigga head off yesterday for that shit that he was saying. I'm like, damn. I said normally Michael Fuller would go in on him.
You know why?
He said that ain't the
Mike. 90% of what he was saying was true. It was just what it was.
Yeah, I will say this. What I'm gonna say, man, the reason why I didn't do that, the reason why I do that is just Brandon Washington, he pretty much captured the money. I just said he captured it as well. Basically, I really think that the brother has a heart for our people. That's my opinion. But he's twisted. He's twisted. I think that he's seen all this madness and he's getting tired of it, and he's looking at the effect. Without really trying to see what the real cause is or understanding what the real cause is, right? And so, or the cause behind the effect. And I think that's what delivers people who are sick of seeing what we see, because I'm sick of it, right? And it'd be very easy for me to say, all our people are just straight ends. But I know that's a lie, because I come from a time where we wasn't living like this. We wasn't living like, when I grew up, we wasn't having drive-by shootings and all
Mike,
that.
you a product of it. That's how you know. When you ran down your credentials to him, I was listening to that show. When you ran, because he thought he knew something just by looking at Avatar. When you ran down your credentials to him crickets, because at the end of the day, it didn't fit his narrative with what he was trying to push and put our black people in the one boat. What he asked, what we don't want to do is, and he kind of alluded to it, he touched on it, but we don't want to deal with it because we know it's a real power behind that. When we start when we start looking at the problem and looking see who is behind the real problem and who's really pulling the strings, then we don't want to deal with that because it forces us to show that we cowards. Because he alluded to it, he alluded to Jewish people. Y'all heard it, but he didn't stay there. He alluded to it. The thing about it is we are cowards because we have seen, and it has been seared into our brain about certain subjects and certain entities that we don't want to take on. We saw Nick Cannon have to grovel because he made statements that were true about Jewish people, and we saw it. We see these people take people's careers, and we see how because you utter a word, you got to sell your basketball team. These are the things that's happening in this culture, and we see this, so we cowards because we don't want to deal with the real problem and the real people who are real enemy, like Mike said.
Yeah, really, when it comes down to it, you have to ask the question of why, right? When you see, and it's really a universal law.
Man, y'all copping, please, man. I'm disappointing you old heads, man. Come on. Come on. Hey, all that shit is nice. That don't excuse no man to call no young black kids N-words, period. I don't give a fuck about the background, the intent, the reasoning. You don't do it.
Yep. And not only that, you can't be dropping N-bombs in a league where, it's 70% black and their owners also.
Yeah, I
agree. I ain't standing up for them motherfuckers.
What's going on, in my opinion, is that the dude has not answered the questions of why, or he's too cowardly to answer the questions of why, right?
Okay.
And then factor that into his decisions, huh? And then factor that into his decisions.
If you negate the N-word part, what he was saying was facts.
It was. But
I agree with his points, like I told him. But you don't do that though. That's still like just because of that don't mean you're not gonna get packed out if you do that shit. Like when I show up at the school, like, yo, why'd you call my niece and nephew? Woo woo. I don't care what your excuse is gonna be. Well, I was trying to teach them lesson, because they ain't get the right education. That's cool. That's cool. Bop. That's it.
Two lessons then. They're gonna learn two lessons. Don't do that and don't act like that.
And then I whoop my kid's ass too. That's how you act in the class. But that's for me to do. But
yeah, y'all serious? Man, Max, how old are you? And Money, how old are you? I bet y'all both listen to this bullshit ass music and participate in this bullshit ass culture, but then y'all on the flip side, okay, all right, cool.
What?
All right.
Hey, Cal, so the reason why I didn't rip his head off, first of all, I don't ever rip anybody's head off, man. You never heard me cuss? Well, maybe once or twice.
No, yes, you do, Mike. Mike, you go hard, Mike. Mike, you don't went off on me before. Mike, you go hard.
Well, you never heard me cussing.
I'm not saying you be cussing.
You never heard me cussing. Somebody call somebody out of their name. I don't do that.
No, I'm not saying that's not just because.
Now you don't curse, but you real.
You don't listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to do that to rip somebody's head off, though. You ain't got. I'm saying you verbally whoop ass. You know what I'm saying? And you didn't verbally kick his ass last time like I thought you would. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my whooping came at the end when he was assuming a bunch of things about all black folks, like Brandon said, and he said I was sitting there smoking dope because I was black, and he said something.
He did say
something. He said something else.
Hold on, let me finish a little bit more of this. Let me finish this. I hear this.
Pause it when niggas want to talk about his goofy ass.
How educated you is. I know a lot of educated fools. Education don't make you smart.
Right.
Because when you make dumbass decisions, like what you're saying here, that don't show wisdom, brother.
Can I give a rebuttal when he's done? Sir?
No, let me finish, bro. Because you ramble for a whole minute here.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I give a rebuttal to you when you're done.
Yeah, because you the same guy that I crashed with before. And I apologize for crashing with you the way I did, because the way you came, I have never heard a black man speak. Because if they think this is something, you came a little harder the first time, disrespecting me and anyone who looked like us. And I'm saying to you, man, you say you on a mission from God. Listen, man, you have to know when you said to Max, now if it wasn't Max, it was Bird, that he would, she said it's a Bird, that he would throw out you, but he will accept the drug dealer. He would accept the bum on the corner. Well, hell, Jesus gravitated to the downtrodden, the prostitute, the wino. Jesus went to those who you say ain't nothing. But you say you were led by Jesus. Hold on, Jesus went to the ones who was in the muck, but you don't want nothing to do with the muck.
Stop
So
it, Kyle. That's a great point.
Who is this Jesus
That's
you
a
follow?
great point. That's a great point. What Deacon is basically
Is it a new
saying
one?
is, go ahead. Go ahead. This is a great point.
You coming, you trying to talk all educated, but like I said, I know a lot of educated fools. You're doing this here, and you do it. You're trying to be a shock jock, right? And saying things to try and propel you and set you up for white folks to embrace it. But guess what? When they see you, you're just another nigga. And even Don King told you he got real money, and he understands. He said, no matter how much money you accomplish, no matter how much success you accomplish, you still a nigga to these folks. So you can dismiss your own people all you want. See how far that gets you. Because at the end of the day, when it all come back, you're going to need your people. And they're going to remember this. They're going to remember this. Because right now, a lot of folks like you don't think that it'll come back. Don't
Bill
think that it'll
Cosby.
come back.
That's the Bill Cosby point.
But
Man, pause it, Kyle.
You put this kind of energy out in the air.
Man, Deacon is cooking. Deacon is cooking. What he's talking about is, man, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. What he's talking about, yes, you could talk about the downtrodden and the worst of us, but at the end of the day, where's the redeeming factor? Jesus went into they redeemed the people. Even when you talk about all the prophets, I don't mean to get religious, but I have to, because we the only ones that beat up on our people, and we discuss our people in the most disgusting ways, but we don't talk about the redemption of our people and making our people better. And we act as though all cultures ain't been through this. I just give you the Arabs, for example. In Islam, the Arabs went through something before they got a revelation from the Holy Quran of how they went through something called Jalabiyah, a time of darkness, where they were sleeping with their own daughters and sleeping with their aunties and their mothers and things like that. So when we look at ourselves, we got to understand that there is a redeeming factor, and that's what Deacon is talking about. And then when he talk about, yeah, you can get next to these people, that's when Bill Cosby, he probably didn't mean for that speech to come out, but he was talking down to his people and talking about the worst of how we are, but not talking about the redemption factor and what he was going to do to help redeem us. It just sounds like he was just talking down on us because he had a certain social status. But go ahead. I just want to say, I'm sorry.
But I keep hearing, that's what I'm hearing. I'm still waiting for this, like, these kernels of truth. Everything I've heard has been 100% bullshit.
It's bad.
Because we going forward from what we already listened to. We ain't starting over.
I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know how much of what he said we've listened to, but 100% of what we've listened to is bullshit.
I agree. So far, you right.
I was talking about the nigga. Hey, Cal, you got to start it over from the beginning, damn near, because mother.
Nah, man, hell no, man.
No.
This nigga.
Fuck that.
Man, we're going to get through what we can get through.
Whatever that
Go ahead, get
that we heard.
speed him up, Cal, till you see his icon light up.
That's what everybody really talking about is the shit that he really was talking about in the beginning about how he's calling them nigglets and all of that shit. And then he goes on a little bit back and forth. He has some little kernels of truth in there. That's why I say he has some little points, but I can't remember all of them.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is we're gonna stretch it out, and then I guess we'll wind it back in parts. But I want to kind of get through it first, and then we can kind of pick what we want.
Yeah, let's get through it, and y'all write down y'all points. So what y'all want, we'll go back to it.
How long is it? God, why we gotta listen to all of it? God damn.
It's
just speed him up, Cal. Just speed him up till you see his icon start lighting up. All right, okay, I'm gonna do that.
Speed it up till his icon light.
All right.
Believe me, it comes back. What you put out comes back to you. You don't have to believe it. You live long enough, and I'm a witness to you. I'm a witness to you. What you put out comes.
And there's people who are completely lost.
So who is this Jesus you follow?
Yeah. So there's nothing. I don't. I guess you think because you have an education that you're superior or whatever. I'm almost certain that I have 3 times as much education as you do. And if you want me to lay it out to you, I will. But the way you talk to folks, that's not right. I understand if you want to use shock value to get someone to get the young folks' attention, but then you immediately, out of love and appreciation for who they are as human beings, you try to change their mode of thinking and change their hearts through knowledge and wisdom, through education. The Bible talks about you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So when the truth shall make you free. So when you teach these kids the truth about what's going on around them, about the history of this country, the things they need to do and the reasons why, and that's the operative word too. When I talked about this before. As an educator, I don't know what your discipline is, but if you know anything about mathematics, science, then you know one of the universal laws is the laws of cause and effect, Newton's second law, right? And there's whatever we see, the realities that we see in our lives, there's always a reason behind. We see the effects, right?
I don't know
There's
what you're
always a
talking about, Mike
cause
Cooking,
to
just
the
for the
things that we
record.
see, and that's what you have to be willing to approach, attack, guys.
He cooking, yes, but how I'm used to him cooking, he cooking for sure, but he didn't cook him how I wanted him to cook him. How about that?
Man, he said it was cool. As long as he gave a lesson afterwards, it was cool to call them kids that. And y'all motherfuckers accept that shit. I don't want to hear another word about how you guys are offended by a word no matter who uses it. Because you guys literally just told me that. I don't even like my own people using the word. Blah, blah, blah. And then right here you said it's cool as long as they give a lesson after.
No, Mix. That's not what we saying, Mix. When
So
we
that is what Mike said himself out of his own mouth when me and him talk. And I told him I respect that.
Okay.
I said I respect that viewpoint. When you don't even like your own people using the word, then I can.
That's what I say.
Then I respect that you don't want me using. Then I can respect.
I don't use it. I don't use it,
and I respect it. And I ain't used it with you since you made that statement.
My
Brandon.
13-year-old son has never heard me use the word, and I've never heard him use the word. If he did, it would be a problem.
And I respect that. But now, when this dude say he told that, and he didn't just tell that to adults, he told that to middle school children. And now it's like, well, it's cool if you want to do that as long as you give a lesson. I thought we were standing on it. Ain't cool if nobody said it.
If he was teaching my son, Mix, if he was teaching my son, and my son would have come home and told me that his teacher called him a nigga, I would have went up to the school, and me and his teacher would have had a conversation about why did he call my son a nigga, and we would have had that conversation. That wouldn't have not been addressed because that's not something that goes on in my son's universe, and I'll just leave it like that as far as I know in the household. Now, when they get out into the world, into school, their behavior becomes that of society a lot of times. The only thing I do is teach him better, and I bet not hear him use the word. But none of us approve of that, Mix, and stop doing that.
You just said he approved of it as long as there's a lesson behind it.
No, I did not. What I said was, can you guys hear me? I don't know if you can hear me or not, but anyway. No, I told him that I didn't like the way he was talking to the kids. That's what I told him. I told him I didn't think that was right. And, but I did say, I've actually, like, when I was raising my son's grown now. But when I was raising my son, sometimes I had to say stuff to him that I didn't necessarily want to say to him, but I had to say it to him to get his attention. I had to say to him to get his attention. And then when I got his attention, then I was able to pour into him the knowledge that he needed to go forth and do good things. But sometimes you got to put that shock value on kids to get their attention. It's the same thing here. That's what I'm saying.
but it don't seem like he was giving anything behind.
Yeah, right. Right. So if that is the kernel of truth, that sometimes for some kids you must use shock value. Okay, fine. But as a teacher in a classroom, racial slurs ain't the way to go. Not ever.
We finally agree on something. Smoke this shit.
I didn't agree with what he said, and but I could live with that. I could live with that if it gave the shock value that was necessary to open up those kids' minds and get their attention, so that he can pour into them and give them what they need, the knowledge they needed, the truth they needed about what the realities that they face, in order to get them on the right track, to change their mental and spiritual disposition. That's what I was concerned about. Because the bottom line is, my dad said some stuff to me growing up that I won't even repeat. But he's a hell of a dude. He's a hell of a dude. My dad's a hell of a dude, man.
Right. So the question is, do we throw the guy away? Right. Sorry.
I owe it to him. The shock value that he used in my life to get my attention, so that he could direct me in the right path. I owe my life to that man.
Right. So the issue isn't like whether or not shock value works. He used the tools that he understood at the time. Maybe you needed shock value. Maybe another method would have worked just as well and wouldn't have been shocking, but he just didn't know how to use it. But the issue, I think, like
that could be a fact too. Get your smoke.
Yeah. For me, this entire thing about like shock value and like how do you raise children and all this other stuff, like, to me, this puts, I feel like, an onus again on the system. Because I don't want to, like you said, your dad, he had the tools available to him. You don't want to throw him away. He was a great guy. So maybe this guy, Chaotic, is a good teacher, otherwise a good teacher. And he just needs to have a better framework at which to present his lessons and how to control his classroom. So, yeah, I mean, it could be a systemic thing. Or maybe he's just a horrible teacher and he needs to be excised. Don't know. But something's got to change, because that's not the correct mentality to have as a teacher, as a molder and a shaper of young minds, to reinforce negative stereotypes in vulnerable groups.
If that's all he's doing is leaving them with, calling them that, and he's not using that as a teachable moment, then no, I don't agree with him. I told him that.
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Even if he is using it as a teachable moment, you don't do that.
How is reinforcing negative stereotypes going to be a teachable moment in children?
What I'm trying to say is that, and I mentioned that to him, that when you use that word in that way, or any way, basically, but when you use it, that tears them down, right? That tears them down. But I mean, sometimes you got to tear people down to build them up. And as long as there's for instance, as long as there is a build-up period, and that build-up period is defined by giving them knowledge and truth that's going to allow them to see the environment they're in, understand it, and respond in kind in order to be successful in the environment. But if you're not feeding them what they need to actually have a change in mindset, a change in spiritual makeup, once you do have their attention, then you're not doing anything but being another part of the system, which calls them niggas every day anyway. Okay?
Right.
Every
That's what I'm saying. So how do you make it a teachable moment? I'm still not hearing how they...
I just said it, man. I just said you make it a teachable moment.
How? I'm asking how.
I just said it. Listen, when you get their attention by saying something shocking like that, and it does break them down, right? You get their attention, and then you build them back up with knowledge and the truth, which gives them wisdom about the environment they're in, and why they need to change their behaviors, and why they need to change their attitudes, their spiritual mental makeup, so they can deal effectively with this system and don't become a victim of it.
Mike is correct. All right. But Chaotic Truth didn't do that, Mike. You are 100% correct.
It's also impossible to do it from what you're talking about. Like these two things.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, they are. And let me explain. Please let me explain.
Okay.
Right? Like
the idea. It's not impossible to get the smoke.
No, I'm telling you. I'm saying it is. It is not impossible. It's self-defeating on its face. Because there's no place that you can go to that says, like, I am going to be able to get your attention by using a racial slur to tear you down, and then going to build you up from that place. Because the teachable moment is you are that thing. And now all you're going to teach them is how everybody else is going to respond to you if you don't go along with what I'm telling you. But all you're doing is, maybe there's something that people should read, like How to Build an Ideal Slave. Because what he's doing and what you're describing is the process of building an ideal slave. First, you tell them they're inferior, and then you give them a version of themselves that is palatable, that will lead to their success in your classroom. Is really what he's saying.
That's true.
No,
that's a fact.
I don't agree with that.
That's true.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree
That's
with
a
that.
fact. Hey, one thing I get to smoke, you are correct. You got to yield to that.
He's right. He's right.
I don't agree with that. Here's the reason why.
Because wait, hold on, Mike.
Because they would make you wrong.
Because Mike, because the reason I say he's right is because the subconscious programming that they're receiving every day from the music they're possibly listening to, like Brandon just said before, I don't allow my son to say that word. So I guarantee you Brandon doesn't allow his son to listen to the music that perpetuates the same thing that they identify themselves as.
That's a fact.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying to you, man. The reason why I'm saying that sometimes you have to use shock value, and I don't necessarily agree with how he used it, using the word. I don't agree with that. But the bottom line is, if you can actually open someone's mentality up to break them down, because here's the thing. You have to sometimes, well, a lot of times you have to break people down in order to build them up. And if any of you guys ever been in the military, you know what that's
true.
Especially if you were in the Marine Corps or pretty much any boot camp. If you went to boot camp, you understand that the first thing they do is take everything you own and give you something that they want you to have. They shave your head and they get to commence to digging in your rear end until you understand that you're in an environment that you ain't shit. That environment, they rule that environment. But then what ends up happening is they build you up. Once they tear you all the way down to bare bone, then they build you up and make you into what you need to be in order to be successful in that organization.
Yes,
no, they make you what they want you to be.
That's the
in the
ideal
military.
slave. That's literally what you describe as the
They
process
make you
of making
into
an
what
ideal
they
slave.
want you to be, which is a
That's
soldier that is programmed to take instructions to be exactly what they want you to be. So that's not true, Mike. Exactly
No,
what you
I
said.
just said that. I agree with what you're saying. That's what I
Okay.
said. They make it so that you can be successful within that organization. In order to be successful within an organization, you got to be what they want you to be.
I agree.
Understand? Okay, so
And that's what he's telling him, and that's what he's doing. He's reinforcing the white supremacist paradigm. That's it.
Yeah, he's basically practicing it in blackface. That's all he's doing.
That particular way of dealing with young folks or dealing with anyone that you want to change their psychological mental makeup, that can be used for evil and that can be used for good.
But you don't use that word.
Hey man,
And also, there's no good way. Listen, like anybody who is breaking you down to build you up, that's always evil. That's an evil practice for an evil end.
Here's the thing, my dad, man, he broke us down on a regular basis. If you didn't do what the hell he told you, if you didn't do what he told you to do, he was gonna whoop that ass. You understand? He break you down, but then he built.
That don't work every time, Mike. I did that. I have a 21-year-old daughter. Even though she's self-sufficient, she's out on her own. That still leaves certain baggage. That I don't believe that works.
But I'm saying that
because I have a 13-year-old and I'm not raising him like that, and I can see the difference. So yes, it may get the desired results, but it will leave baggage, and I don't know if
breaking people down is not a good thing. I don't understand why. Listen, it is a good thing if you have an evil fucking end in mind. Then it becomes a means to an end, because what you're trying to do is make conform somebody else's will to your agenda. That's all you're fucking doing. That is evil. That is a way to describe evil to me, at least.
Discipline is something that always in nature. It breaks down the people who receive it.
No. That's because they call abuse discipline. Discipline is not that.
What is discipline?
Discipline is discipline is an internal process for which you can in which you sacrifice certain impulses to achieve a goal that you set for yourself. Not that somebody puts you upside the fucking head so you behave in the way that they want you to.
That's from a mature mind. That's not from someone who's developing.
That's what discipline. What it is abusers have tried to package their abuse in terms that don't apply. That is not discipline, bro. That is just abuse. That's all that is.
For a developing mind, discipline comes from external. That's an external process that eventually
Yeah,
becomes internal.
but
But
Mike, I don't believe you have to
the
hit a
boundaries that are
human
set,
being. You don't have to hit a human being,
the
or I
boundaries.
don't believe you have to
Okay,
do
so
certain
be it.
tasks. I believe
But
that's a
discipline has
European
to take
You definitely don't have to
discipline.
call 12 to
Discipline has to take
15-year-old
place.
little black kids N-words. That's what you definitely don't ever have to do. So I don't know why we moving off the fucking point. The point is he called a bunch of kids that shit as a shock value. Cool. I believe in the shock value things too. Yeah, get their attention, snag, whatever. Do some shit. But not that. There's certain things you don't do. You also don't punch him in the fucking face or kick him in the balls. Like, there's certain things you just don't fucking do. It's calling, and it's just, I'm very surprised by your reaction to this, Mike, because I thought you was gonna come through swinging. We saved you for last.
Why we
Yeah,
don't act like these kids are not off the fucking hook like this? These kids are fucking dangerous and crazy as fuck. Why are we playing? These kids are fucking off the chain.
Why?
Because he said they come from single fucking mother fucking homes.
Why?
Off
Why?
the hook, emotional,
Why?
just running rampant.
Why?
Passes them off.
Let's keep going. Why?
Checks their ass. Now it's a big problem. It's an issue. He did. It's wrong. Okay, we over it. But whatever the fuck he said after that, the reason was right. It's fucking.
What was his reasoning? What was the reasoning? Money. What was his reasoning after that?
They said they were acting crazy as fuck.
Why?
Crazy as fuck.
Let me say this. This is an analogy I want to paint for you guys in regards to why I approached this guy in the way that I did. I didn't agree with him in regards to the words that he was using. I told him that. I told him it was wrong. If he didn't use that moment, that shock value, as a moment to help change those kids, their minds and their mental and spiritual dispositions. I told him that. Now, I look at it as this is the analogy that I will make. Just say you come to a fork in a road, right? You come to a fork in a road, and you can either go to the right or you can go to the left. There's someone standing there at that fork. They know that if you choose that right road, the road that goes off to your right, then you will certainly die when you take that road to the right. So what they do is they realize that there's, they may put some glass down on the road and then take your shoes from you, where you got to walk barefooted on glass to walk down that road. Now that seems very harsh. Right? But the bottom line is, once you take a couple steps on that glass, you're gonna change directions and choose that right road that leads your life to success. So those few moments of pain, those few moments of disappointment, of emotional, physical turmoil that you may have to go through, are worth it if that turns you away from that path of death. And so with this brother telling them NIGGERs, right? I don't like it. But at the same time, if he's using it for the right reason, which is to turn their behaviors, get their attention, turn their behaviors and their mindsets towards something positive, where they can navigate this system that they're all going to face. I can live with that. It's not the best situation. It's not. But if his heart's in the right place and he's doing that. Now, the problem I had with him, I never heard him talk about taking the second step after that and using knowledge, wisdom, and truth impartation to change the mental and spiritual disposition of those children. I never heard him talk about that. I heard him continue to talk in a demeaning way. And what pissed me off when he said this whole idea of being superior, that's what pissed me off. Because here's the deal, man. By the grace of God, there go I. I can run down a whole bunch of, you guys heard me run down my resume just briefly. I could talk about that, but you know what? I already know, man, because where I came from. I know that was God's grace. It was hard work and discipline and all that, but I wouldn't have been able to do that without God. You understand? And so when he came with this whole superiority mentality, that's what pissed me off, because that's a mentality of an oppressor. You have to be able to look at any man that walks this planet and see his common humanity. I don't give a damn what phase or what state of life that he's in. He could not have a nickel in his pocket, holes in his shoes, dirty clothes on, but you need to be able to look at him and empathize with his situation and ask the question, why? That's when you create a mature mentality.
That's what you just heard me saying, Mike. Why, right?
Yeah,
I agree.
Exactly. So you have to elevate to that point where you say, okay, I'm through with just looking at the effect. I want to figure out the causes behind what we're experiencing, and look at the forces behind what we're experiencing, the causes of what, and that's when you take the step of mature intellectual disposition. And it really comes down to coming in touch with your mortality. As you get older, you're going to come in touch with your mortality and realize we all here, but just a minute, man. We passing through. We
Michael,
passing through.
I agree with some things you said, Michael, but I disagree on a lot of things you said. Just using the N word on kids to get, I guess you said, to get their attention. No two children are alike. Everybody's an individual, right? We're all multifaceted. What may work for one child is not going to work for the other. And if you want to get somebody's attention, you need to sit down on one-on-one. You just don't have a whole bunch of kids together and just start calling them the N words. And as a leader, if anybody's ever been in the military, you know, as a leader, the thing is teach, coach, and mentor. And that's not teach, coaching, and mentoring. That's just antagonizing, and that's degrading. That's dehumanizing somebody. That's, you know, is the demagoguery kind of things that, you know, Black men always face every day. So yeah, I mean, no, that's not the right approach. Now, I mean, if it works on one child, then by all means, but it's not going to work on all kids, and that's not the way you're going to reach a whole bunch of young Black men, you know, youth, is by sitting them all down and calling them a bunch of N-words. What is that accomplishing? Like, I don't know, like, what is that accomplishing? And then you're talking about, like, you know, beatings and stuff like that. That came from slave masters. We wasn't beating our children in Africa. We started learning that from the slave owners. You know, that, you know, beating, you know, instills the so-called discipline. I agree with Get the Smoke said. That does not install discipline. That installs fear. And if your child fears you, that's a whole different problem. That's a whole different aspect. Because fear leads to what? Hate. So I don't think anybody wants somebody to fear them, your child to fear you. Respect, yes, but not fear. And you talking to people like that, I wouldn't have no respect for somebody to set me down and call me like a bunch of B words. I would have no respect, like zero. And I'm damn sure not, you know, I'm not probably gonna fear you for the most part. It depends on, you know, how you're raised. But yeah, that's not how you're gonna reach. Every child is different. Teach one, is that the thing they say? Yeah. You just gotta, each child you gotta take, you know, one at a time. You can't put, you know, nobody's, we're not a monolithic people. I mean, I'm sorry, yeah, we're very monolithic people. That's what I'm saying. We're very monolithic people. We're not like, you know, we're not crabs in a barrel. That's all I gotta say.
Look, I'll say this. A lot of Black people have to understand this. Some of our people have been indoctrinated with white supremacy and they practice it. And we have to stop acting like some of our people don't practice it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that I can listen to Chaotic Truth a bunch of times and not understand what he's saying. Some of it may be true, but Chaotic Truth is doing shock value, and I believe he practices some white supremacy.
Correct.
And I believe, and I believe what we're seeing is an outgrowth of many of our people that are very comfortable with doing that. Now, I can say that there's a problem with single motherhood in the community, but there's also single motherhood throughout the nation. But the problem is if we're going to look at this correctly, is typically what we're seeing is that Black people are reacting to things differently than other people because they're at the bottom of a caste system. And people don't understand that they are at the bottom of the caste system. Black people believe that because one person made it, all Black people can make it. It doesn't work like that. Especially when you have no basis of a culture. Everybody likes to compare Black people to Asians or somebody else that came over, but there's not a cultural perspective that Black people use to quote unquote get married, have rites of passages. We don't have that in America. Black people don't use that. It's totally rejected, especially by the women. So you can't say and compare that to other groups of people and say, this will work if we did this. Yes, you can say it, but it has to be accepted by the people first.
Well, also you have to understand the process of becoming white in America, right? It's an immigrant country, right? So you have to go through that process. And what you're talking about when it comes to the individual's experience versus the group circumstance, like the group experience, right? Yeah, yes, there will be certain black people will be able to thrive, and the system is even designed for a certain number of people, right, individuals, to thrive in that system. But in order for them to do that, they have to assimilate into the actual paradigm, right, into the zeitgeist of the system. So you get people like this whole idea about black people not being a monolith. We have black supremacists, people who think black is better than everything else, and everyone else, white people are inherently evil, or Chinese, everybody else is inherently evil. Only black people are righteous. But then you also have black people who are white supremacists, who they actually have adopted and assimilated into the system of white supremacy. And that's what this guy is. Like, he thinks that the way that the white people view that, the way that they've organized it, they are the power brokers within the system. They've organized the system. They've designed and defined the system. So what you need to understand as black children, how to engage with it through their lens. And that's what he's teaching. He's teaching them how to be inferior in a white supremacist system.
KP, I gotta address something. What do you mean by mainly the black women reject? What do mainly black women reject? Please do
Okay,
one last thing before I get that, because my last thing is about that. The idea of the nuclear family, that the destruction of the nuclear family, has totally coincided with women having more self-determination for their own lives. So that power dynamic that used to exist in the nuclear family when it was strong has now been eroded because it was unequal to begin with. So it needed reformation. It doesn't need to be thrown out, maybe, or maybe not. It seems like our children are having worse outcomes, so maybe they need to negotiate that power dynamic. But like to call it, like, to put racism on top of it, I think I don't know. I don't know if that actually addresses the core issue.
Hey, Smoke. I gotta apologize. Smoke, I gotta apologize to you, bro. You know why?
No idea, but I think it's gonna be funny. Hey, I'll do it, man. Don't just act like the dude slapped me and then took my bike. Come on, man. That's not even close to what the fucking story was about. I rode home on my bike. Thank you very much.
Hey,
anyway,
he was talking all that gun shit, got kicked in his chest, man.
But now back to you, KP. Please address that, because last time I checked, don't seem like you're a woman to me, a black woman at that. So please do address that. I would like to hear this information.
Ask your question again.
About being a black woman.
Ask your question again.
Can you address what you mean mainly black women reject this idea? Please do address that, because last time I checked, you're not a black woman. You've never been a black woman. So please do enlighten me on what a black woman likes to reject. I'm here to listen.
Okay. I'm about to answer your question. So what you're saying is this. If you stop interrupting, I can answer the question. Okay, so you asking me, basically what I'm saying is this, is if the men say we're going this way and we reject these things, most of the women in this culture accept those things from the white supremacist system. They reject the leadership that the men want to bring to the families. If you think I'm lying, look at the single mother rate.
Let me say something real fast though, right? So you're saying that we need to follow the leader, right? So the man is the leader. That's what you're telling me, right? That's what you're telling me.
Go ahead, you can go ahead. I'm not saying that.
I'm asking the question. Is that what you're telling me? That's what you're trying to convey to me, that the man is the leader, and as a woman, it's our job to follow you?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's what you're saying? I'm asking, I want to get this together, so I don't want to make no mistakes.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where do you get that from, that the man is the leader and we have to follow y'all? I mean, where does this ideology come from? That sounds like some European white supremacy right there to me. That's very much sexism at its finest. So
okay, so I will allow. Hold on, stop, Destiny. I will allow you to lead. And where are you taking us? Tell me where you're taking us.
Different things, sir, but let's not have no broad. That's a very broad question. Let's not be ridiculous. No, you answer my question. Where do you get this ideology from, where a man is supposed to be the leader and we have to follow?
Okay, stop. I'm ready to answer. If you let me answer, please slow down. Slow down. We don't got to talk that fast. Slow down.
I'm not talking fast. You're hearing slow. I'm slow. I'm talking slow. You need to catch up. So do answer.
Okay, I'm trying to answer, but you keep interrupting every time I say anything. Okay, let's go. This is it. If the man is the stronger of the two mammals, right? Why wouldn't you follow the man? Or do you want to compete with the man for the leadership? Is that what you're saying? Or do you feel like you should be the leader because you're the woman? How do you want this to work out? Tell me.
Okay, so you're saying the man is stronger because he has what strong? He's physically stronger, so that makes him stronger.
So we're gonna go through all these semantics. Come on.
Semantics. It's not semantics. It's actual like real questions because usually the one who outthinks is usually the stronger one. Just because you are naturally stronger does not mean that you're a smarter person or you're able to lead because you have more brute strength. That is absolutely asinine, and it's this whole concept.
Okay, so in this concept, Destiny, do you submit that you should be the leader then? If you should be the leader, then we will follow you. And where are we following you to?
What I said is I asked you a question because what is your concept is completely asinine. It's based off of European sexism. That's exactly what it was. Because in Africa, before we interacted with those Europeans, we had pharaohs. We did not have kings and queens. We had pharaohs. A woman was a pharaoh. A man was a pharaoh. They didn't have a big ass throne for the so-called king and a little ass one for a queen. No, we were equal. Okay. Everybody ruled equally. Now we have this whole ideology now that the man is, oh my God, let me get down and praise, all praise to you, God. That's your ideology because you're saying we don't want to follow a man. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's follow the way that it's been going for the last 50 years and where are we ending up? I'm asking you that question.
Let's follow the way it's been going for the last 50 years. Okay, the last 50 years, y'all black asses been going to prison at an astronomical rate. That's what the hell's been going on. Y'all been leaving the homes, going to prison at astronomical rates.
Okay, since we're gone, we're gone. You're leading. Where are we going?
What do you mean, where are we going?
You're leading now. You're the woman king. Where are we going?
What do you mean where are we going now? Because that has nothing to do with the woman leading. We're not leading. Black women are not leading anything at this point. If you're trying to, you're trying to be condescending, but you're not making any sense. Because I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
No, I'm not trying to be condescending because you're fighting me on a point of who's the leader and who's not the leader. No, I'm not doing that. No, because I let you talk for a long time. Nope, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. Nope, I'm not doing it because you've been over talking me all this time. Nope, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it because you've been over talking me all this time.
I know where women are leading us to.
To bullshit.
Our rate is high as hell. Divorce rates are high as hell, and it's just a whole bunch of bullshit that is going on right now. Behind a bunch of dudes are being led by women.
That is not true. That has nothing to do with black people. The reason why
that's just facts. That has something to do with all women.
No, it has nothing to do with all women. The reason why the black community is extremely weak right now is because of integration. Integration is what destroyed the black family. You're fucking welcome. Why don't y'all Google that shit?
Well, here's the thing.
That's why Malcolm X said what he said. We're not ready to integrate. He said we as a people, we're not ready to integrate. We're barely coming out of slavery. He knew we were not ready.
She does not stop talking, y'all.
Here's the thing.
She ain't gonna stop.
Well, she gonna be single for long.
Here's one thing, man. You can tell, and no disrespect, but you can tell the way that she's speaking, and with black men on this panel, that our women don't have any respect for us.
Not at all.
I mean, you just tell. I mean, just even the way she's talking, you can see, you can hear it, and when it's all said and done, I think we talk about the mass incarceration rates. Unfortunately, a lot of that, a significant portion of that is because our women have taken a stance against the men who father their children. A lot of 85%. A lot of these cats are in prison. Not all of them, of course. Maybe not even most of them, but a good percentage of them are in prison because of the stance that their woman/wife has taken against them on the side of a system that is looking to incarcerate them. And so that's just, because you have black women that call, I'm not saying that this happens all the time, but it does happen a lot, call authority and police on their men just out of spite because they know that, that particular demographic is being almost hunted down by this system. And, we know that prisons are traded on Wall Street as we speak. I talked about the other day how 70% of private prisons, and they're all being traded on Wall Street. 70% of them have contracts with state and federal governments that require those state and federal governments to maintain 97% occupancy in those prisons. And if they don't have that prison 97% full at any given time, there's millions, tens of millions of dollars worth of fines that are levied on state and federal government. So state government. So here's the thing. We have, as a result of this prison industrial complex and the system that's in place right now, we have entered a second re-enslavement period. And at the end of the day, a second re-enslavement period here in America. And at the end of the day, Black women play a huge part in putting their men up for capture.
That is so
Right, so hold on a second. I just got to jump in this whole thing, right? So the industrial prison complex cannot exist off of just Black people. It's actually the war on the poor. And this is like the third, and even then it would be like the third or fourth re-enslavement of Black people in America, not the second one. That happened like after Reconstruction, like 10 years after slavery ended. The re-enslavement of Black people, like sharecropping and all that other stuff. I'm not even going to get into all that stuff, but I'm going to tell you just on this panel, I have heard all kinds of disrespect towards Black women, towards every kind of woman, actually. The idea that it's just like Destiny Black is like the personification of what's wrong with the nuclear family. It could be, but I think I think they're both dancing around it, is the power dynamic has shifted. And how do you share that thing? Are you supposed to have some inherent, like, are you supposed to be inherently the leader because you're a man? Or can a man follow a woman without that being like, without his manhood being questioned?
Yo, we just sat here and we just heard Destiny or whatever disrespect KP the whole time. She wouldn't let him talk. She wouldn't let.
I'm not saying that she isn't. I'm just telling you. I've been on a thing with Mex for days now about how how I think he's disrespectful to women.
Here's why I said when I said second re-enslavement period, I'm saying that the magnitude of what's going on now rates it as a second, and we all know about chain gang, sharecropping, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, it's the magnitude, right? I'm saying like even right now the magnitude.
Well, let me say this: the magnitude now. Back in the 1980, there are about 329,000 people total that were in prison, locked up. Now there's over 2.2 million people in prison in the United States. Now, when you look at and you say it's a war on the poor, of course it is. But I'm saying unequal percentage of Black people are falling victim to this. Here's the statistics. Okay.
No, I know. I don't
disagree with you. Let me finish. So you got 14%, 14% of the nation's population is Black. Okay. So that means about 6.5% to 7% of the nation's population is Black male. You cut that in half and say those are the number of Black males who are of the age that they can go into that system, into the prison's pipeline, right? I'm not talking about the below 17. So yes, half of that. So hold on. So half of that. So you're talking about so you're talking about 3 to 3.5% of the nation's population. 3 to 3.5% of the nation's population is Black men that are of the age that they can be imprisoned. Right now, 3 to 3.5%. But
how many of those people are poor?
Hold on. But
I know, but you just asked right. You're doing a deep dive into the numbers.
I got one more thing to say.
Let him finish, man. Let him.
But we make up 35 to 40% of the folks in prison, locked up. Black men make up anywhere from 35 to 40% of the people who are locked up, but we only make up 3.5% of the population that's old enough to be locked up.
Correct. How much of that percentage?
So how could you say it's not? How could you say?
Because I told you the war on the poor. How many Black people are below the poverty line versus the rest of people in America? We are disproportionately poorer than everybody. Of course, we're disproportionately going to be represented in the prison population that wars on the poor.
But get this smoke. You will continue to be poor. You will continue to be poor if you are put in a disadvantaged position by somebody choosing not to choose a father that's wait, slow down. I didn't get to finish it. By somebody choosing not to choose a father that's responsible.
All right, choosing to not choose a father that's responsible. I'm not like to me. If that was the only
I
issue,
give it
right?
to,
Like,
hold on,
if
hold
every,
on. Let me explain it to you before you go.
No,
Let me
I
explain it to
don't
you before
need.
you
I
go.
don't need the explanation.
Hold
No,
on, let me explain this point to you before
okay,
you
go
go,
ahead.
because this happened in real life. This happened to me. This is an in-law. My
Uh-huh.
wife was out with her family member. Family member says she don't like quote unquote nice guys. What does she mean by that? She brings the opposite of that. So by selecting the opposite of the nice guy, she got what she got, and now she has to live with that decision.
Right. So if the issue is right, what you're saying, the issue confronting the nuclear family is women making poor decisions, not men behaving poorly.
Predominantly, yes, because they are allowed to make decisions that they're not held accountable for.
Right.
Yes.
So now, so the issue with the black family is women being allowed to make decisions.
Hey, can I? You know what? Can I say something? I mean, I'm not, and just going back to the beginnings. I'm not trying to disrespect women or anything like that. I mean, I love my woman. You know, so no question, and I take care of her. I make sure she's got the things she needs. You know, I don't disrespect. I don't disrespect women or black women or have anything against black women. But I also think that my woman is very special in that I don't ever have to worry about my woman. I don't believe I ever, women are just like the lady was saying, women are they're thinking all the time. So you'll never really know who you're with. But the bottom line is I don't believe that my woman I'd have to come home and my woman's call the police or something because we got in an argument. Because she understands that we live in a system that, once they call the police, especially if they're coming to your household in some states in your black household, somebody's going to jail. And then you're in
Yeah,
that
but
system.
the issue is how long you're going to stay in jail. Is it based on your economics, though?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that when it's said and done, there has to be structure, right? There has to be structure in the family, and the things that we see now. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm gonna take it all the way back, right? Adam was in the garden way before Eve was there, but he never. I mean,
What if
that's
you
just the
don't
bottom
think
line.
that? What if you don't think there's ever a garden or Adam and Eve?
Thank
How
you.
is that supposed to help me?
Okay, so let's not even talk about that. I'll just take it back a couple of decades ago. A couple of decades ago, when I was growing up, we wasn't aborting 300,000 babies, 300,000 black and brown babies every year. You understand?
We're not doing
Right
it now,
now
neither.
in the United States, right
We're not
now
doing
in the
it
United
either.
States, right now in the United States, we're aborting 300,000
No, that is just not true. I'm
black
sorry.
and brown babies every
No,
year.
I'll just quiet and let y'all talk. I'm gonna say my little piece. I'm gonna let you go back to your BS. But another thing you mentioned, you said about child support, right? 24% of black women put black men on child support. You know, out of that 24%, how many actually collects? Try like 8 or 9%. Versus 48% of white women who put their men on child support, where something like 36 or 38% of them actually collect on their child support. So that's a misnomer there with that whole child support thing. Another misnomer that you were just talking about: 300,000 black people black women are having abortions,
Black
right?
and
But
brown
now
babies.
you complain, but y'all complain about single black mothers. That's one thing. Y'all complain about single black mothers, right? Oh no, that's so wrong. She should not be a single black mother. Because black men have no roles in that at all. No, men have no role in that at all. If she becomes a single, but she has an abortion, then she's
Never
wrong.
said that.
But another lie that you're telling is not majority of black women that's having abortions. It's majority of white people that's having abortions. That's the reason why they keep
I
doing
didn't,
the Supreme Court law. That's
Why
why
you
they're doing
I
all
didn't
this
say anything about
stuff.
majority. What I
why you
said
so
was
worried about
300,000 black and brown babies
That is not
are.
true, though. That is simply
Look
not
it
true.
up. It's on the. You can
yeah?
look it up.
Look it
Sorry,
up,
Anybody,
Destiny.
that's not true.
anybody
Right.
that's on this panel, anybody that's on this panel, look up the number of black and brown
I don't
babies
know.
that are aborted in
I
this
don't
country.
like if the number was 30 instead of 300,000. I think your issue would be the same thing, right? Like you don't want black babies being aborted. So the question
300
becomes, right? The question becomes,
300,000.
right?
What
Wait,
I'm trying to.
if it's 3 million, would you be like 10 times more pissed? No. If it's 30,000, would you be 10 times less pissed? No. The number is irrelevant. Actually, it's immaterial. You just
That's
don't
not
want
true.
black people to get. You just don't want black people to be okay. So when there's 100,000, it'd be okay.
What I'm saying is, when you look at a number like that, then what you're looking at is an epidemic. That's what you're looking at.
No, okay,
That's
whatever.
where it's
So
at.
it's
It's at the
right.
phase.
So the issue,
It's at the phase.
so the issue
That's
is
what you're
why are
looking at.
people? The
You're
issue
looking
becomes
at.
why are
You're
people
looking at.
having a book?
You're looking at when it reaches those numbers, based on the numbers of black people that are in this country. you're looking at genocide. That's what you're looking at.
Right. And the thing about if you think that people if you think people determining to have an abortion equals genocide, then we just have a different. I don't know by any definition that would actually be the case. But my point to you is the reason why people are having abortions seems to be an economic one, right?
You tell me.
Maybe that, or it could be also incest or rape. There's a lot of
All right, so
that very rarely happens. That very rarely happens.
No, I got you. So that's why we wouldn't outlaw.
That's like 1% of like.
No, I got you. So I'm just talking about the average.
Look at the statistics.
Okay, so do you think that the reason why the numbers are so big?
Real fast. Let me say this real quick though. We went from race to abortion. But go ahead.
Right. So yeah. So if you don't think the reasons are economic, what do you think the reasons are people choosing to have abortions are?
I don't. You know what? It doesn't really matter what the reason
never really
is.
Know.
What I'm looking at.
You don't know. All of a sudden, we don't know. It's just
birth
you're gonna.
control. They use a lot of people using it as birth control.
I mean,
if you don't
be
know
more
the root
responsible.
cause, if you don't know the root cause, how are you going to fix it?
What I'm looking at, sir, what I'm looking at is not so much the whether it's done for economics. I'm not looking at that. What I'm looking at is the overall state of the failure of the moral code and direction and standards in our people. That's what I'm looking at. Okay? And I'm looking at that as a direct. I'm looking at that as a direct.
Let her go, Mike. Let her go, Mike. She want to tell you how she don't want standards. Let her
All right. So hold on a second. Is it amoral to have an abortion if you cannot afford to raise a child? If you don't have the resources to raise a child?
Give it up for adoption.
Yes, it is.
Great. Then that's where your issue is. Your issue is just with abortion. It has nothing to do with our people.
That is my issue.
You're taking a life. You're taking a life that you're taking another human being's life, man. That's what you're doing.
Right. I got it. I don't agree. I literally don't agree with what you're saying. Right.
These babies are being aborted in the third trimester. Okay.
So if they weren't being aborted in this, but even if they're being aborted in this first trimester, you'd still be saying the same thing. You keep making these determinations like it makes a difference to your overall opinion.
What I'm trying to say, sir, I'm trying to show the depth of the immoral nature of this system. These merchants of death. These merchants of death.
To give abortion in the third trimester, sir. That is illegal. Nobody's giving abortions in the third trimester. There's no state in America that would allow anybody to have
in California, yes, you can. In California, yes, you can.
That's not true.
Are you just arguing with feelings right now, Destiny?
Okay, so let's just pull it up. Let's just pull up the abortion in California, see if you can get one in the third trimester.
What I'm going to say is this. I'm going to say the merchants of death that make money. Planned Parenthood is selling baby tissue and organs. You don't know that?
Right.
They've been doing it.
Yes, because America's a merchant of death. Yes, we make money off of death. We profit off of death.
Let me say this. What I'm trying to say when I mention the numbers, the magnitude at which this has happened, I'm trying to say one thing. One thing that I'm trying to say is that it has to do with the state of the moral code, direction, and standards in our people. That's one.
Yes, thing. I totally agree. But so what?
It has degraded. Now, let me say this. And the other thing
degraded.
is this.
When you said degraded,
that has occurred lock and step with this women's lib movement. That somehow black women don't hold on. Somehow black women don't feel that they need to be in proper place with a black man. They don't feel they need place. As it's helped me.
Right. So basically, like, what you want is a slave. And you're mad that women have fun.
When did help me become a slave, bro?
Okay, I'm sorry. When was it not?
Wait, hold on. Let me say this.
Here's the thing, man.
Hold on, Mike. Mike, let me say this. Mike, let me say this because we let you. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
I want to know, when did black men ever treat black women the same way that white men treated white women? Because I've never seen it, and I never heard those fucking stories.
Now,
don't get now.
Now,
oh, this is a joke. This is a joke. See, See, there you go.
Is that a joke? Okay, it's a joke. Okay, cool. Because I was about to say, like, bro, like, are you for real? Do I have to give you like books about how you shouldn't hit a woman with a stick that's thicker than your thumb? Like done by a black man for the black community, a doctorate, like in the 70s. Like, man, the way that we have come a long way in the way that men treat both women and children. We used to fuck them up with impunity.
Bro, I would say that was not regularly practiced by most black men.
I know it's not right, but that's a coping mechanism. You don't know that for a fact. You just feel that way because you don't want to confront the reality.
I didn't say I feel. I said I don't believe that happened.
I understand, but it's not a belief. You don't need to believe it. All you need to do is look at the empirical data to see if what you're saying is right, and it's not.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think.
No, it doesn't. Because it doesn't. I know because it doesn't go with what you feel like you wanted to hear. Anyway, all I'm telling you is this: in the last 50 years, we've come like women and children have made huge strides in their own self-determination and their own body, like what they want to do with their body, how to interact with the world, all of that shit. And men. And men, like straight up, men as in general have had to adjust to this, and black men particularly, and as one of the disenfranchised groups, as one of these people who have been systematically oppressed, it has hit us a little bit different than all these other people who have had the empower to already have self-determination. So yeah, we got to work out the power dynamic. All I keep hearing is the shifting power dynamic has made people uncomfortable, and they're pointing fingers.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but this is what I'm gonna say. Anytime that the government backs a person against their own people, then that person is a white supremacist if they practice that practice. That's all I got to say.
What are you talking about, KP? And
if you ask me what am I talking about, I'm about to tell you. If you just said basically that, because he's basically saying feminism allowed them to have these rights and do these things. If you embrace feminism, which comes from a white person's ideology of what women should get from their men, and you practice that against your men, you by default is a white supremacist in my eyes.
That is outlandish. That is completely outlandish.
No, it's not outlandish at all. Because what is the state of the black community? Wait, what is the state of the black community as a result of? What is the state of the black community as a result of?
The family dynamic is gone.
What is the state of the black community as a result of making that decision?
Integration is why the reason why we're in the state we are.
Integration. Destiny. Tell me what black men chose over black women. Because we never had a choice.
Integration.
Tell me what.
Integration. Integration is what happened to us. Integration. You know what happened when integration happened? Black businesses went away. You know what happened when black businesses went away? Black home ownership went down. You know what happened when black ownership went down? Divorce rates went up. You know what happened when divorce rates went up? Prison numbers went up. You know what happened when prison numbers went up? Drug use went up. It was the whole domino effect, sweetheart. That has nothing to do with a black woman. All of a sudden, she rolls her head and say, "Hey, let me raise my fist in the air." No, that has nothing to do with that, sweetheart. Integration is what happens. Integration eroded the black community. Before integration, right? We own 60% of black businesses. 60% of we own 60%, business, and we took our money back to 60% of ourselves, right? Home ownership, I think, was something like 40-50%. Black people own homes and land.
Destiny, this ain't a hard question. Let me ask you this, please. If a black man came to you and wanted to marry you, he just said he wants cooperation, he doesn't want submission, would you accept that?
Yes, because cooperation is, that's communication, right? That's basic communication, right? We're communicating and understanding. It's understanding. Absolutely.
Because I think what's happening is this. Get this smoke, Mike Fuller, and many others that's listening, is black men have never asked for submission and never have had the gall to kind of ask for that.
That's not true.
They just want hold on, Destiny. They just wanted somebody to cooperate and listen when it's time to lead and make decisions, and then they will bounce those decisions off of their wives. Primarily, that's what I've seen black men do that I know.
That's not true, though.
I usually don't see. Hold on, Destiny. I usually don't see a substantial amount of black men saying, "I make this decision, and you better go with it. And if you don't go with it, you're out." I usually don't see that from black men. Black men are mostly the most egalitarian men on the planet. Tell me, am I lying? The guys on the planet.
You're lying, because I hear black men always talking about submission. You see it all up and down.
I'm not down with this whole divinity or there's all this this mythologizing the goodness of black, the average black person. Listen, we're all human beings. We're all full of shit. and we have our redeeming qualities. We have our things we can vilify. There is no like group goddamn like ethos or that we just inherently are born with. Like this is fucking ridiculous. Black people are full of shit. As individuals and as a group. Like what are you saying? Like, just like every other fucking group and every other individual. Like
I have to love that. I have to love on that right there. But Michael, let me say something to you, baby boy. You were talking about the abortion thing, right? You want to know why?
That's an elder man. That's an elder man. He's not a baby.
Okay, hold on, Michael. I just want to talk to Michael real fast, y'all. You talking about Roe versus Wade? You talking about abortion rights and all these things, right? The reason why the white people are all these white senators and things like that, Republican white senators and stuff like that, wanted to get rid of birth control pills, the morning after pill, and abortion is because the white race is dying. They're not procreating; they're actually dying. They have a plus minus a birth ratio to death ratio. More of them are dying than they are being born. They're dwindling in population around the not just here in America, but around the world. They're dying, like their numbers are dwindling. That's the main reason why you keep seeing them doing all these abortion rights and all these different things with birth control pills and morning after pills. They're even saying morning after pills is a form of abortion, which I don't know how, but that's what they're saying. They want to get rid of those. That's why they want to get rid of the abortion. Y'all can look this up. They made a whole thing about it in the Time magazine about the white race and how it's dying. They had a whole thing about it. And it has nothing to do with black women and brown women, or I'm not even including them because they don't consider themselves one of us anyway. That has nothing to do with black women having all these so-called abortions. These numbers are extremely exaggerated. They're out of 300,000 something supposed to be black babies being aborted every year. That is it might be a number that might be, up there or something like that. It might be a high number or whatever, but there's a lot of different mitigating circumstances. The reason why women have abortions. And
what I'm trying to say is,
be more responsible.
Don't say might. You don't have to say might. Just look it up. It's on the internet. It's on the internet. They don't hide that
numbers. I've seen those numbers before. It's never said 300,000. That is a speculation number. That is never been confirmed. Yes, it is. It's a
That's not
speculation
true.
number.
That's not
Yes,
true.
it is. It's a
I can't respect that, man.
Yes, it is. It's a speculation number.
Somebody go look it up.
How about you look it up?
Pull it up, Cal.
I'm about to find it. Go ahead.
What am I looking up, man? Hey, listen, I'm
already.
Can I be honest with
already
y'all?
have.
Hey, I really can't hear nothing y'all saying because y'all all talking at the same time. I
already have looked it up.
What am I looking up?
Pull up just a speculation number, baby boy. I can just see that.
What am I looking up? What am I looking up?
Look up the abortion rates.
How many black babies are aborted every year?
Black and brown babies.
No, don't brown. Brown ain't got nothing to do with us. Some people don't even consider themselves us. That has nothing to do with us.
I said from the time that I made this, from the time I said the statistic, I said black and brown babies.
I got nothing to do with brown babies. They ain't got nothing to do with me. That's not my. That's not my business.
Black and brown babies are aborted.
Well, I don't care about no brown babies. They got nothing to do with me. That's not my business. That's between them peoples. That's their peoples. That's their business.
Well,
I got to worry about my people.
Well, we love you anyway, sis. But the thing is this is what the thing, man. We got to learn how to respect each other. That's it. And that's one of the problems that we have, that black men and women, we don't respect one another. That's what the problem is, And I don't know, man. Maybe it's on us, bro. It's on us, man. We need to do something.
Hey, Mike,
different.
after you, I'm going to go. After Mike finishes, I'm going. Go ahead, Mike.
I'm done.
No, you. I cut you off. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I just think that we need to. That's the first thing. That's the first thing that needs to take place. It needs to be healing. It needs to be healing that takes place between black men and black women. And somehow we have to get our women. If we can't get our women to respect us as a result of our positions in society, lack of finance, whatever, maybe we can get them to respect us through the love that we show them and the integrity that we show them. But the loss of respect that's the number one thing that's got to change. That's got to get fixed for us to go anywhere. Because even we're not going to be able to go anywhere without our women. And I think the powers that be understand that, and that's why they place such a wedge in between us. We're not going to be able to walk in a path that's actually beneficial for our people until we reconcile with our women. And that's just the case, and that's individually. So when your wife gets home, your lady gets home today, tell her how much you love her and appreciate her. And that's where it starts. We got to lead in that area too, fellas.
I agree 100% with you on that one, Michael. Now that you can touch it behind.
So the respect thing is, I think, like discipline is like an internal thing that you then express to the rest of the world. I don't think that it's about what Black men are doing that would inspire respect in Black women. I think Black women need to learn self-respect, and then they'll respect your hustle, right? Or Black men, or vice versa. Whoever it is that you're looking for respect from, that thing is a product of the self-respect that they have.
That's great. Now I want to tell y'all this. Let me say this, man. There's a misconception that women can't lead, right? I'm gonna say this, bro. If somebody is better than you in the area, you should let them lead. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people that know me, they know I spend too much goddamn money, right? Like I'm a flashy guy. I spend too much money, right? My wife is very conservative in that area where she makes sure all the bills are paid, right? So I'm gonna let her lead that charge of taking care of the bills and the responsibility of the bills. So is that me not being able to leave my household? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, there's a team effort. That's what we gotta understand, dude. This is a team. You know what I'm saying? This is a partnership. This ain't no, oh, this is all me. I do what the fuck I want. You wash my fucking clothes and wash the dishes. Bitch, cook. No, man. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be, we teammates, bro. In order for us to win this championship in life, we got to be on one accord. And if you better at something than me, then by all means, do that shit. But for y'all to say that a woman can't lead because she make irrational, I make some of the terrible decisions. Nigga, I just bought a chain. Terrible decision. You know what I'm saying? My wife, she makes way better decisions as it pertains to money. So I like to lean on her as it pertains to the money situation. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It just depends on all situations. But just because I'm stronger than her, that don't mean that I can just push her around and be like, bitch, do what I tell you to do. No, you're my lady. I love you. We got love for each other. So it's not that type of relationship or activity where it's like, bitch, do what I tell you to do. No, you my lady. Let's talk about what we're doing. Let's go over it. Who's ever strongest needs to take the lead in this particular space in our lives.
I agree with you. I think what you're saying is 100% correct. 100% correct. But what I like, and I don't think anyone's saying that. You know,
yeah, we're not saying that, Cal.
No, not at all.
Approach to your relationship.
That was a conglomeration of a whole bunch of stuff. People have been saying
what I think we're trying to say. What I'm saying is this: regardless of whether the partnership is working or not, or how it turns out, the onus when the rubber meets the road, whether it's successful or not, that's on you. Thanks. As the man.
It all starts with the man.
Now, you can talk about being a team and all that. That's great. Have her do the things that she's good at. You do the things that you're good at. That's all good. But when the rubber meets the road, you as the man are responsible for the success of that family.
Right. So here's the thing. Both adults are responsible for interacting with each other in a manner that is going to be sustainable and successful for them. The man doesn't have an elevated role that the woman does not have. The woman also has just as much a responsibility, just as much skin in the game, just as much stake in making that thing happen. Right? Like that, or else what's the point?
Absolutely. Nobody wants a damn robot. What would be the point? Like, literally, if you had a woman that you're talking about, like, if
I too sometimes want a robot. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do want a robot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying right, but are you gonna then marry the robot? Do you even have to? You don't. The robot don't need consent. You just fucking program that shit to do what you want.
You want to step for wife?
That's what you do with your wife too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The women have had enough of that shit. They can now get their own jobs. They're not trying to hear that dumb shit.
Good luck. They're failing at an all-time rate.
Don't stop bitching about the fucking destruction of the nuclear family then. If you
like I said, women are failing. Women are failing when they do it by themselves.
And men are failing when they do it by themselves. Everybody's failing. That's what the whole fucking point is. Everyone's failing.
Yeah, But even when men do it by themselves, they still do a better job. It's still better to have both. But if you're comparing a woman by herself raising children to men raising children by themselves, the
Ask the
numbers
kids.
are
The kids are not
Put it
having
up,
better
Cal.
outcomes.
Cal,
The kids
put
are
it
not
up.
having better
What I
outcomes
just sent
in
you.
not
single.
comparable.
Right. So yes, the kids are not having better outcomes in single parent households raised by men versus women. Again, this is a bunch of emotional shit. That I feel like people.
Let's all agree. Let's all agree that it's better to have two parents in the household. I don't give a fuck.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what it is. That is what the data shows. The data shows is better outcomes if there's two parents in there.
Listen,
They don't
I
have to
don't
be
care
fucking
if
married.
we're better off. Listen, I don't care if we better if y'all say, oh, well, the woman could do it better by herself or the man could do it. Fuck all that. They can't. We better together than we are separate.
Well, no,
And the quicker we understand that, the better off we'll be.
Destiny gonna disagree.
I feel like Kyle, because sometimes two people together sometimes can be extremely toxic, which is really
Oh shit! Here it goes.
Okay.
Here it goes.
Let me finish. And sometimes both parents are active in that child.
I wonder why.
That's what I mean. Though. I'm not
Thanks,
saying
man.
you assholes get them together.
That's sustainable.
And
But even in an unhealthy relationship, they seem to be better outcomes in two parent households.
Yep.
Hey, Destiny coming with the bomb, dog. After everybody agreed, she like we was drinking together. Destiny like, hey, Destiny like, he's an alcoholic when she was on the balcony drinking with him all night.
Extremely toxic. My mother was an atheist. My father was Muslim. Those two, they like it was like oil and damn water. Like they was like extremely toxic. But when they separated, it was very healthy for us. As little people, or whatever. It was very.
Yeah, but they're trying to keep. They're addressing incarceration rates and all that stuff. Did your siblings get incarcerated? Were you incarcerated?
No, none of us were incarcerated. But I'm saying, but they were very.
But those are the kind of outcomes. But those are the outcomes that they're looking at when they talk about this whole nuclear family thing.
I'm not just saying. Sometimes, even though you can have two-parent household, though sometimes you can still end up going to damn jail. Like people still end up going to prison or whatever.
That's a personal choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Like the issue about jail is about poor people.
Yeah.
Poor people go to jail. That's the issue about jail.
Man, all people go to jail.
No, listen. Right. If you look at the population,
but disproportionately poor.
Right. Exactly, the vast majority of them are poor. Even if you were talking about the disproportion of black populations to everybody else, is because black people are disproportionately poor.
And they don't got no daddies.
Whatever. Even when they had daddies, they were fucking getting locked up because they're poor.
No, but I'm saying they're disproportionately don't have fathers too.
Right. The issue. Right. I got it. The issue about dads and having a two-parent household, it doesn't even have to be dads, because we even have like same-sex fucking two adult households having better outcomes than just one.
Yeah, that's false.
Yeah.
But as long as both parents are active in that child's life and y'all live separately, I mean, as long as
I don't know what you consider success.
That new modern day shit, dog.
Go
ahead, Destiny. Let Destiny go, y'all. Let Destiny go. She got to get it out. Let Destiny go.
Sometimes people live with me and my ex-husband. We was married. We were together for 21 years.
Oh shit! There we go.
There we go.
Destiny, why you leave that man? Why you leave the man?
We were good and terrible together. When I tried to kill him, I knew it was time to go because
we talking to a murderer, cuz that's what's wrong.
Women do foul 86% of divorces.
Hey, get this smoke.
Yep.
Get this smoke. The panelist above you, bro, she got a knife.
Okay, all right. Listen, I've been on several panels and talked about dozens of issues with Destiny Black. There's absolutely no way we would ever cohabitate.
Hell no. Listen to that shit. Oh no.
Absolutely not. I would never.
Listen, we agree on a whole bunch of shit.
For Destiny
disagree.
Being on the
we
panel,
agree on a whole bunch of stuff. I probably agree. I might agree.
I don't
with
take
Destiny.
it personal though.
No, I'm telling you, I might agree with Destiny on more stuff than anybody else on any other fucking panels that we're both on. Right, straight the fuck up. But that doesn't mean that there's going to be domestic bliss.
Exactly, because I am very much. I like to be alone. I love I don't like people bother me.
Get this smoke. You can no longer say the word bliss, because the last time I heard the word bliss, I think that was on Mark Nash's panel, and I think that lady was named something Bliss, but she was crazy as shit too. Hey.
Yeah, man, we're not gonna let them co-opt our terms. Like, just because she crazy don't mean I can't use bliss. Like, listen, I like being blissful.
Man, this is
I
crazy.
mean, everybody
It's
got their own
fun
thing,
though.
but me and him we were toxic together. We were just extremely toxic, and it wasn't all him. And it wasn't all me. It was both of us. We both had our, we got together when we were
I
young.
can see that.
15 and
Destiny,
16
you
years
are
old, we got
something else.
together. So we didn't
Destiny,
know.
you are something else.
No, just I'm being honest. We didn't know who we were going to be when we grew up. You know what I'm saying? Like 15 and 16 years old, that's way too young to get serious with anybody. We should never been trying to do that as 15 and 16-year-old.
Well,
And
my grandparents was married at 15 and 16. Nah, but I understand the environment was different though. I understand the environment was different.
it was very
Environment plays a
different.
large part because of the laws and the environment of today. It's changed people, and I said that before you came up here. Me and Get the Smoke was talking about that.
I 100% agree, KP. It's definitely a different environment because a lot of times black people embrace the church and stuff like that. I'm atheist too, so I don't embrace that damn churchy bullshit. So shout out to all the churchy people, but that's not my business. So I'm not going to embrace that. So I don't need to go to no Bible and say the Bible said me I can't divorce or whatever. That's just outlandish to me. I need to get a divorce. I'm going to get a divorce. I never want to be married in the first place. I've never wanted to get married. I never wanted to say I do because I always wanted to really say I don't. So that was never something on the list of things for me to do. But my mother and him, they both said it was the right thing to do because we had our son. So my dumb ass followed suit, listening to that fuckery, and I knew damn better. But then now, but me, I'm good though. That's my buddy. That's my road dog. When I left him. I gave him a house. I gave him his little people too. I told him to take twins too. Yeah, I gave him everything. Yeah, I had no problem. Yeah, no, gave him the house and everything. So
Yeah, the kids.
furniture. I left him the furniture and all. Yeah, sure did. Mm-hmm. Sure did. Yes, I let him raise his people. I got my people right now though, but as soon as he gets out back from Iraq, they're gonna go right back home to their daddy. Yeah, I don't mind. I think it's okay for a man to raise a child. I don't have no problem with a man raising a child. Yeah, I'm the fine parent. I get them for the summertime, the spring
Then how do
break.
you have such a strong opinion against men when in your life he's doing all the work?
I don't have a strong opinion against men. If honestly, if you ever hear anything I say, I'm usually pretty much on black men's side. My issue is when black men try to control a black woman, tell us, what our mindset should be because it's what you think. That's your thought process, and that's fine. You're allowed to have that thought process. But to say this is the reason why we're failing as a people and just lay it all on a black woman's shoulder, like y'all have no responsibility in there, to me, it's outlandish. We both, like Michael said earlier, we both play a part. That there's no way in the world an empire just does not fall because of one person. An empire falls because of several different things, right? It doesn't take one person to make an empire fall. A lot of different things that happens for an empire to fall.
Most great empires did fall because of women, though.
No, that's not true. That's not why most empires fell because of women. That's not why the Greek Empire fell. That's not why the Roman Empire fell. That's not why the Egyptian Empire fell. That is not why the empires fell. But you're welcome. Continue on with the foolery.
I hope you find your love in life, Destiny.
Huh?
I hope you find some love in life. You won't be so angry all the time.
I don't mind. I don't think people understand. Like, I never mind being. I love being alone. Honestly, I do not like to be bothered, and I'm not a cuddler. I'm not a kiss. I'm not none of that bullshit. Once I fuck, you need to go on and pack your lunch because you can't stay here. Make sure you go before the street lights come on. Go off. You got to be gone. I don't mind being alone though. Like, that's never been a problem for me. Like, I don't give a damn about being alone. That was another issue between me and my ex-husband. He was very much an affectionate person. He loved all that affection bullshit and lovey-dovey. I ain't like none of that. I didn't want to be bothered half the time. I wanted to say my place. You go in the living room, watch TV. I come in the room, watch TV. Then here he come in the room. So then I go in the living room. Then here he come in the living room. I couldn't use the bathroom in peace by my damn self because here he come and take a shower with me. It was ridiculous. I do not like to be bothered. I like to be alone.
Tell him, man. Tell him.
I can understand that though. I can understand that. I don't like no clinky ass of a person either.
Man, listen.
Damn, I can't.
You know that the one thing that kept nuclear family, like this nuclear relationship together, was like separate beds and separate rooms, like for centuries.
That's facts. That's fact. That is fact. And I think one of the reasons why me and my husband lasted 19 years like we did is because both of us was always going somewhere. Like either he was deployed somewhere, I was going somewhere, deployed somewhere. We were both shipped off. So we didn't spend too much time. But once we had to live in that house together full time, yeah, it was complete nonsense. I was going somewhere, deployed somewhere. Shipped off. In the background.
Yeah, there you go.
So you were in the military? You were in the military?
Yes, sir. He and I
were,
both.
okay.
What branch, Destiny?
Army.
Army. Okay. All right.
See,
Well,
everybody
hey,
got a thing. Some women like to be clingy. Some men like a clingy ass woman. And some women like clingy ass men. But I'm not one of those people at all. Please don't
right.
cling on me. Please don't call me every day, text me every day. I don't need none of that. Please don't.
When I was in
Hey,
high school,
well,
man, you know what I'm saying? I was led astray.
hey, I'm gonna sign out. Thanks, guys, for having me, and I got to make
Hey,
some runs.
Mike, any goddamn time, Mike. You're a fucking legend in my eyes, bud.
Michael, much love to you, baby boy. Much love to you, Michael. And I respect you, sir. Like you
Okay,
respect
guys.
to mine.
Yeah, yeah, and
Take it
sorry for
easy,
all
brother.
the
Yeah,
interrupting. That's how I roll. Sorry, I work on it. I'll get better before I die, hopefully.
it's all good. I don't take it
He's
personal.
lying, Mike. He's lying, Mike. He's
He
No,
lying.
I do hope that. I do hope that I get better before I die.
Anybody live out on the East Coast? Anybody live out on the East Coast anywhere out there?
Uh-uh.
All right. I'm
I think
heading out
most
your
people
way.
are the West.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Hey,
Have a
Take it
good
easy.
one, Mike.
Peace, Mike.
oh, the clever one wants to join the panel. Hey, and again,
Shit.
and of course, get this. I want to apologize to you for not dropping your intro when you first came. You know what I'm
Hey, no,
saying?
it's
My
all
fault
good.
for
Are you gonna do
disrespect.
it again? You
Hey,
gonna
what's
share?
the intro? I ain't see it, Kyle. What you got for him?
Yeah, I didn't get mine either, Carol.
Okay, so we're gonna run it. We're gonna run it down, right? I can't. I'm gonna find yours too, kid. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. So basically, Get the Smoke kicked this nigga in his chest when they was in the middle of a fight, and so now his intro is stick meaner.
Who are these people? Who's the stick meter guy?
Boondocks.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought it was. I wasn't sure.
What he was a disagreeable, crotchety old man. That's actually what his team leader is. That dude didn't get along with shit. Like, I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, it's funny though.
So I actually called Get the Smoke smoke meaner. That's what we called him yesterday. And Mark Nash didn't get the joke, but shit was hilarious.
Wasn't that funny? Next.
Hold on, real quick.
It was one. Oh, there we go. That's Bass Reeves. Oh, that's Black Gallagher. Oh, it's Steph. Where is that?
What up,
What's up,
y'all?
big dog?
What's up?
What's up, dog?
Man, I've been listening to y'all cook and have fun and talk on some weird shit and then get personal and all that stuff. It's hilarious. Right on now. But hey, Miss Destiny, we people in the comments, we want to know your IG if you got one. I'm trying to,
None of your damn business. That's what it is. None of your damn business.
They're trying to see all that Destiny Black loveliness. They want to see from every angle.
Yes, media like that, though. I don't
Hey,
on social media like that, though.
Hey,
excuse me?
I don't be on social media like that, though. I have an Instagram, but I'll never be on there. You be
Okay.
No, hey, Destiny, never
You'll see
forget.
me
Never
when,
forget.
defend
Never forget.
you.
We had a whole speed dating show and everybody was scared to hop on. So no.
No, they was just in my DMs.
That wasn't around for you, Kyle.
No, they was just in my DMs talking about some what's up. Goodbye. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
but when they listen, we gave these fools the opportunity of a lifetime. We did a speed. She was the first installment of Women Wednesdays, and we did what you call speed dating, right? And
no, we didn't.
All these dudes that used to talk in the comments like, oh yeah, woo, 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 oh this and that. We gave them a chance to beam in and tell her how they felt. They all punked out. So I don't get excited when they get to asking about her IG. I don't really give a damn.
Yeah, I don't be on there no way. You'll be extremely bored. I think the last time I posted something maybe was like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. Yeah, it's just not exciting.
Hey, y'all can have my IG.
What's your IG, sweetheart?
Thirsty ass Max.
Hey, don't follow me because my IG worse than you two. You really gonna be mad.
Oh shit, dog. With it.
Hey, but on my IG, you know, it get crazy.
I think his phone was ringing or something.
Yeah, I think so.
There's been a lot of I'm gonna take this back to boxing. There's been a lot of Shakur talk since his fight night last Friday.
This isn't a boxing channel today. It's TRS. The race
TRS.
section.
Nah. Yeah, we had enough of that. But for real, there's been a lot of Shakur talk. Good, bad, ugly. What you think, Max?
He's
Max
not
over
on
here?
here. Yeah, he I think he got a phone call or something. Something rang and then he hung up.
Yeah, he's a bartender, so he's a little cray.
The matchups at Top Rank, like you better, like if you think the talk is something now, right? It at 135, all you're gonna hear is talk out of Top Rank fucking lightweights because they have no inventory. They just gonna keep pointing their goddamn finger across the street and fighting the mediocre, already beat up the fuck talent they have over there.
Interesting.
Only thing I didn't like what Shakur did. I love Shakur, but that whole Puerto Rican flag shit he was doing, that shit was garbage. Complete garbage. Negro, you are not no Puerto Rican. Your daddy, you didn't even know your daddy. Your daddy left your mother, and you had your stepdaddy raised you and your damn black ass grandfather. So why was he up there with that damn Puerto Rican flag? Is beyond my imagination.
His daddy died. Jesus Christ.
His daddy did not die.
Yes, he did.
No, his daddy did not. His daddy, when you read about this, they say his daddy just left and he never be a part of his life.
No, his dad is dead.
For real? Look it up. They don't say his daddy's dead.
You sound pretty muffled, Destiny. You don't sound it.
Do you
You
not
don't
see
sound
his
it.
trunks? It says R.I.P. Dad on his trunks.
It said what now?
It says
R.I.P. Dad. He said R.I.P. Dad.
Wow, because whenever somebody look it up, they just say his daddy left his life. They never said his daddy died. Now that's trash.
Daddy dead, man. God damn. Destiny.
Damn, Destiny.
God damn.
He left his mother. That's what I said. I never said the man.
He left Earth.
That nigga said he left Earth.
I would never said that then. I didn't know the man that had passed on. Okay,
He left his mom. Yeah, nigga.
Destiny, man, Destiny do not slow down, bro.
Man.
She don't slow down, bro. She be sounding like she just drunk a Red Bull, cuz.
Shit, my daddy died too. When you see me walk around no goddamn Cuban flag,
oh my god.
But niggas speak Spanish. Same thing with a Cuban. No niggas speak Spanish. What's the difference? I'm a nigga, they a nigga, we some niggas. I mean, it don't matter. I still would walk around a Puerto Rican flag on. That's what I want.
Destiny, Destiny, what part of the country are you from?
Hey, listen, man, Puerto Rican ain't nothing but some niggas anyway, man.
It's precisely. And I'm not walking around with that damn flag on either. If I'm wearing any flag, it's gonna be the African flag. Fuck them damn Puerto Rican colors.
Puerto Ricans do act a little bit different.
I mean, hold up. Would he drape himself in the New Jersey flag? Because there is one for New Jersey.
No, he got the African flag. That's what he can rock. How about that one? You know, the national African flag. Not the,
he got to wear the flag Destiny tell him to wear it. Or he ain't shit.
He didn't wear the flag. They just held it up.
Well, still, he had on his damn shorts. Is what I do.
Somebody else was wearing it. It was somebody else that was wearing it. Maybe that guy who was wearing it was Puerto Rican.
Well, no, I know he put the flag around him like he was so proud of whatever.
He did. He is playing that shit up. Come on, guys. Hey, he's playing that shit up. But whatever. I mean, I don't give a damn. He's playing it up.
Hey, get the smoke. Get the smoke. Get the smoke. You think he gonna try to fight on the Puerto Rican Day Parade?
Is he even gonna go? He lives in Houston. Like the Puerto Rican Day Parade, isn't that in New York?
That's New York. It's in New York.
Yeah, that's
he's from Newark. He from Newark, bro.
He lives in Texas though. He lives in Texas though.
I'm just saying, man.
I don't know.
I just said, get the smoke. Do you think he gonna try to do it? I'm just asking.
Do I think he will wear a Puerto Rican flag at the Puerto Rican Day? Okay, so I think that. So what I don't think he'll do at the Puerto Rican Day Parade is dye his hair the Puerto Rican flag colors and cut it like a star in his head. I don't think he'll do that shit. But is he gonna all of a sudden call himself a Boricua and shit for that day? He might do that shit.
I wish I would. My father was Cuban. I was not raised on Cuban people. I don't know nothing about them people. That's not my business. All I know is black. You know, fuck that. I'm not gonna walk around no damn Cuba flag. Y'all look at me like I lost my mind. I don't know shit about Cuba. Never been there. Don't know nothing about it. My daddy came on the goddamn boat. I mean, he came over on the damn door. He floated on the door over here to America. Why would I walk around with that damn shit on?
Wait, are you talking about Leonardo DiCaprio? You talking about fucking
My
Titanic
is
right now?
man,
The fuck?
Destiny
I'm
is
joking when I say she
crazy.
came over on the
She
door.
talking about the Titanic. She talking about your Danish Oogers. kind of
I am joking when I but my daddy was Afro-Cuban though, he was. But I'm not gonna walk around with that damn Cuban flag. I don't know shit about them people. None of my business. I'm not gonna wear that shit. I'm black. I've been black.
Destiny, are you from the East Coast?
I'm from Chicago.
Oh man, you talk fast as shit.
Midwest.
Midwest. No,
Yeah,
you
I'm
just
in
hear
KC.
slow, that's
I'm
all.
in I'm in KC. I'm in KC. You just don't stop. I'm
Yo,
telling you,
Doug.
son.
Okay, I'm back.
Who's
Shout
back?
out to L Dub, the worldwide leader in boxing news. Hey, listen, listen, man. If y'all tired of the white folks getting it wrong and telling y'all the wrong information, go to L Dub.
Well, let me ask L Dub. Is he in the chat? When are we getting this fight, L Dub? I'm tired of waiting. When are we getting this fight? And you know what fight I'm talking about?
We ain't getting it.
Shit, according to Destiny, we ain't getting it, L Dub.
That's the one thing I agree with.
You Borgin, Cal. You Borgin, Cal. You sound like a robot, Cal. Cal, you sound like J5, bro.
He over there being computer love and shit. Computer love. Zachariah's ass nigga. Now we're not getting that fight, y'all. I can guarantee that.
I don't think we getting it either, Destiny. I think that's the only thing I agree with you on.
Yeah. Sensitivity. Yeah, we got Mr. Sensitivity over there. He don't want no problems. He want a man.
Who's Mr. Sensitivity?
Sensitivity, uh-huh.
Oh, sensitivity. Oh, you are dirty.
Damn.
He want a man that's strong but sensitive. That's what sensitivity want. Mm-hmm. He want yellow beezy. Only person he want in the ring. Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all.
I'm not gonna go back and forth with Destiny on that one, man. She is not gonna let up. I'm not about to do this shit.
I didn't know Spence was such a crude businessman though, like that. That's crazy.
Nah, that's some whole shit though. That's what he's doing. All he's scared. He's scared. Say you're scared. Say it with your chest.
What is he? Wait. Hang on, Miss Destiny. What is he doing?
He's not trying to fight Bud. That's him.
He's not trying to fight Bud.
No, he's not. That's him holding up the fight.
That's the reason why I disagree is because, like, man, that's completely like in the type of conversations and spaces I've been in. I've always heard that it's Bud who doesn't want to fight Earl.
Well,
that's crazy.
Even Blue Blood came out. Bud chased him down. Blue Blood said, like, he looked that man dead in his eyes and said, I signed my contract. I get everything they wanted me from 65 to 35% to get the low end. So now, even if he like wins the fight for the rematch, he's still not gonna have. He's still gonna be the B side to some other BS he got. Like the whole thing, he gave Spence everything he asked for, and Mr. Finding Nemo does not want to get Find Nemo.
Ma'am, I didn't know that. That's new information in my ears. Mm-hmm. Damn.
Blue Blood had a whole thing about that.
Destiny be following it every day. I stopped following this shit because they just ain't gonna make the fight. Destiny, fuck them.
That's what I'm at too. I'm like, fuck it, because it's just not gonna happen. And then y'all see Leonard Ellaby big ugly ass get on TV talking about that fight's not happening. Oh, he makes me sick.
He said it too? He just said it?
Yeah, he just said that stuff. Oh,
when did he say it, Destiny?
I'm not sure what day he said it. I can send you I can't send you the link because it won't let me do it.
But who said that now?
When did he say it? In the last week or two?
Yeah, the last week.
See, man, that's why I don't be fucking with boxing. See, boxing gonna turn us into our uncles, man. Basically, your uncle don't watch boxing no more because he got tired of that shit. That's what he do. That's what they doing to us right now.
You right. I'm so disappointed because that was the one fight I was really looking forward to this year. And people keep trying to make excuses talking about it's the networks or whatever. No, it's not the networks.
They only got one network. It ain't no networks. It's only PBC. They ain't no other network.
That's the promotion company, but the network.
You know what I mean? They only got Fox or Showtime to fight on. Make the fight. Nobody talking about all these excuses, bro. Like, damn, bro.
What Bud told Blue Blood is that he said that Spencer's team that doesn't want it. And
I'll tell you this, Destiny. I'll tell you this. If they don't make that fight, and they throw them dudes in with somebody else, I'm not watching it. I'm not paying for it. I tell you that.
That's facts.
Nah,
That's facts.
bro. Nah,
That's
they not
facts.
about to. How you think you gonna tap my pockets during a recession? Nah, cuz I'm cool.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's facts. Said since team don't want it. That to me sounds crazy. Because Spence is the fighter, not his team. If your team, if I'm the fighter, I'm the boss, right? I'm the big boss, pretty much, right? If I say I want the fight, I don't give a damn what the hell y'all talking about behind me. We gonna make the fight. But apparently, you know, Spence is letting his team lead the way because I guess, you know, it's kind of like that thing, hold me back. Yeah, hold me back, y'all. I don't want to fight, you know, hold me back.
I can't agree with you, Destiny. If they don't make this fight though, I'm gonna be highly disappointed.
But Leonard Ellaby
That's all I'm gonna say.
said they wasn't making it either. So
Man, Dylan Ellis, you don't know shit, man.
he don't be knowing stuff though, do he? He just be talking. Ooh,
Yeah.
he despise him. Mm-hmm.
Leonard Ellaby. They ain't even got no damn fighters no more. Richardson hissing, but yeah, they ain't got no fighters. They got one fighter.
Tank.
Yeah, he don't fight nobody.
He don't. He's like another cinnamon.
Yeah. Boxing is what it is.
You know, that's what Leonard really said too. He told me something. There's no money in Tank fighting a Shakur Devin. They're not big enough names because obviously Cruz that was a big. Rolly Romero's a big name because I must have missed it.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. I heard somebody say that yesterday. It's bogus. I don't know what they're gonna do, but they got all them dudes at 135, and if ain't nobody fighting, I ain't tuning in. I'm not about to be buying no Tank Davis versus Rodamez. I'm not buying it.
First of all,
Rodamez, Juliaquez, or something with an S at the end of it. That's what they usually get him in there with.
I'm not watching Tank fight no more. I didn't watch his last fight, to be honest. No, I did watch it for free though. No, I watched it because it was for free. I watched that.
Yeah, I mean for free. I mean this is a different economy. The fan interest is lower because they're not making the fights that you want to see. You got everybody that's quote unquote a shark in the water, and ain't no sharks in the water. Everybody talking about they'll fight this guy and that guy. All they do is talk about the fights like we do. They might as well just log in with us.
I'm just hoping that you know, your boy little Finding Nemo was just gonna get on board and go ahead and sign that damn contract, bro. You got everything you want. You literally have everything in the contract that you want, but took the worst deal in probably boxing history. So
I don't believe if he took the deal, the fight would be made, is what I'll say. But let me say this, Destiny. Somebody said y'all see Tank try snatching Ryan Chain at the club. That sounds like some wrestling shit.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And you know what else is a lie too? Bud signing and agreeing to everything. He has not signed or agreed to anything. If that were so, no, hang on, ma'am. That's already gone on. I don't know. I would imagine 10 to 14 days ago, we'd probably get an announcement of a fight, wouldn't we?
No, because he signed his side of the term sheet. Then that's just like when Devin Haney was going to fight.
No, he has not signed anything.
He agreed to sign the term sheet. Yes, he did. Because
would sign, if he had signed, we would have a fight by now.
The term sheet.
Hang on. Before even a November date, before even a November date, we'd have a fight by now.
Sir.
So he has not signed anything. That's my point.
He agreed to the term sheet. That is your boy, One Eye Willie. One Eye Willie is not. He does not. He keeps sending back the damn term sheet. I guess I don't know what's going on with One Eye Willie and his team. But Bud agreed to the term sheet. He agreed to whatever they asked for. He agreed to it. So
I don't believe that, Destiny.
Well, then you go check that out with Blue Blood. Then you go tell him that Bud ain't tell him that. Bud's been saying that, and then so has Bernie. The Bernie the Box has been saying it. And you know, the person who has not said that's a lie is your boy One Eye Willie. One Eye Willie has not said that's a lie.
Who's One Eye Willie?
You know One Eye Willie.
Talking about Earl Spence.
I haven't heard Earl say anything. The last time I heard Earl say
anything. Wait, Destiny. Let's say this. Go ahead. I'm after you.
I haven't heard Earl say anything probably since the what was that card in San Antonio where he was at where Frank Martin fought and he was representing his fight. That was the last time I heard him speak on anything publicly about it. Then before that, June, and then the Javante Tank Davis fight when he fought Rolly. They put the camera in his face and all that kind of good stuff. That's the only time I heard him publicly speak about this fight.
But when
I've heard Steven
him,
Espinoza. Hang on, I've heard Steven Espinoza come out and say things. I've seen some fight hype interviews with Derek James say a few things that I would say credible source credibility, and then probably like you guys, I've listened to a multitude of, even including this YouTube channel, of people say things. But as far as everything being signed, agreed to, I mean, agreeable terms, I heard that way back in April, in May, in June.
No, that was just not true though. There was no. You cannot have something. How would you even have a term sheet in April?
Well, listen to me. Listen to me.
Well,
listen to me. Listen to me, ma'am. Listen to me, ma'am. Listen to me, ma'am. Spence, and when I say Spence, I'm talking about the PBC. I'm talking about Al Heyman, his advisor, and then I'm going to talk about his advisor's business partner, CBS Showtime, since they are the distributor of the viewership. I've heard them come out. I'm sorry. Yes, let me re-say that. So with Spence, he's the A side, right? Bud is the B side. The B side's job is to get the A side to agree to as much agreeable terms as much as he has. Before even that, Errol had to send him the contract or offer or whatever you want to call that. Just he had to send him basically the fight, so we can get this thing popping. So if they have, you know, all this time gone back and forth and Errol has met those concessions, but either or has signed it, there's no fight.
No. The term sheet you're talking about way back in April, and that's when your boy One Eye Willie said, sign the contract, big boy, which was a bunch of BS, because you cannot have a term sheet before you even had a fight with Ugas. They're just not.
No, ma'am. Hang on. See, that's wrong too, because Errol didn't send him a contract. When I say contract too, I'm talking about a contract for Crawford versus Spence, undisputed. I'm not talking about anything else.
We're on the same thing.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay, we're on the same page.
You're not. No, you're not listening, because I
We're on the same
said.
page. No, hang on. Let me finish. So yes, he sent him that, whatever we want to call that, offer, term, contract. He sent him that after he fought and beat Ugas.
That's not initially what was said. Initially, what was said, he already sent that to Bud.
Okay, well, whatever you're trying to prove means nothing if we still don't have a fight.
And again, like I was trying to tell you earlier, that's everybody keep asking that you can find Spence all the time on damn Twitter, asking he needs to clear up this stuff. Like, you know, has what Bud is saying? He has not came out said Bud is lying. All he keeps saying is, you talking about that YouTube stuff and laugh out loud. Nigga, that's not clarifying nothing. But every time something else happened, every time something else with Spence happened though, when they was lying on Spence's good name, he came out and clarified it. But this is the one time he has not came out and clarified nothing. The reason being is because he know it's true. He know Bud accepted all the terms on for the term sheet. He's the one that's holding up the damn fight. He know he's the one who don't want this damn fight. He afraid of losing his virginity. That's all. He don't want to lose his virginity. Just say that, and we can move on.
That's never been his character. I'll have to say that.
Yeah, it's his character. If it hadn't been his character, Mr. Why would I not go the easy road and knock out Sean Porter, Mr. Easy Route, Mr. AK Sprints? Let me run over here, and then all of a sudden I'm my side of the street kind of thing when it came down to Bud. Please, he been a hoe.
Do you think since that moment in 2017,
you do know that Bud was the only person on the other side of the street, right? You do know that. There's nobody else with top rank but Bud. What are you talking
about? There's people on the other side of the street when he wanted to fight Jeff Horn.
No, it wasn't. Who?
Jeff Horn was on the other side of the street.
Hang on, Kyle. Hang on. Kyle, hang on. Before you come in there, I kind of feel healthy sparring with Miss Tess in here. Miss Tess, you don't think the easy route that Spence took, collecting all those belts, you don't think that was easy or hard?
No, it was not. Who was he fighting? The likes of people he was fighting.
He fought the champions. He fought the champions, and then he fought Danny Garcia. No, hang on, ma'am. Hang on. He fought the people who had the belts. No, hang on, ma'am.
Danny Garcia did not have a belt.
Right, and I said that after. I said, no, hang on. I said he fought the champions, and he also fought Danny Garcia. So I was answering your question.
No, he did not take the easy route.
So
I
you
mean, he
don't
did not
think
take
that
the
was
hard route.
you don't think that was hard? You don't
No,
think that
not
was
at
easy?
all. No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Destiny, we're gonna have to admit you.
One more thing.
Destiny,
One
we're gonna have to admit you.
One more thing, okay. So, what was Bud doing for the past 4 years?
Bud was trying to make the fights with all
When
those
it comes to easy and hard dip.
I'm
He was
sorry.
trying to what now? He was trying to what?
He offered Danny Garcia $3 million. They offered Keith Thurman $3 million to fight or whatever. They turned it down. They all turned it down. They all said, "Oh no, I need more money." And you know, Keith Thurman said,
They
"I have
do
no
need more
interest
money.
in
$3
fighting
million
for
ain't enough money for them. Those guys fight pay-per-view. They get money on the back end. They need more than a $3 million.
the back end stuff."
I'm
Here we
not
go
trying to
with the
speak
back
for them.
end
That's just
stuff.
what I think.
Here we go with the back end stuff. We all know what that
Well,
back end means. A bunch of nothing.
ma'am, those guys fight on pay-per-view, ma'am. Is that not true? No, is that not true?
Now when you
Is
get a
that not
guaranteed
true?
purse, when you're getting a
Is
guaranteed
that
purse
not
of $1
true?
million, when you get a guaranteed purse of $1 million, which
Ma'am, I
1.5,
asked you a
which is
question before you started keep asking me all this. I said, is that not true that those guys fight on pay-per-view?
no, not all of them. Danny Garcia wasn't on nobody pay-per-view. Who was he fighting on pay-per-view? I must have missed it. You must have missed it too.
No, before his recent fight, I think his last 3 fights. Actually, no. I would say out of like the last 5 fights, he's probably fought on pay-per-view 3 times.
Once.
So my point to
Like,
that
so
is
Danny
that
Garcia has been way closer to pay-per-view than goddamn Green Machine or Jose Benavidez. He's never been on pay-per-view, undercard pay-per-view, none of that shit. Like, what are we talking about for real? Jeff Horn is not pay-per-view.
Keith Thurman, he's on
Yeah,
pay-per-view.
Keith Thurman is somebody neither guy fought.
He was on pay-per-view twice. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying
he didn't fight either Spence or Bud.
I know. I'm saying that. I'm just saying though.
When we're talking about the easy route, though, the easy route is he was comparing it to Bud. Bud's route at welterweight has been way easier than Errol Spence's his run as a champion. Both of their championship runs, right? They both became champions. They both became champions about the same time. Since they become champions,
they did not want to fight him.
Errol Spence's run has been way harder than Bud's.
No, they didn't want to fight him. They did not want to fight him. That's the problem.
Right. It doesn't matter. But Errol Spence has still fought better competition.
They did not want to fight him though. So
awesome.
I mean,
we can talk about. Listen, if that I'm not arguing. Listen, if you feel like they don't want to fight Bud, cool. I'm not mad at it. Maybe they don't want to fight Bud because Bud is on fucking ESPN and none of them are big enough to cross promote. So who the fuck wants to go to ESPN to fight? Maybe that's why they don't want to fight Bud. Maybe they just don't want to fight Bud because Bud's too good. Don't know. The whole point is we're talking about the routes. We're talking about the routes that people took. Errol Spence was better competition as a champion. As a champion at welterweight.
Sean Porter was over there. He was not actually mandated. He activated that.
Yes.
No, he activated. No. He activated that, and he was not mandated. He activated that.
But he wasn't mandatory.
The WBO, you don't want to.
They ordered it. The WBO ordered it. It went to purse bid. They were talking about it going to purse bid. The WBO ordered that fight.
There you go. That's what I mean when I say mandated.
Sean Porter went and asked for that fight. Sean Porter went up there to the WBO. He
didn't even want to fight him. Bud said he didn't even want to fight him.
You're right. Bud did.
And the reason why it went to purse bid, the reason why it goes to purse bid because no one wants to pay for it.
Because they're good friends outside of the ring, right? They always said the fight was the time. You breaking up, sweetheart. Zach and Rogers. You breaking up Zach and Rogers. Yeah, no. Bud said you're right. I agree. He never said he wanted to fight Sean. He did say he never wanted to fight Sean Porter because they're good friends outside the ring. Only reason why he said they would ever fight is when they felt like they both agreed upon it. When they felt like the time was right. And I guess that's what Bud said. I guess the time was right when he finally fought Sean Porter. But Sean Porter was neither here nor there. When he tried to fight the likes of the Danny Garcias and the Keith Thurmans of the world, when Keith Thurman still had the belts, they all turned him down. Keith Thurman flat out said, I have no interest in fighting Bud. They could try to entice me with money.
But you do realize that all of this is spin, right?
Huh?
Because ultimately, those guys are on Errol Spence's resume and they're not on Bud's resume.
Well, Thurman is not.
Right, we're just comparing the two guys' resume. Since Thurman's not on either one of their resume, he's irrelevant to the conversation.
Garcia's the only one that's on Spence's resume that's not on Bud's. But who the hell cares?
Ugas is not on Bud's resume either. And Bud wanted to fight Ugas.
But Ugas got that belt by default.
We're just talking about who's on whose resume and who's not.
He got that belt by default initially. But
you do realize that you're spinning again.
I'm not spinning again.
Ugas is on Spence's resume. Ugas is not on Bud's resume. Ugas is a better fighter than both Jose Benavidez and Green Machine and Amir Khan.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Because he got a
Ugas,
nasty.
Ugas has a better record. But how about this? Ugas has a better win on his resume going into the Spence fight than Bud and everybody that Bud ever faced.
Because he beat an old ass Pacquiao. Nigga, get the fuck out of here, Smoke. Get the entire fuck out of here. Because he beat a
yes, an old ass champion.
Denied him doing that.
An old ass champion. I get it. You want to spin some more, but you do realize it's more spin, though, right?
No, ain't no more spin. It's some what you saying. Some bullshit is what you said. That's what you're saying. If you talking about an old ass Pacquiao.
Hey, listen, I am talking about an old ass Pacquiao. I'm gonna tell you, old ass Pacquiao was when we talking about Keith Thurman, we're just extolling the virtues of Keith Thurman, and old ass Pacquiao beat Keith Thurman, and even older Pacquiao got beat by Ugas. But both Bob Arum and Bomac, the guys, you know, the manager and the promoter of Bud, were trying to fight fucking Ugas for years, even before he was even a champion at welterweight.
Because they found the amateurs. Yep, Ben knew that. Okay,
no, because they knew he's a good fighter.
No.
Then why? Okay, so now you're saying that Bud knows that he's going to fight bad competition just personal grudges.
That's not what I'm saying. No, the main reason was because
he was a good fighter. All I'm saying is Ugas is a good fighter. We're just comparing the quality of their opponents. That's all we're doing.
He's an okay fighter. He's not a great fighter or nothing like that. He's okay.
No, he's okay. I mean, I agree with you there. He's not like anything great. I'm just saying that both guys wanted to fight him. That's all.
No, Spence had no desire to fight him until he had that belt.
Spence, I don't think Spence has any desire to fight anybody outside of Canelo Alvarez.
Because that's an accomplishment.
No, because it's it's for your bank account. It's better than not fighting Canelo Alvarez, and also for your legacy too.
That's there you go. Oh yeah, Kyle, someone's in the back. KP's in the back.
One Eye Willie ain't even fight nobody. His route was not no hard route.
I'm trying to tell you. Bud is not really tripping off fighting Spence. If Bud could fight somebody else for undisputed, he would fight somebody else for undisputed. Bud's really thing, he doesn't have some personal animus against Errol Spence. He's not trying to let me prove that I'm better than Errol Spence. He already thinks he's better than Errol Spence. He just wants to be undisputed. And Errol Spence has the other belts.
Yeah, he had something to prove though. He had something to prove to the whole world though. You know, Bud had a chip on the shoulder anyway.
Well, because both of them don't have that. They both represent the best quality opposition of both of them careers, right? Even though Errol Spence has only been in one division and Bud has been in 3 divisions, Errol Spence is still the best guy he will ever face in his entire career, his entire Hall of Fame career. And Spence, even in his welterweight career, even though he has all those wins and he has all those belts, Bud is still going to be the best guy he felt at welterweight, a guy who came up from lightweight.
Yes.
He's been in 4 divisions, so but get the smoke. Remember, he started out for 130, although he didn't win a belt.
And I'm just saying, champion. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Destiny, you be picking that goalpost up and moving the shit out of it. I tell you that.
I ain't picking my goalpost and moving nothing. What goalpost did I pull? No, y'all asked that question. I answered it. Y'all ain't like my answer. That's the problem. That ain't got nothing to do with me. What y'all like, what y'all don't like, ain't got nothing to do with me. I ask a question, I want to hear my answer. Same thing like if I'm gonna ask you a question, I want to hear your answer. Like you was talking nonsense earlier, Mr. KP. I like that picture though. That's Mr. Stinney, right? That's the young boy from South Carolina.
Yeah, that's on the cover of a book called The Man Not by Dr. Tommy Curry.
Yeah, his story was extremely sad. They finally apologized to his family. What was it, 2017, I believe? 2016, somewhere around there?
Yeah, a few years ago.
Very sad story. You know what he could do is write his name?
What'd you say?
You know one thing he could do is write his name. That's something he could read and write was his name.
Mm-hmm.
And they did force that damn thing. They knew that was that young boy that killed them little white girls. Y'all know that? I know you know that story. Get the smoke. The picture he got on his profile.
Wait, the story of whose profile?
KP's profile. George. It's George Stinney, right? Is it George? George Stinney, I think it's.
Can y'all see the book now on my screen?
The Man Not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure what that's about.
Yeah, the top. It's a book by Tommy Curry.
Yeah, but what is it about? Is that about him? Is that Tommy Curry in the mugshot?
No, Tommy Curry is the author of the book. He's a doctor. The book is about race, class, gender, and the dilemmas of black manhood. That's the name of it.
I mean, I guess the image on the cover. Who is that?
George Stinney Jr.
George Stinton Jr. What's
Stinney Jr. The
Yeah.
only teenager that's ever been executed, quote unquote, in the United States.
Nah, I don't know I don't know a backstory. Destiny, go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so he, two little white girls were murdered. They were brutally murdered, raped and murdered. And him and his sister, they came across those two little white girls, and the two little white girls stopped and asked them something about some dandelions, some type of flower anyway, and they said they didn't know. And right after that, I guess shortly after that, those little white girls was raped and murdered. And this young man was extremely small for 14. He was really small. They say he's like actually, underdeveloped for 14-year-old. They said this young boy killed them two white girls. I believe were they 7 or 8 years old, if I'm not mistaken, on KP. They were like 7 or 8 years old. Supposedly he by himself, he's supposed to rape and murder these two girls. And they he could not, only thing he could do was read and write his name. That was the only thing he was able to read and write was his name. And they cooked up this whole confession and had him sign it. He didn't know what the hell he was signing. They kept that boy in there for like almost a day without no food and water. And they told him if he signed his name to that, he can get some food. He didn't know what the hell was going on because he,
Yeah, exactly. I got you. Coerced the fucking minor into a false confession. Got it.
And then they went on and prosecuted him, right? I believe the trial only lasted like an hour or so, something like that. It was like 3 hours, I think the trial lasted.
Yeah, exactly. We got one. He's gonna pay. We're gonna make everybody pay for it.
And they electrocuted him. I want to say 88 days after the trial. They executed him.
What year was this?
1940 something.
Oh damn!
I dropped the link to it
during the war, before the war.
In the private chat.
No, it would have to be during the war, right? Or either after the war.
It might have been.
Get this.
It might have been.
I dropped it in the private chat.
He dropped in the private chat. It might have been a late 30s, early 40s. It was somewhere in that time frame, though.
I got you. I look it up. I look up the whole thing.
Well, it's a good story, though. It's a very sad story, and they barely apologized to his family. I want to say 2017 is when they finally apologized.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the cost of a human life? Like I was telling, like someone was saying that oppression doesn't exist anymore, and I was telling them there's empirical data. Like an economist talked about the actual drag on the economy of racism, the cost of racism in America, and she put a number on it, and she broke down in the different ways, like how the racism was affecting, like negatively impacting and putting a drag on the economy, from those like voter registration to schools, the way that people are different, the expectations within the educational system, like it's a whole bunch of shit. I mean, if you would just want to see how it's still working today at 2022, people think that because there's not like a whites only sign, that means people are saying that different is better, and to some extent, yes, it is, but to a bunch of metrics that actually matter, it's like kind of unchanged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who said oppression doesn't happen anymore? Because I mean, what planet are they living on?
Yeah. No. Well, anyway, that's what they're saying. It's just like everybody's saying they're trapped in the '60s and they don't experience oppression. There was several different kind of just counterfactual arguments that aren't in harmony with goddamn reality on the thing. But specific people's it was just anecdotal experience. I'll just put it that way. A bunch of people just talk about the thing that they've experienced firsthand.
Yeah, I mean, firsthand experience is always, it's going to shape your opinion, but that does not make it facts for majority of people. I've had
I mean, it became this thing where a person is, on one hand, you say one guy's I'm only talking about what goes on in America, and then another guy comes on arguing his point, says once you get your money, you should go somewhere else. Right, it's kind of the issue is the system
it's kind of like some people believe that you can escape the system.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's something that they think that they can escape through rhetoric, their own personal anecdotal experience, or just move, bruh.
Yeah,
they kind of act like it's only centralized to the United States somewhat. Yeah.
And that's falsehood. That's all type of falsehood.
Yeah, it's just a weird understanding and argumentation of this thing that they're trying to express. But I mean, I get the idea of if you're trying to hustle in the system, than focusing on these larger systemic issues. While it may be interesting to like, so you understand that your experience or your journey, but it can ultimately become like, self-defeating and counterproductive if you focus on that shit too much, because there's more urgent things to worry about than trying to change the entire system, or you're trying to make money in the system. It's just trying to coexist with the system, right? Anyway, it was cool. It was cool. It was just kind of like, I think for the most part, when it comes right fucking down to it, people are not they're not sensitized, and they're not talking about the real thing that's oppressing them, and that is how much their purchasing power, right? That's the issue, and why is it that you work for a company that has the capitalists within the company may have hundreds of billions, and you might be at work and also on government assistance. Like, that's really the fucking issue.
I agree. I 100% agree. So, at one point, a lot of soldiers, especially my father was in the military coming up or whatever, there was a lot of soldiers that was getting food stamps and stuff like that, public assistance, because the pay was the soldiers were so underpaid. And, back then military people had big families. So a lot of them were underpaid or whatever. So they had to get like food stamps and stuff like that. So yeah, the pay does not match the way the inflation has happened anyway in this country. For the most, like, look at California. I believe they raised our minimum wage to what, $15 an hour out there, if I'm not mistaken. Get the smoke.
I don't even know. I know that $15 an hour is not enough to live in California. I know
exactly.
No, it's not.
Exactly. It's not.
$15 an hour is a struggle to live in Missouri, man.
It's a struggle to live anywhere. I think $15. Maybe unless you live in like West Virginia someplace. I don't know, but I don't really know. Like $15 an hour, is that even $30,000 a year?
Yeah, it's basically like the argument, like really on a macro level, the argument has been either like suck it up and bootstrap, or
it's always a bootstrap.
It's too big. It's too. The problem is too big. I can't wrestle with it. I got bigger fish to fry. That's basically been the two arguments, right? And I don't think anybody is.
The main argument is always the bootstrap thing that people kind of go through. That's the bootstrap.
I mean, I'm just saying for the purposes of the stream, like from what I've heard, the two arguments have been that thing. Like, the system is what it is. Forget it. It's good enough that you can bootstrap. It's easy to just pick yourself up. It's a mentality thing. Just get your mind right, and then the rest will follow. So it's this very, very individualistic versus the group experience kind of attitude, right? Anyway, that's not even the issue. For me, I don't think that people recognize how much they give their power away. Like how much time they spend at work where they have absolutely no say on what the fuck happens at work.
Mm-hmm.
They're functionary. We talk about freedom and shit, but most of people's experience is actually a lack of freedom. And that sort of disconnect is also one of the problems, right? So so this whole like suck it up or change your mentality, that's not actually going to address the root causes of like people's dissatisfaction.
Yeah, because most states here in America, it's the employers. It's the employers' states or rights or whatever. It's not employees. A lot of times it's the exact opposite. So, and they right here in Texas, there's the right to fire state. I'm not sure about. I don't think California has the right to fire state. Most blue states don't have like the right to fire thing, but here in Texas they do, and they can fire you literally for anything just because they don't.
Yeah, no, California does. Yeah, right to work.
Oh, y'all do too?
Yeah, right to work. Yeah, the right to work. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the way you exercise it. You still have to paper that fire, but it is a right to work state.
But here it's a right to fire. So just because an employer doesn't like you,
it's the same concept, just different terminology. Like, yeah, but if you fuck up, we can fire you and whatever. No fault firing.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yep.
Unions. That's why they took away the unions, and that was a horrible thing. The unions were a double-edged sword too, though. Smoke. Sometimes the unions they did too much. Like, the police union really bad.
Well, the issue, right? So right. So people have been able to put these terms into people's minds that they don't understand, like capitalism and socialism, and so it becomes this whole thing where yeah, you give away all of your power because they've been able to vilify socialism. But all socialism is fixes when capitalism fails, right? And that's what it's always been. GI Bill is fucking socialism. Public school is socialism. Your kid not working in the factory is fucking socialism. Having a 40-hour work week is socialism, because capitalism didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. Capitalism was fucking slavery, right?
Yeah, capitalism really is a destruction of the Black community as well. You know, I think it was at UKP, you know, Michael was on here. Capitalism really was another, it definitely destroyed the Black community.
Yeah, workers' compensation is socialism. Social Security, Social Security is socialism. Yeah, like all this shit, dude. It's all
fire departments, police departments, all that is socialism. Yeah, people don't even realize it. Socialism all throughout America.
Shit. Hey, what's up, Boxing? Let my guy get in. He just came up, man. What's up? What's the news?
What's up, fellas? How's everybody doing?
What's up, Box Talk? How you feeling, man?
We good.
This is not Box Talk. This is a different. This is a different channel.
Oh. Well, whoever you are, tell us, are we going to get this fight?
What?
You know, you're the insider, boxing insider. Are we getting this fight or not?
What fight are you guys talking about?
There's only one fight that we talk about.
The fight. Are we gonna get it?
Oh, you guys are talking about Gervonta versus Rolly too.
Oh,
yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, we're gonna get that fight.
Definitely getting that one. We're definitely getting that one.
Yeah, not right now, but later.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
so we gotta wait for Tank Davis to fight Rolly Raymond Noodle again.
Wait, say that again.
We gotta wait for Tank Davis to fight Rolly Raymond Noodle again.
I don't know who that is.
All right.
You know who that is.
Somebody said that. So wait a minute. Somebody said that Ugas was not better than Amir Khan in his prime. Amir Khan out of his prime was getting knocked out. Amir Khan in his prime was getting knocked out. Yep. Amir Khan out of his prime was getting knocked out. There's no version of Amir Khan that wasn't getting knocked out.
No, he been asleep for a while.
The Ugas was not better than Amir Khan. When Amir
yes,
Khan
he was.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not. No, he is not. That is a bold-faced story.
Ugas. Right, so Amir Khan had fast hands, right? That was his. He has really fast hands, and he has some power. Ugas is a way better technician. Always has been.
Yeah, he's a better technician. I think that I should agree with that. He's a better technician, but I still feel like Amir Khan would have beat Ugas.
You heard what you said. You said you felt like
at 147.
Yeah, no, 147, 140. Yeah, I felt like
maybe at 140, but at 147. At 147, he never became a world champion. Ugas did.
Okay, I mean, do you want a cookie for that or something?
I mean, people say Ugas beat Sean Porter.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Destiny. There's no way that Amir Khan makes it out of a ring with Sean Porter.
I didn't say he would beat a Sean Porter. I said Ugas. He would beat Ugas.
We're not going to do triangle theories, but I'm just saying. I don't. At 147, at 140, there's a way better argument, but he's getting beat the fuck up at 142. But so is Ugas.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just feel like he would have beat Ugas. I do. I just don't feel like Ugas would have beat him, because Ugas is, as much as a technician as he is, as you said, Smoke, I agree with that. But he's slow too, and Amir Khan was fast on his feet and with his hands, especially when he got with Lil Buddy. What's Lil Buddy?
Ugas is, we could see that Ugas was drained at 140. At 140, maybe would have had a shot. A way better shot than we can see at 147.
I don't think so. I think we'd have a good shot at both weight classes. My personal opinion, but we'll never know how. We can always speculate, but we'll never know.
We'll say that Ugas has way better wins. He has better wins and losses at welterweight, right? Like, I don't know,
yeah,
he just kept getting knocked the fuck out. I don't know what to say.
I don't trust Khan, man. I don't trust Khan.
I mean, the dude's name is a simple scam. Like, just exercise, right? Amir Khan? Like, what the fuck? That's a name you can quickly distrust.
Had he not been so chinny, though, I don't think too many people would have beat Khan. Had he not been so chinny, I don't think too many people would have beat him. to be honest, because
What
He
was
hasn't
though?
done it
But he
yet.
was.
so called you. I guess you his Achilles heel
Well,
was
it's not just his chin. He threw his punches all at the same speed for his entire career.
Yep. No variation.
And he wasn't a one-shot knockout guy, so he was throwing punches and bunches that you could always time.
Well, sometimes a lot of people could time his punches.
But that's Ugas's bread and butter.
Yeah, he would good time. I still think he would have beat Ugas though. I think he would have beat.
I don't think so. I don't see it.
I think so, but
I
you
see
never know.
a sleeping Khan standing on the ropes, sleep.
Yeah, like those Cuban guys are too fucking good. Like I'll go through. We can go through Ugas's amateur records to see what he did how he fared against the Cubans. But I see them exploiting the fuck out of that kind of basic shit.
What was I gonna say? What weight was Maidana at when the American fought Maidana? Was that 140 or 147?
I think it was at 140.
140. He beat the dog shit out of Maidana. And honestly, I was so surprised because he was taking some punches from Maidana. His ass didn't touch that canvas.
Who beat Maidana at 140?
American. Beat the dog shit out of American. I beat the dog shit out of Maidana.
Oh man, listen, I talked shit to a guy about how Amir Khan, flatline guy. Knocked Zab Judah out. Zab Judah is, he's a Hall of Famer, right? I'm not hating on Amir Khan. I'm just saying the styles match up for me. I think that because of Ugas's technical ability, he would have fucked Amir Khan up.
I totally disagree because what's that name? Amir Mom. He beat the dog shit out of Ugas. He had Ugas all in the damn corner looking like he lost his damn puppy and shit. Like
Amir Mom was nice. I don't know. I think the Don King, charging for towel shit just got to his head.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't think Amir Mom was that great. I kept telling my mom he was gonna lose.
You know what? Paulie Malignaggi, after retiring, somebody asked him who was the hardest he's ever been hit by, and he said Amir Mom and sparring. This is after Kodo and being in the room with all these getting slept by all these fucking bitches. Paulie Malignaggi.
Oh. You said Amir Mom was the person he hit the hardest?
Yeah, he said Amir Mom
had a good right hand.
His hardest. It hit him harder than anybody in his professional career.
Okay, that's true. That don't mean he's a great fighter though. Because he had a good right hand.
He had holes. He had flaws. We saw Ramirez exploit him. But Amir Mom was he wasn't he's not a scrub.
No, I don't think he was a scrub, not by no means. But I kept telling my mama he was going to lose because she really thought he was going to be like the next great thing. And I kept telling her, I said, no, I just saw too many holes in his game. I kept telling my mommy that. I said, he tires. He kind of, he got winded pretty fast sometimes. Then, his defense left a lot to be desired. He just, you saw the writing on the wall too, get the smoke. Don't act like you didn't. You know damn well he was not going to be the next great thing. You saw the writing on the wall too.
I'm just saying, I say the version of Ugas that Spence fought is superior to the version of Amir Khan that Bud fought.
Yes.
Yeah, that's easy.
Easily.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I don't know because the one knockout I do not count for Amir Khan is that one against Cinnamon. I'm sorry. That shit was trash. I don't even know why they even took that fucking fight. That shit was ridiculous. I would have never taken that. I would never let Amir Khan take that fight.
Well, Destiny, that fight showed you that he can be timed just like he was timed in all his other knockouts.
No,
He's always getting timed.
It wasn't even about him being timed though. He decided
It was.
Let me say this real fast, okay? He got cocky. He decided he was going to sit down and throw. He was going to try to match Cinnamon, shot for shot. And that's Amir Khan. He knew damn well that was not going to work because he knew he's chinny.
Destiny. Let me say this to you. There are habits that fighters have. Amir Khan has a habit of stepping a certain way. Canelo let him continue to do it, and then he timed him with the shot that he set up. He just timed him. He knew what to hit him with. The fight was over. The fight was over when he signed the contract.
Yeah, I just would never let Amir Khan take it, and it was ridiculous. He had to go up with 2 weight classes, and he was not allowed to rehydrate. It was like a ridiculous. I would have never allowed him to fight that fight. But to me, that's one. I don't never count that fight. I've only watched that fight that one good time, and I never saw it again.
Would you allow him to fight Ugas today, right now?
Amir Khan fight Ugas today, right now? Amir Khan don't need to fight no more at all.
That wasn't the question.
No, absolutely no. He don't need to fight no more at all. He shouldn't fight a goddamn Mickey Mouse. Cow puppy. No. Amir Khan
Why?
is done. He's just done. Like he's done. He's washed. No. And he balloons up in between fights. He be looking like a fat boy. Yeah, no. Amir Khan is done. He's done. And honestly, Ugas is done too, in my opinion. Like he needs to sit down too. I don't see him coming back neither. He's already old. Cubans, we don't even know how old they be when they come over to America. So that
Here you go. Here she go.
I'm being honest.
No, he is old. He's like 36. He's older than Khan, but because I believe he had a better career, he's better defensively and took better care of himself throughout his career. Even at an older age right now, I would easily take him over Amir Khan.
Okay. Well, that's good for you. I would too, probably, but I still would. I don't think he needs to be fighting no more neither, honestly. And I don't know how old that man is. I don't think he's no 36 neither. They get to make up their own.
He could be older.
I'm pretty sure
at least on paper, he's older than Amir Khan.
Yeah, on paper he is. Because I know every bit of Luis Ortiz is every 50 years old or 50 plus. He is not no 43. Y'all, nobody can look at that man and tell me that man's 43 years old.
No, nobody can look at Frank Sanchez and tell me he's like 28. That's some bullshit.
Thank you. That man is 40.
That's some bullshit.
He is 40. They be making up stories. Put on anything on them.
But they're Cubans, so it's kind of like dog years.
When Samuel Peter fought like a couple years ago and they said he was 34 years old, then I fell out. I fell the fuck out, dude. I had a laughing jack for a good 10 minutes straight.
You talking about Sam Peter, the one that said, "Who next? Who next?"
Yeah, exactly. Fucking fought Klitschko and Jamil Mufan. Yeah, that guy.
That motherfucker fought in the early 2000s, bro.
Yeah, he's fucking 34. Well, shit.
Yeah, man, like a few years back, I want to say like 2019, something like that. Like it was like right around back then. They're like, yeah, Sam Peter's coming back, 34 years old. Okay. All right, guys, thanks.
They can be making up stories. Where's from?
Say again?
Where's Sam Peter from? Where is he from?
I think it's like either Ghana or Nigeria. One of those.
Nigeria.
Nigeria. There we
go. The heavyweight that was the most promising that we didn't get to see on the big stage was Ike. If we would have got Ike, if Ike would have made it to the big stage instead of beating on them broads, man, we would have been good.
Man, that shit, man, he lost his goddamn marbles.
Ike was Ike Abeabuchi.
I don't know that person. I don't think I've ever heard of him.
Oh, you gotta see.
You gotta see Ike versus David Stewart.
Yep, that's the one. That was his last fight. That was it. He beat that. That was a hell of a fight. And that,
Wait, get this smoke. Remember Ike versus Chris Bird?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's really the only two. Like, those are the two seminal fights of Ike Abeabuchi's career. I was never a Chris Bird fan, but man, that dude has some nice upper body movement.
Destiny. This guy was the guy that would have probably been the champ before the Klitschko's, and the Klitschko's would have had hell on their heads, right?
I don't think
they would have employed the 5 principles of dodgeball. They would have employed the 5 metrics of dodgeball if Ike was around. The same way they managed to not fight David Tua.
Yeah, they didn't fight David Tua.
I mean,
Tua fought Lennox Lewis. That's right. Tua fought Lewis. They didn't fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop the link in the back chat to it, Destiny. Give me a second.
Okay, honey. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of this Ike person. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, Ike the President Abeabuchi. Like he was probably one of the baddest heavyweights to not get a title shot, like in the last like 50 years kind of stuff.
That's crazy. So he was like,
that's 40 years, something like that.
You ever seen that movie, the movie called The Go, about the basketball player that never was because he got addicted to heroin? So that kind of like Ike.
You're talking about the Earl Matagoat? You're talking about Earl the Matagoat? Yeah. Don Cheadle played him.
Yeah, so he's kind of like that. But
Don Cheadle was like first role actually when he was like before young Don Cheadle. Yeah.
I love Don Cheadle. Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Okay, that's what it sounded like. But his problem wasn't drugs; it was because he liked to hit on people, on ladies. Now he don't. He heavyweight had no business fighting on damn ladies. Mm. Was he an American?
Was who an American? Ika Bear-Buche? No, he's also an African.
Oh, he was okay. Mm-mm. Dang, I gotta watch
They
him.
got hit.
He actually had skills, y'all. Like he had skills. Like he could like move his feet and head and.
You gotta check him out. He was more of a bruiser,
Destiny,
but he could fight.
Ike would have been the guy. He would have gave Lennox Lewis or Holyfield. He would have gave him hell.
Oh, okay.
He was younger. He was fresher. He just couldn't keep it together mentally. He went in that hotel room with them chicks, man, and went crazy.
That's so sad. He might have been on some steroids or something. Maybe he was fine. That is so sad. Yeah.
The thing about the Klitschko's, what's up, man?
You remember when because he was on HBO and they were showing him. It was Ike, it was the Klitschko's, and it was, I think, Kirk Johnson. You remember Kirk Johnson? They put them all up there together.
Yeah, that's the guy that got caught up in the. That's who they were bribing when Bob Jones got caught up in his bribery thing with goddamn Bob Arum. Oh, it was Don King who was paying to have Kirk Johnson in the ranks. That was when Lennox like gave up his title, fought Michael Grant instead of Chris Bird. Yeah.
Yep. Hey, he's the only guy. Like the Klitschko's couldn't do nothing with Chris Bird. When Ike got a hold of Chris Bird, man, Ike damn near took his neck off.
Well, the thing, all right. So the thing about the Klitschko's is they ushered in that era of the like super heavyweights, these huge ass fucking dudes. But they're part of that guard, right? With Andrew Galata and fucking Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis and the
Michael Grant too.
That's what I said, Michael Grant, right? And Michael Grant polished off fucking Galata, and that's why he got that that's why Lennox Lewis like threw the belt in the trash and fought him instead of Chris Bird. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the Klitschko's, although they're part of those like super giants and shit, that class, they had a problem punching down. And that's what the fuck happened to Vitaly. He threw his fucking, I think it was his shoulder out.
Yeah,
he beat the shit out of Chris Bird. And then, but he still lost, retired on the stool because he fucking couldn't punch down. That's why they, like Vitaly figured that shit out with the distance and put a hurting on him. Chris Bird was like, all right, but I don't know. I wasn't a fan. And that Ike Bear-Buche though, man, that dude, he put the goddamn whatever. He added a new dimension to like our understanding of fold. That dude was bending in half, damn near. You're not supposed to be able to like have your head go underneath the other guy's waistband. God damn, Chris, come on.
The Klitschko though, that was like the worst era ever for heavyweights. That was a really terrible era for heavyweights. It was good and terrible.
I mean, Chris Bird. That Chris Bird Jamil McCline fight was Chris Bird versus Holyfield fight.
Remember Jamil McCline fought one of the Klitschko's.
Yeah, man, he fought the Sam Peter. He fought that was an eliminator. He got knocked the fuck out.
Get the smoke. You remember DeVeryl Williamson, Touch of Sleep?
I remember that fight, but I don't remember that dude's career.
Mm-hmm. There was a while that I didn't even watch heavyweights at all because they were just all so terrible. It was like a period.
Lennox was my guy, and the guy I talked boxing with, Evander, was his guy. So we just talked shit about Mike Tyson fans, and which one of our guys was gonna win. And I was like, my guy gonna beat them both, and he was like, his guy's gonna beat them both.
Lennox ended up beating them both, though, right?
Yeah, Lennox, but yeah, I was right.
Hey, that's kind of what I see when I see Tank Davis. I see a mental of a Tyson type, and I think a guy like a Shakur or Devin breaks his mental.
I agree. 100% agree.
That's what I see.
Tank is a puncher. He's a puncher boxer, not a boxer puncher, which is a difference. And usually punchers will never beat a true boxer, a pure boxer. They usually don't because they can't outthink them. And only tank in there with the skills of the likes of a Shakur or a Devin. Vince Gamboa, and Gamboa is old as hell with 1 foot. So imagine a younger, 2-footed person. They're gonna give Tank all kinds of hell. He better get a lucky punch, because if not, it's gonna be a long night for little buddy. He struggled with Gamboa, and he got 1 foot. Who's playing that music?
Yeah, somebody's getting their blondie on. R.I.P. Debbie Harry.
What song is that? Was that you, Kyle?
You know, straight up, man. I was at the Million Man March. I was in between Terminator X and Fab Five Freddy.
I don't know who Terminator X is now. I know who Fat 5 is.
Oh, that's the DJ from Public Enemy. Terminator X, man. I don't know who Terminator X is. Jesus Christ.
Dang, okay. I never knew the DJ name. I guess because I used to, Chuck D and Flavor Flav and other dudes. I want to pay attention to the DJ. Where'd you go to the Million Man March?
That was in 99, 2000.
Nah, I'm talking about when I was in goddamn grad school. I was in like 95.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago. 20-some years ago.
30 almost years ago. It was almost 30 years ago. 27?
25, 27, something like that. Shit, dude. Man, I was a kid. Damn.
I was in grad school.
I was 15. What'd you major in, Smoke? What'd you get your degree in? Smokeology?
No. You're ridiculous.
They got a degree for that right now.
I have a Master of Science in Teaching and of Arts in Media Studies.
Oh, that's dope. Teaching what, though? You said math?
No, just teaching, like the science of teaching, like how you, like how do you process data? How to the best to, deliver data? What are the types of
Where'd you go to school at? Howard?
No, I went to Georgetown, San Francisco State, and the New School for Social Research.
Oh, dang. So you went to Georgetown and San Francisco too?
Yep.
Good school. Very good school. I would have thought you would have been an HBCU kind of guy.
No, that's my cousin. I have cousins who are Ivy, cousins who are HBCU. I went to my cousin when she went to Howard, and then when she graduated, that's when I graduated high school, and I went to Georgetown. My parents went to Georgetown. We've had like generations of just educated in DC kind of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A lot of families.
Do it all
a lot
over.
of families do that.
I would have went to college straight out of high school. Instead, I was married like an idiot. Listening to my damn parents, my mother and my damn ex-husband. We need to get married. Yeah. Get on to college. I wanted to live that college lifestyle. You know what I mean? I wanted to experience the whole dorm.
Whoever's dropping the links to the fights in the comments, I appreciate you, because that just makes it easier for me to keep up on what y'all talking about when I can just click a link. So
we was talking about the Ike and Bambucci. That's what we was talking about at the time. Yeah, I think that's a missed opportunity that the whole division missed, because man, I could only imagine Ike versus Holyfield, Tyson, or Lewis.
I think James Toney would have beat the entire fuck out of Vladimir Klitschko.
Oh yeah,
and probably Vitaly too.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, it depends on which James Toney you got in the ring, though. Now you got now. If you have the focus James Toney, yes. If you had the one who just
the only time James Toney was overwhelmed was against Roy.
No,
and even then he was playing around when Roy dropped him.
Yeah, so I mean James Toney is a top probably 30, 35 fighter.
Yeah, he's definitely like a great fighter. I'm just saying that, but James Toney sometimes he was not focused in that ring. So he was getting there. And he
but just Destiny. If you go back and look at the who's who of who he beat, he beat some monsters.
And I'm just telling you, like I'm saying, those Klitschko guys could not fight on the inside at all.
No,
that grab shit, he would have tore their ass up, and that's why they didn't fucking fight him. Like there's anyway. I can go on and on about the Klitschko brothers, but they're in the Hall of Fame. Shout out to them. And I'm not, and deservedly so, by the way. But I'm just saying, like, as a person who grew up in that era, the guys I wanted to see them matched up against, they didn't fight none of them cats.
Yeah, you're right. But no, even James Toney said himself, KP. He even said
Vitaly did face Lennox finally.
Yeah, after Lennox was like 1,017 years old, he still won. No, but even James Tony said himself though, honey, he said a lot of times he was not focused or whatever. He said like, he would go on like drug binges, coke binges, he said, and I had watched the whole special on him.
Yeah, no, he did. Like he got, that dude got fucking dropped by Lucas Brown, right? I think he got stopped by Lucas Brown. Like
James Tony beat a lot of guys
but
on just being able to fight because he had more skills than so many guys.
He did. He
Like,
was extremely skilled.
I'm just saying, but he also like just stayed on late. I'm just saying when it was around his title shot, when he fought Hasim Rahman, when Vitaly was fucking playing around, and Vlad was hiding behind fucking Mandos, like he would have beat the fuck out of those guys.
Yeah. James Tony was
he was a nightmare. I remember he fought Samuel Peter. So yeah.
Who did fight Samuel Peters? Yeah, but he's only 34, right?
Man, I failed the fuck. I can't, man. I couldn't believe it. Okay, all right.
Hey, Samuel Peter knocked down Vladimir Klitschko like 7 times and lost.
Ain't that crazy? Usually, do you know what's his name? Jermaine Taylor was fighting Carl Froch, and he pretty much won that fight until the last 13 seconds or 23 seconds. And he just acted like he just could not hold on or run around the ring or nothing. He was so energy drained. I don't know. Do y'all remember that fight? I was so fucking mad. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? He literally got knocked out, like, because he was so, like, he acted like he just couldn't even have no energy at all, like, to run around the ring for the last 13 seconds.
Which guy?
Jermaine Taylor versus Carl Froch. Do you know that fight?
No, yeah. Well, Jermaine Taylor looked like crap, but Emmanuel Stewart dumped all over him, like dropped ties with him. He said he was not focused and egotistical and all that other stuff. But
who, Jermaine Taylor?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know he said that about him. I didn't know Jermaine Taylor. I thought somebody said he had high blood pressure. That's why he stopped or whatever. That's why he. I don't know. People be making up stories. And Kevin Brower, that's your personal opinion, and I agree with you. See, he's right. Get the smoke. Kevin Brower is right. You're wrong.
Kevin
Brower is
not better than Amir Khan in his prime. But we're not talking about primes. We're talking about the guys that they faced, right? We're comparing their quality of schedule, Errol Spence and Bud. And the guy that Ugas faced, the guy that Errol Spence faced, in my opinion, is better than Amir Khan, who had been stopped multiple times. Everybody at that point was calling him Glass Chin Khan. And the guy that got stopped again, but this time to the thigh, in the most unorthodox fucking way that you can ever get stopped, is a punch to the thigh.
At that time, he only been stopped twice. It was against.
Yeah, now he's Glass Thigh Khan, right? So anyway, the point being, the guys that I thought at that point in their career, I just rated as a higher quality win. That's what I was saying. I wasn't trying to compare their primes to one another.
But he only had been stopped twice. It was against that Colombian dude and then Danny Garcia. I'm not counting that damn Canelo bullshit. That was a bullshit fight, so I'm not gonna count that one.
Hey,
No, I ain't gonna count that fight. No, me.
I seen it.
Well, you can count that fight.
You cannot talk about it. You cannot talk about it, but you can picture it. You can totally picture it in your mind. Like you don't want to talk about Santa Claus, but you know what Santa Claus looks like.
No.
You say Santa Claus don't exist. But hey, if I start talking about a jolly old man with a white beard that rides reindeer, you know what the fuck happened.
That man's soul left his body that night.
No, I'm not counting that fight. No, me. But I'm sorry. I thought he beat Lamont Peterson. I felt like they cheated him. I felt like he beat Lamont Peterson. I definitely feel like Amir Khan won that fight. I felt like he was cheated. Definitely.
I got it. And I hear you. At least you say the other things, right? I'm just saying that Ugas had a hope. He also, I feel like, got cheated in like against bigger names, right? Like, as a matter of fact, guys who are like some of the best names on Bud's resume. If you could do this whole comparative thing.
Sean Porter.
Who else?
Yeah,
Who else could it be?
That'd be the only name.
Yeah, I'm just saying. People say, if you're doing just strength of schedule, this idea of like, I think that people are, I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. It's just shit talking ultimately. Like if you want to call him easy route, but like if you look at it objectively, as even just champions, forget like the entire reign as welterweight because that's not even fair. But just as champions, he's fought tougher competition than Bud.
No.
Than Bud has, not competition than Bud is, but tougher competition.
No,
than
I
Bud
disagree.
has.
I totally disagree. No, he has not fought tougher competition.
So who was the tougher competition on Bud's resume, in your opinion?
The toughest competition on Bud's resume.
No, the tougher than Spence. Spence's competition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I felt like who fought a better competition than Spence ever faced. I keep telling you, I felt like Gamboa was the best win out of both of them.
No, I'm saying at welterweight. We're only talking about at welterweight.
Welterweight? Okay, yeah, I'll have to give it to you on that one then.
That's all I'm saying. Just at welterweight. That's all. That's the only argument I'm making at welterweight. Not overall. Not overall career. None of that shit. Just at welterweight.
Well, I can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. So you have.
Yeah, and I wouldn't argue that Spence has fought better overall competition than Bud over his career. I wouldn't argue that. Right.
Because I'm trying to think, like, yeah.
I think Mikey Garcia is a hell of a win, but I don't know. It's kind of a wash. Ugas is, I don't know. I'm not even trying to make that kind of distinction. That's kind of a weird. I don't know. Diaz is a good win. Fuck. All right. Well, now it's over the whole career, and like just quality of schedules. All right, Victor Postol, Julius Ndongo, Ricky Burns, Felix.
Felix, whatever his name was.
Yeah, Felix Diaz.
Delorme.
And Delorme and Gamboa.
Jeff Horn was at 147, right? Yeah, he fought him at 147.
All right, we put that against Danny Garcia,
Lamont Peterson,
Lamont Peterson, Kell Brook, Udanis Ugas, Sean Porter.
And that's it.
I mean, I guess what after that is Chris Algieri and Chris Van Heerden?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, Thomas Delorme. So what makes Thomas Delorme more credible than Chris Algieri?
Delorme was undefeated, right? And so was what the boy name was, Felix. Whatever his name is, Diaz.
Yeah, but Chris Algieri had been in there. I mean, the guys who defeated him was Manny Pacquiao, right?
Yeah, been beat before that. I mean, he had been beat before that or after that though. Besides Manny Pacquiao, he had taken some.
How many losses? Let me see how many losses Chris Algieri.
I think he got like 6 or 7.
I don't remember that one.
We got some L's.
Anybody remember? I don't know the Chris Algieri losses.
What is the Conor Ben versus Little Buddy fight? Eubanks.
Say again.
When's the Conor Ben and Eubanks fight, or they call that off?
Not this weekend. The week after.
Okay.
I believe. But I don't know. I feel like Thomas Delorme and Chris Algieri are kind of a wash. Even if you go to give like shaded to Thomas Delorme, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Chris Algieri faced better competition than Thomas Delorme.
But they was hyping him up like he was the next best thing from sliced bread until he got in that ring with Bud. And the same thing they did with Felix Diaz. Remember, he was like a 2-time world gold champion and all this other kind of stuff.
Right, but that's how top rank rolls though. Like Lomachenko's better than Ali.
Well, Felix Diaz, I believe, was with the PBC, if I'm not mistaken. He wasn't.
Felix Diaz was. I don't know when it was. I think he was at certain points. I'm not quite sure what the deal was at that point. I don't think PBC existed when he fought him. Actually,
no. PBC came out around 2013. When your boy Mayweather switched over? Yeah, he did. That's how PBC got started. When did he switch over to Showtime? Mayweather.
No. He switched over as Golden Boy. PBC didn't start until they started doing independent stuff. I want to say like 2016. PBC's not that old. It's like only 6 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 5 or 6 years old. Yeah, it's not that old.
I thought they created as soon as
It's like after it didn't even exist for Pacquiao Mayweather. I think it came after that.
January 2015.
2015. All right, so it did exist. So it did exist for man. Like, yeah, there you go. 7 years.
Yeah, what's it? Yeah, 7 years, huh? It does seem like it's shorter than that, though. I do agree with you. It seems like it just barely came on. I guess because they kind of exploded like here lately.
I mean, that was a year off.
You said they were doing independent stuff with Showtime? Because, yeah, you're right. When he went over there, he was with Golden Boy. And that's when. When did he get rid of Golden Boy?
Yeah, jump in, man. What are you saying?
No, I was gonna say, what fight is coming up that's worth ordering? You know what I mean, in the near future.
The October 15th is the big schedule, but it's like all day. I don't know if you got to order. The Wilder Helenius fight is the one that you're gonna have to, the one you have to pay for. And I think Kambosos and Haney fight on the same day, but that's on regular ESPN, and that's gonna be during the day. And I think it's on regular ESPN. I'm not sure if on ESPN or just ESPN Plus. I'm pretty sure it's on regular ESPN. And there's another fight that the Clarissa Shields fight happens that same day, and that's also I think on I don't know that that's the Zone. So
No, that's is that the Zone? I thought that was Sky Sports.
Oh, is it Sky Sport? Okay, so you may have to. I don't know if we can even order Sky Sports here. I don't know who. That is a DAZN broadcast. I think DAZN.
DAZN is broadcasting it.
Yeah, here domestically because we don't get Sky.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what time is, you know what? I know Clarissa Shields and Devin Haney fights. I think they're going to offset each other, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or is it Devin Haney and
No, I think it's Clarissa Shields first in the afternoon, then Devin Haney in the early evening, and Wilder at night. Yeah, Wilder at Helenius at night.
I really got to see that fight.
It's like, yeah, they're going, like England is doing their shit prime time. Australia, their shit's happening on Sunday. It's going to be broadcast to us on Saturday because of the time difference. And then, Wilder's prime time here.
I don't know if I have to see that Wilder fight. Are you going to, I mean, what about you? Are you going to, like, I don't know if I have to pay for that.
Yeah, it's Fox pay-per-view.
Yeah, I don't know if I have to pay for that, though. I don't know if that's a fight I want to pay for.
Yeah, I mean, to each his own. I don't help you make your money. I'm going to tell you how to spend it.
No, are you going to buy it, though? I'm just asking.
Probably.
What are they talking about, $80?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think. I never even heard of Little Buddy. He's about to fight, so yeah, I don't know if I'm going to pay for that. Who is this guy?
I'll probably write it off. Also, if I buy it, I am going to write it off. It's not even that. That's the tax credit
for your taxes.
If I buy it, yeah. Say again.
On your taxes.
Yeah.
You can write fights off on your taxes.
Yeah.
If you got a business that's focused on, boxing and, it's an expense. I mean, if he has a channel and then he's
channel now get the smoke, so you're right. You can answer that. So I was about to say, I don't think we could just write that.
Write it off.
Well, you do have a channel now. You know what? I keep saying you coming on in the morning, so I'm gonna hop on your channel one day. Yeah. And I'll be seeing you cooking them niggas on your channel too.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said I'll be seeing you cooking them niggas on your channel too. I'm gonna hop on.
No, man, we keep it smooth. We keep it going. It's not all screaming and all that stuff.
Well, you be cussing people up.
No, not
me. They're trying to say it's me. I'm like, y'all, have y'all heard?
No, I'm gonna have sound effects for all the curse words. Actually, I'm gonna re-edit all them shits.
I'm like, have y'all heard Smoke about me? Smoke be cutting people out. He'll tell your ass off. You didn't know you got told off. 10 minutes later, like, what you say to me? Did you call a sycophant that day? Well, you pissed me off that day. Everybody else on this panel didn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, the blood sycophants. Oh yeah, but that's not cursing anybody out. That's just
No, you got us together real fast. Nobody else knew what the fuck that word meant besides me and you. I'm like, y'all know he just pretty much said we some dick writers. We some damn Trump mans. The hell, I was mad as hell. You see, Smoke, I wanted to take your head off that day. Like, it's not that smart.
Yeah, shit.
We're fighting about.
Right. Yeah, no. Yeah, for a minute, but the next big one before that is Ben and Eubanks Jr.
Who's on that undercard?
I don't know.
Are they fighting? Are they fighting?
Say again?
Are they fighting in England?
Are they fighting at who?
England.
Yeah.
Hmm. Who's on the other? Who's on the undercard? Smoke or D? Who's on the damn undercard? I want to know.
For Wilder, let's take a look at the
No,
Wilder.
that's Wilder. Well, yeah, Wilder. Let's look at his undercard.
Because that's really the most interesting one for me. I want to see the Clarissa Shields one, but that's not more interesting than Wilder one to me. Of course, I'm all in the Devin Haney.
Yeah, you know, already.
I feel like I know what the
Can you drop some of these links in the private chat so I can click on them and look at what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, I'm just going on Boxer and just seeing what the schedule is. But yeah, I can though.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's
trying to stay up to date with what y'all talking about. So like, if I can just click the link, I'm like, oh, this is what he's talking about. This is what they're talking about. It makes it hella easier for me.
That's so. We had like once again 15 million hours on race. People start calling each, going at one another's throats while they're waiting for the fights to happen.
That fight is not happening. Smoke. We might just move on from that fight and start talking about something else. It's just not happening.
There we go. And then there's a sour grapes crowd.
Shut up. It's not.
No, I mean I can hear you. I hear you. I'm losing. Like I am just. I'm waiting for the announcement one way or the other.
Right? Just go ahead and let us know so we can move on. Like, stop playing in our face. Please just say it's not happening so we can just do something else. We can concentrate on, maybe Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury or something. Which I don't really have to see that fight neither.
Yeah, that's not about to happen. That'd be so. Oh, Caleb Plant is fighting Anthony Durrell.
Oh, I forgot there's supposed to be a fight. I didn't know that was coming on undercard though.
Frank Sanchez is fighting Carlos Negron, and Gary Antonio Russell is fighting Emmanuel Rodriguez. Who's this Emmanuel Rodriguez guy?
Now, which Antoine?
Yeah, Antonio. No, the little guy.
Okay, that's the smaller one than Mr. Gary Russell.
Oh, right? That guy, right? The guy who fought fucking. Did he fight? He's already fought him before. He fought Monster, right? Yeah. I remember that. And Malone. I remember both those fights. All right. Yeah. All right. So, the little one. Okay. The 100, the back fight.
Right. He's the youngest brother, right? He's younger than Antoine, right?
Yeah.
Some damn brothers confused, so don't get me lying. I don't know why would you name all your children goddamn Gary Russell.
Yeah, that he's on that George Foreman stuff.
Right.
Oh my God, they look so much alike too.
George had 7 kids, and all those bastards is named George. He got a daughter too, though.
Georgette.
Yeah, I thought her name was Georgina. Was it Georgette?
I think it's Georgette, but it could be Georgina. But it's some, it's some iteration of George.
Yeah. Did she fight Layla Ali? Was that Joe Frazier's daughter? Didn't she fight Layla Ali? Was that Joe Frazier's daughter?
I think, I think it's Joe Frazier's daughter.
Okay.
It's Joe Frazier's daughter. Juan Carlos Payano. He's, Yeah. Hey, anywho, that's an okay card. That's an okay card. I think let's see who's getting knocked the fuck out on that card.
Let me ask you a question real fast though. Let's just pretend, right? They was both in the same weight class. Who y'all think would have won between Clarissa Shields and Ann Wolfe?
Ann Wolfe.
What about you, D? D?
I heard the Anna Wolfe thing. What was the question again?
Okay, just pretend they was both able to fight in the same weight class. Who you think would have won between Ann Wolfe and Clarissa Shields?
You always ask me these questions. I keep telling you I am a casual fan. That's why I'm telling you to drop links so I can see what y'all are talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm about to do it right now. I thought that might have been his answer. I'm about to cut and paste it for you right now.
You know, I thought about lying right there. You hear? Did you hear the 2 seconds when I thought about lying? I said, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck she talking about.
So you should check out here. Let me show you, put together. I'll show you who Ann Wolfe is. Just give me 1 second.
That chick is a fucking beast.
Yeah, I'll show you who she's talking about, and then I'll show you Clarissa Shields so you can see who she's talking about.
Sorry, Ann Wolfe was pretty much a man. She's pretty much a man with boobs.
So I put it in the chat, the box rec link.
The private chat.
Oh no, okay, I put it in the private. I put it in private too. There you go. It's in the private now. And then let's see. Let me show you some Ann Wolfe. She also was the trainer of James Kirkland, and he was undefeated while she trained him, and he was getting knocked the fuck out when she wasn't.
Right. You know what he said? The reason why he said was his mix is eco mix, and he said she's a very really hard trainer, and he said he didn't like her. So I'm like,
yeah, I understand, but yeah, I guess he'd prefer to get knocked the fuck out. It is what it is, right? As long as he's man enough to take the consequences, like whatever. That's a weird thing to do. I'd rather win by KO going through hell
they lose by KO. Every time he left her alone, he would lose. Every time he would bring her back, he would win. I never understood that.
Highlight knockout reels, like people making their careers off. They were still showing that shit on Canelo versus Triple G3.
I refused to watch that fight, and I did not watch it. And all y'all said that shit was garbage. Told y'all not to watch it. Told you. You knew it was gonna be garbage too. Smoke. I was hoping he was gonna lose though. Honestly, I was deep down inside. I was hoping he was gonna lose to old ass Triple G.
It was actually for me kind of entertaining. I wasn't thinking it was. I thought it was just one of the worst trilogies. It really just didn't do the other ones, the other fights justice, right?
Right. It didn't make no sense to have that trilogy. It made zero sense. First of all, he was coming up to 168. He never fought at 168 before. It just was ridiculous. And you were supposed to be rematching Bivol, your scary ass. I guess he had to get a little confidence back, huh?
Damn, there's no just clip of the knockout. It's only it's a whole 4-minute thing you got to watch. So, all right.
When James Kirkland got knocked the fuck out.
No, this is Ann Wolfe as a fighter. Woo, Jesus! Oh, she's looking menacing. Oh wow.
You think she would knock Clarissa Shields out?
Yeah, okay. I don't know. What's it? Oof. She'd definitely try. She'd be trying to knock her head off.
Damn. Which one is who was this?
This is Ann Wolfe, women's boxer. She asked, "Do you think Ann Wolfe will be able to beat Clarissa Shields?" So I'm showing you who Ann Wolfe is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, which one? Okay, I see who Wolfe is. Okay. Yeah.
I think she probably would knock Clarissa.
Yeah. If you watch the clip, you'll definitely know which one is which.
That's okay. That's okay.
Ann Wolfe was a grown ass man with breasts. I promise you, that's a grown ass man.
I was wondering this who he was talking about. I said this must be what she was talking about. Oh yeah.
Oh no, I'm not listening to anything that man said. Now it's supposed to be Al Heyman holding up the fight. Smoke.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. yawn about some shit we knew about a long time ago that they already reported? They reported that shit months ago that Al Heyman wanted to make sure he wasn't involved. Okay, cool. No shit, Sherlock. Everybody wants to make sure he's not involved, including the United States government. Like, the fuck?
They say everything on Al Heyman, boy. I tell you, somebody walk outside and slip and fall. Al Heyman did it.
Rick Glazer said, quoting somebody else, right? He's like, one of his friends was saying that Al Heyman was the #1 cause for black-on-black crime. And he thought that was like a cute fucking remark to make. I'm like, dude, you don't shut your fucking dumbass up, for real.
You're not looking at me all like that, bro. I knew you own that type of shit, bro. You wash my hands 17 times in front of you, my nigga. You still bitching and complaining about a butt, bro. Come on, man. If you seen me wash my hands,
who want to call for white on white crime?
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, yeah, man. Like, if we would have got this fight announced, PNB Rock would still be alive. Like, okay. Or do we even know that he was shot by a black guy? Do we even know that? Or we just assume?
Oh my God. Whew, the stuff that people say, the white on white crime, I mean black on black crime. They really worried about that too, but they don't want to talk about white on white crime. Can we talk about that too?
Because that's just crime.
Oh, that's just But it's only a problem when we have crime in our community. The most deprived murders I've ever seen came from them people.
Okay, now I'm watching Shields.
You could definitely tell the difference, huh?
We're gonna see.
Did you see the knockout at the end?
I seen it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So now let's see what Shields is doing.
We're not gonna work it out.
Actually, I'm familiar with Shields. I've heard about her before. Is this the one that was challenging Layla Ali?
Yeah, no, Layla Ali started with her.
With the one that was
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was like bringing her come out of retirement, we can fight. Yeah, she fought an MMA fight.
I missed that. Hold on, let me go back. She already got knocked down.
She's like she's been undisputed in 2 weight classes.
Mm-hmm. She became a 3-division world champion faster than Homachenko did.
Who is this out here putting her on her ass? Who is this? Let me see who this is. Gabrielle's. I'm watching
Smoke. Clarissa Shields, she only got 1 knockout, huh? Or 2? How many she got?
I don't know. She don't look like she handled this fight that good. So I might have to put my.
That's what you asked me.
Clarissa Shields got only 1 knockout on her record? 2?
I don't know, 2. I think. Yeah, not many. I don't think. I definitely fewer than 4.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going with Wolf.
You going to Wolf? Yeah, I love Ann Wolf, man. She's a hell of a that's a man, huh? That's a man with some brass, huh? D.
It sound like it. I mean, it look like to me, shit.
Man with some
Shields, you can still see that she's still a woman. You know what I mean?
She got a real nice shape too. Clarissa Shields is she's really cute, like outside of the ring. But that Ann Wolf is a grown ass man. I don't care what nobody says. She could probably beat up Keith Thurman. I feel like anybody can beat up Morris Day. Shit, I probably can beat up Morris Day at this point. That's whose guy is that? Is that what's his name? Smoke. Whose guy is?
If you don't stop slandering Morris Day, Keith Thurman cannot hold a candle to Morris Day. Leave the time alone, man. Let them be great.
Morris Day. You know damn well that man look like Morris Day. Especially got the haircut with the hairline, the receding hairline. Bro, that's Morris Day.
Day in the time for
I looked it up. That was like, what
He look just like Morris Day, don't he? Won't get mad every time I call that man Morris Day. Morris Day must have been your favorite singer. Mm-mm. Can't stand him. That's Cassidy, dude. You ever see somebody get so mad about a fighter, B? Please bring up Morris Day to Cassidy on Smoke Show. I mean, on H Money Show.
Nah, I ain't never seen it.
Oh my God, he gets so mad. He talk about Morris Day. He be ready to fight. He be ready to fly all the way from England and fight Smoke ass.
No. I'm OG Smoke.
He ready to fly. He ready to fly from England to fight your ass over Morris Day.
I'm watching the greatest.
Listen, Keith Thurman, we need a new person for Keith Thurman to be compared to. You're fucking up Morris Day for me. My man with the Stacey Adams does not need this kind of disrespect.
Bro, they could be brothers. They could be okay. I'll be sure. No.
Yeah, get with I'll be certain. Get my man the unibrow.
Christopher Williams. He could be Christopher Williams.
Oh yes, that's even better. Yeah, I don't even remember Christopher Williams' song. I can if I concentrated, I can get to I'll be sure song.
I'll be sure. Christopher Williams song. He was on that.
I can't even tell you. I can't tell you Christopher Williams song if I tried. I think I get to I'll be certain. What was I'll be sure shit? God damn. Now you fucking with me. But yeah, either one of those are better than goddamn Morris Day. Yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Morris Day he was cool, goddamn it.
Night and Day by I'll be sure.
Yeah, there we go. Let me think about you night and day. There we go. Yeah. Let me tell you how I think about you night and day. Yeah, that moaning fucking pussy shit. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, have him do that stuff.
He could be Christopher Williams. I like I'll be sure.
Yeah, do all that stuff. All that begging and moaning and stuff. Yeah, do that.
Christopher Williams was dreaming. Be dream. You know that from New Jack City. He was singing about that money.
Yeah. He got a sword through his hand. Yeah. That's
yeah. He could be Christopher Williams. Because I like
he could be like that. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I think all the ladies just like I'll be sure. Light skin ass nigga.
Okay, well, just a second ago, you said you didn't like them clean dudes.
No, I said back in the day. I was little. I was only like 7, 8 years old when he first came out.
Yeah, this motherfucker is obsessed, actually. He can't do nothing else. Except think of your ass. I'll be certain.
About you, night and day. That was about you, whatever he used to say. Ooh, ooh. Mm-mm. But I'm about to get off this thing, y'all. Y'all have a good evening. I'll probably see you later on Smoke on H Money Show.
All right. Great job tonight, guys.
Until next time.
I might be back live at 6 to talk about The Wire. So if you want to pull up to that, I'm thinking.
All right, bro. Thanks, man.
All right, y'all.